and Tiger Cats. Wes, I want to get to you right away. What are home opener vibes like?
Oh man, I mean it's exciting. It's great. You always are excited about the season. When you go on the road, it's a little tough, but when you get that first one at home and you see the fans all excited, everybody's ready. You can just sense something in the air, just a little static, electricity, just rolling through, just hitting you, making you ready. You don't have to get loose for that first home opener because just the juices are flowing, right? The blood's flowing. You're excited. You're bouncing around with your guys. You get to, you got that friendly environment that's going to bring the best out of you. So it's always exciting to be, in a great stadium for a home opener.
That's what's trending. Is the home opener brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local. The Riders 2-0 on the road, 2 straight double-digit comeback wins for the first time in franchise history.
Yeah.
Wes, is that a positive or is that a negative because they were behind and had to come back and win? I tend to think it's a positive because you want to play your best football, finish strong, but how do you feel?
Well, when you talk to the fans, they always say, I can't take much of this to my heart. I'm not going to be able to make it through the season. But as far as building chemistry, building confidence, being ready for a late game surge going into the playoffs and having those tough games, clearly once it gets down to the playoffs, everybody's going to be playing their best ball. So when you get into a season and you're having these comeback wins that are building character and teaching your team that no matter what the circumstances, down, behind the score, maybe 2, that we have the ability to come back and win this thing, it just creates the type of confidence that championship teams need to hoist that cup.
That's what I like, man, is some fans are talking about, well, maybe was it an ugly win, right? Trevor Harris fielded a question from the media about that, and I thought, it doesn't matter if you're winning, and the offense, at least in my estimation, for sure in the fourth quarter, definitely has not looked ugly. You're talking about Trevor Harris leading the league in passing yardage and passing touchdowns, by the way. You have multiple receivers who already have 100-yard games. Yes, A.J. Ouellette needs to get going. We're going to get into that as the pregame show rolls along in 620 CKRM. But when you look at the offense as a whole, Wes, from your experience as a player, are they further ahead? Because usually the old cliche goes that the defenses start the season faster than the offense.
Yeah, I think Trevor is further ahead than we all expected right now, right? He's coming off an injury. Everybody, there was talks about him being done after he got hurt last year, but he comes out and honestly, I talked about it earlier in the week, he looks like the MOP candidate. If you're talking about a guy coming off an injury and then he's leading the league in passing yards, he's coming out zipping the ball. He's looking like Steve Nash out there. He's dominant to everybody. We got these receivers that are looking good. Guys are stepping up. Joe steps up, has a big third quarter last week. And then we've got Stearns, Jared Stearns is a guy that maybe he came in last year and maybe wasn't expected to do much, but he's leading the team in receiving yards, always seems to be open. And, Kean Schaefer Bake out there with 2 big touchdowns last year, and he's always a fan favorite. So when you look at that, I say passing-wise, Trevor Harris, yes, the offense is kind of ahead of schedule, I would say, but this run game and just the run blocking just isn't where I'd like to see it right now.
Well, we'll get to that. So stick with us on the pregame show. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Performance, quality, value. That's what you can expect from your friends at Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. They carry all the well-known tire brands in the industry for a great price. Goodyear, Titan, Michelin, see it. Don't let the name fool you. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia can handle your vehicle's mechanical needs, from automotive to heavy duty. They also have 3 service trucks. Take a drive and treat your vehicle to the best. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. Truly local.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all.
1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800 34 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Two-Way Service in Southie has a great selection of trucks on the lot right now. Choose from Ford F-150s, Super Duties, and the new Mavericks. And get discounts up to $17,500 or financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months. Purchase a new vehicle and receive a trip for two to Vegas. See store for details. Two-Way Service, your local Ford dealer in Southie. Drive a little, save a lot at Two-Way Service in Southie. The small-town family-run store just 30 money-saving minutes from Regina. TwoWayService.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Seed better with a Morris 10 Series air cart from RJ Sales in Wadena. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. Take performance and functionality to the next level with next generation sectional control and a heavy duty machine that's designed to run for years and look great at trade-in. Step up to the premium performance of a Morris. Visit RJ Sales and Service in Wadena and check out the Morris 10 Series air cart for yourself.
We want your business on board for the 620 CKRM and Harvard Media Yum and Then Some auction. We're sure you've heard people saying, let them cook, and we wanted to get you in on the action. All you gotta do is provide items like gift cards, experiences, services, or whatever cool product you have. In exchange, we'll give you a world-class marketing campaign. No entry fee or cash outlay, just a good old trade deal. Just hit up 620ckrm.com or harvardmedia.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Welcome back to Harvard's Studio 628 live at Mosaic Stadium. Riders and Ticats for Saskatchewan's home opener. And my colleague here, Wes Kate, the great CFL running back, has a memory going back to 2010, that epic game you guys had. I think it was the season opener, right? But definitely the home opener. Went to double overtime. What are some of your behind-the-scenes memories of that game?
Well, it was definitely, we wanted some get back. I don't want to talk about it too much, but obviously we lost to Montreal in the 2009 Grey Cup. So interesting circumstances. Fast forward to the home opener 2010 rubber match, right? We got to automatically get some get back, and we had a chance to close it out, but we ended up having a 13th man situation again. But it was one of the best CFL games I think of all time. I think we ended up 51-54, a couple overtime scores all over the place. We were down, I think, at least two scores. I think it was like 21-3 or something at one point. Battled back into the game. Crowd was loving it, got us hyped, gave us that momentum we needed to finish the game. Got into OT, had a little hiccups, but got the win. So I would say, Rider fans, if you're thinking about getting down here, there's a chance that we can see some excitement like that. You're already seeing this team with two comeback victories. That wait, now you got to be here for a home opener, right?
You know what's funny about that game? At least from my memory, I remember the SK Green catch. It makes me think that the Alouettes won. But every
Right.
time I talk about it, I'm like, no, the Riders win. Like, I don't know what's going on.
That was one of the greatest catches. No, that was one of the greatest catches in CFL history. I mean, he's extended out of bounds. One hand catches it, and it's like, I think nothing above his knee was even in bounds, and he kind of touched with one heel before his body touches out of bounds. And that was, I think, they extended into the second overtime. I can't remember, but hey, it was exciting, to say the least, right?
Indeed. The second one, excitement. Corey Mason and Trevor Harris very excited to get underway at home for the 2024 season opener.
The best place to play in the CFL. As an opposing coach and or player, when you walk into Taylor Field or Mosaic, you feel like it's big-time football. The fan base obviously helps with that as well, just knowing how passionate the fan base is here. We want to crank that joker up, man. You know, not to say that, actually no, to say, I guess. If I'm being honest, the last couple years, I just feel like we've kind of lost that luster just a tad bit here in Regina or in Saskatchewan, since we are a provincial team. We want to build that trust back from the fan base and bring this game in Canada back to the heights that we know it is here in this province.
I know it means a lot to the fans here, and because of that, it means a lot to us. You can kind of feel in high school, you could always feel the buzz in the air that it was game day, and I remember that feeling last year, like, man, it just feels like game day around here. You see people in green and white jerseys and Sask gear walking around the stadium, getting parking, finding parking, tailgating. And that's one of those things that doesn't happen everywhere. And I used to, when I grew up, my parents always used to have me go to Ohio State games every Saturday. And we'd get there at 5 in the morning, and we'd tailgate. And I was not happy about it, but I would just sleep in the RV that we had, and on the way down. But you wake up to burgers and brats and drinking Kool-Aid, those sorts of things. And so we had a great time doing that. That's kind of what it reminds you of, is just how much the football team and these games mean to this fan base. And so it gets you excited for sure.
What Rider Nation has been since my time coming in this league, matched with the facility that we have now. We talk about building it, amongst ourselves, but we got to build the trust of the fan base to make sure that, we are must see. And that's coming to support. We have that advantage, when everybody's packing the house here, to get that feeling back for Rider Nation. We just have to do our part on the field. We know that our fan base will do their part as well.
Opportunity for us to play in front of our home fans, let them know what the product's going to be like for this year, and to set a tone. We want to set a tone early, and I think both teams are going to, give you the cliche. We want to start fast and play a full 60 minutes, all 3 phases. But really, our focus is just one play at a time. Continue to do the right thing, play after play. And, obviously, playing at home is an advantage, especially here, with the noise that our crowd base brings. And so just quiet on offense, loud on defense, then how it goes.
How about head coach Corey Mace saying he wants the Riders to be must-see? Not just must-see TV, but must-see come out to the stadium, pack the house. You like that confidence?
For sure. And like I mentioned before we watched the clip, for sure, they've had 2 great comeback wins. They've been playing good football. If you're not excited by really across the board, the CFL League has started off with some great games, some high-scoring games. We saw Toronto get a big win in the closing seconds going against Edmonton, when we want to keep in that and whatever situation. So yeah, no, the Riders have definitely been must-see these first couple of games, and I'm sure it's even going to be ramped up here at home. I'm excited about it, and yeah, Trevor was talking about that buzz that you feel, and yeah, I'm rooting for that guy, man. He's come off an injury. He's looking great to start off the season, leading the league in passing, and he's an Ohio kid. Talking about going to Ohio State, man, that brings back memories for me, and it is. There's like a whole probably couple of quarter sections worth of parking where it's nothing but tailgating and RVs, and everybody brings out their stuff, and it's not even like people don't even go into the stadium because it's more live to hang out, tailgate.
It's awesome. I live five and a half.
Playing all the games and moving around, and that's just the type of atmosphere it is, and you get some of that here in Saskatchewan as well. That's why I love playing here.
Trevor Harris was must-see for his parents last week, who made the trip up from Ohio to see him play at Tim Hortons Field.
It was awesome. I live five and a half hours from Hamilton, so it meant a lot to me. My parents have, My mom's got 9 lives. She, beat cancer. They both had a motorcycle accident where they were both life-flighted. Wasn't sure if they were going to make it, sort of a situation. And so, one of those situations where I'm just grateful my parents are here every day. I call my mom every day. I'm kind of a mama's boy, but it's and my dad. He's been my role model and who I've always looked up to in terms of what it is to be a man and a father and a husband. And so, just for them to be here in life in general for me is amazing. And so the fact that they get to watch me play is. Especially at 38, they're kind of the ones that I look to, and I still feel like a little kid because these guys in here start asking me if we had color TV when I first played and stuff. And so it's like one of those situations where I kind of appreciate seeing them. It kind of makes me just feel like a kid again.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
To Auctioneers June Equipment Auction is open for bidding. It starts closing Tuesday, June 25th at 6 p.m. Tractors, combines, camper trailers, cars, sprayers, vintage tractors, shop tools, and much more. These all come from farm dispersals, estates, and reductions. Items are located at our location in Indian Head and in Calvington. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. Viewing is available daily for all of these items. That's the June Equipment Auction closing Tuesday at 6 p.m. 2sauctioneers.highbid.com.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
It's never good when you forget an anniversary. How about one where you save money? Ashdowns Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw is celebrating their anniversary with their big anniversary sale on now. With prices rising every way you turn, they want to show their appreciation to their customers with both in-store special pricing as well as a free $100 grocery gift card with purchase. See in-store for details. Some exclusions apply. Ashdowns Furniture and Moose Jaw's anniversary sale on now.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands.
And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners.
Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50
put it on after the next break. Thanks, buddy. How you doing over there, Colson? Beautiful. Were you trying to talk to me there during that last segment? Okay.
These are strobe lights in the hallway? All right.
Countdown to Kickoff brought to you by Croft Electric for all your home, farm, generators, and permanent holiday lights. Call Croft Electric. Wes, you mentioned earlier Jareth Stearns leading the team in receptions and receiving yards, but he gave Rough Rider fans a little bit of a scare last week in Hamilton.
Right after the play happened, it just hyperextended a little bit. You know, it's a scary thing for any athlete. But right after the play, it was a little numb. But once I got up and realized everything was all right, I wanted to get right back out on field.
Can you feel the excitement around Rider Nation with this team starting 2-0?
Oh, 100%. I mean, 2-0 is always a big accomplishment, but especially in the fashion that we did it. 2 road games, 2 come from behind wins. Hopefully Rider Nation just comes out ready to make some noise this weekend.
And how excited are the guys to come back home after 2 straight on the road, 2 wins, but to play at Mosaic Stadium with all of this hype going on around the team?
We're super excited. What's the last home game we had here? Preseason I think it was like more than 30 days or something like that. So we're excited. We're going to go honor Jim Hopson this weekend as well, so we're excited.
Is there anything different that you might have done in the offseason to get ready for the 2024 season?
Differently, no, but I think it's just different being here for training camp and everything like that. Last year I wasn't here for training camp, so this year I can kind of gel with the guys, go through that grind with the guys, and just build some chemistry with Trevor.
And how critical was that to have that training camp time with Trevor?
That's huge. I mean, last year when I got here, it was like July or something, and I think he got hurt like 2 games after or something like that. So I really got 0 reps with Trevor last year, and so this year was huge to kind of get some timing down and kind of know what he wants from his receivers.
A lot of people are really excited about Trevor Harris leading the league in passing. You obviously have great numbers. Keen Schaefer-Baker had an awesome game in week 2. Sean Bain Jr., that hat trick of touchdowns in week 1. But everybody's focused on Thor, A.J. Ouellette. What's it going to take to get this guy going in the run game?
I mean, A.J. just brings a lot to the game outside just rushing yards and things like that. But when he does get going, I think this offense is going to be really hard to stop. From a receiver standpoint, we got to do a better job blocking our guys, making sure our guys aren't in on the tackle so we can give that guy as many opportunities as he can.
Stearns leads the Riders, with 18 targets. Caught 13 of those for 193 yards. That's great production, almost at that 100 yards per game average. Wes, on the flip side, he talked about it at the end.
Couple things,
leads the league with 29 carries, but for just 64 yards, 2.2 yards per carry average. Corey Mace has an idea of how Ouellette can get going in the run game.
A couple things, we got to make sure that we're on our P's and Q's as far as, our blocking assignments. Opening up the holes, sustaining blocks, not missing anything. And, AJ's going to have to, unleash the hammer, so to speak, as well. But, for whatever reason, a couple teams are not maybe meeting the expectation for themselves in that department, and us included. That's something, obviously, that, will be a part of our makeup. But if we do have to air it out, we've shown that we're able to do that as well. But it's a great balance and complement when we know we can just, hand the ball off and let the big boys do what they do. But the receivers as well are completely tied into that. And we've seen it, to be honest with you. The receivers done a pretty good job blocking for each other. So it'll come, man. I'm not too stressed about it, to be honest with you, but definitely looking forward to it.
You just watch offensive plays and say, if you could just change what one person did on a certain play, the play would oftentimes execute. And that's what defense is really good at, is when you don't, they make you pay for it. That's why they're professionals. That's why they get paid. And so a lot of times the communication, maybe it's a leverage point here and there in the run game, or maybe it's a box count or whatever it may be. There's a lot of people that are involved in that. And, as a quarterback, you have the last swipe of the pencil sort of a thing, and to make a certain decision on some situations. And so it's on all of us, the receivers, making sure that we're blocking up perimeter blitzers, or O-linemen, making sure that we're, stretching out on, outside zone sorts of plays. And it's just one of those things with execution. You can't really tell from the outside what's going on unless you're really watching the film or understand what the scheme is in terms of, what happened to get something going. But it's a huge priority for us. Absolutely.
All right, Wes. The $160,000 question. That's his salary this year. How do you get A.J. Ouellette going in the run game?
Man, he's getting that much? I need to get back out there. No. I mean, it's tough. Like, from what I see, it's really a situation where this offensive line just really isn't gelling. They're not getting their combination blocks. A lot of times you're combo blocking the down linemen so that then you can get some push on those guys. Then you kind of take over. One guy takes over that block, and then you try to get the other guy off and get up to the linebackers. And they're clearly not doing that. A couple times I just saw where really, if it wasn't for Trevor just making good decisions, getting rid of the ball quickly, there might have been a couple more sacks out there. The times we did see him hold on to the ball, he took a couple sacks. So I just feel like the O-line is taking a little while to get going. I know A.J. maybe it takes a little bit to kind of understand your O-lineman and know where the seams are going to be or know where the mismatches are, where you can maybe cheat the play a little bit. You really want to stay true to it, press the hold, and you kind of get your cutback lanes. But I think it's a little bit of both. It's definitely the O-line. I think A.J. a little bit just maybe, you know, he's got a lot of expectations, so he's probably pressing a little bit. But one thing that the Riders can do is get him the ball in other ways. You know, you can run screens. You know, you can swing him out the backfield and kind of design swing passes to him just to get him out in space and get him working on those smaller DBs because he's a big back and we know he's great with his feet. So to get him on the secondary and those guys trying to tackle him is going to be a problem. So any way you can get him the ball, 20 touches, doesn't have to be 20 carries. It can be 10 and 10, right? I would love to have been 1,000 and 1,000 back. That was one of my goals coming up. So obviously you want the rushing yards, but I'm sure A.J. would be just as happy with those touches in the air.
You mentioned 1,000 and 1,000. It makes me think of Andrew Harris, who was a guy that most recently threatened to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually in Hamilton last week. Obviously, won Grey Cups with the Bombers, was there for a long time. In Rider Obsidian Green, wearing a number 45 A.J. Ouellette jersey. Could you believe that when you saw that?
Well, when you see one of the best running backs of all time in the CFL rocking A.J. Ouellette's jersey, clearly he's of a pedigree that if a guy like that is rooting for him, then we shouldn't be too worried or think that we maybe got a bad deal. We just need to be patient. Things will open up. If Trevor keeps slinging it like he is, best believe some things are going to open up for A.J. So let's just be patient. Maybe today's the day.
My man knows. And by the way, Andrew Harris has a new documentary out, Running Back Relentless. Go check it out. A great inside look at his last season and a retrospective look at his career in life as well. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network. Man, really good though, Wes.
Yeah.
Like nice and tight.
We're rolling.
Stuff's good. Yeah, I feel like you got even more energy now. We're on TV.
Well, I guess. Yeah, I
Bro,
feel like it with
let's go.
the camera on. I'm like, okay, I gotta make sure I'm
like it.
animating correctly, right?
I like it. Yeah, man. It's good. Yo. Yeah. Thanks for telling me to be quiet.
Faintly hear him. Maybe if I turn it up.
Faintly hear Colson.
Yeah. I don't know how.
Yeah, he just the interviews are playing. Yeah. Which was me. That's okay. My bad. Thanks for telling me, dude. Don't hesitate. Like, just tell me to shut up. Do it. Yes, we are. Back on the home of Rider Nation, 620 CKRM. The Saskatchewan Roughriders host the Hamilton Tiger Cats in their 2024 home opener after starting the season 2-0 on the road, back-to-back wins. It's time for Thoughts with JD, brought to you by Redverd's Agricultural Supply, your Kubota, versatile, and Degelman dealer in Redverd's. Visit redverdsag.ca. And my thoughts, there's a couple, Wes, but the first one revolves around the penalties, because they've been an issue through the first couple of weeks, and Corey Mace wants them to stop. There are no excuses coming from the head coach.
It's not even the ones that are on the line. It's the ones that are completely cross the line. You know, those are the ones I think that are the most disappointing. We can control that. It's a decision. These guys are making terrible decisions, and we got to just break the habit and the thought process. It's, you know, I don't know what it is. If you think it's a tough thing to do something illegal after the play, that's not what we're trying to do here. The tough thing is to be able to do it fair within the rules of the game, between the whistles. Now, you know, there's some penalties that's been crushing us on, you know, big returns for Mario. That's technique stuff that we just have to, you know, we got to clean that up and know and when and where. But even those are decision makings and things that we have to do within practice that we have really been focusing and locking in more. So it's really, to answer your question, it's the BS ones that irk you.
The Riders lead the league, West, with 18 penalties for 199 yards in the first two games, but they've won.
Right.
How do you approach that as a player in terms of the discipline? Because Corey Mace talked about this week that they've manufactured some in-house accountability. He didn't go into any further detail than that, but what really hits home to get a player to stop drawing flags?
Well, I know definitely if they're finding them or something like that for some in-house disciplinary action, that might work, because usually the special teams guys aren't making as much money as the guys that get to sit back and watch them run down the field. So they're counting their pennies a little closer. But it's just they can't get rid of that penalty bug, and it's getting annoying. It's been a couple of years now, and then you go into the season, seems like things have changed. Obviously, Corey has a better hold on the disciplinary factor revolving around the team, but for some reason they keep making bad mistakes, and he kind of touched on it. It's just a decision thing. When I played special teams, if I was losing a guy, you know what, should I hold? No, I let him go, know that my returner's great, and I go find other work. The only kickoff return for a touchdown I was ever on, I missed a block. got upfield, and I was the only guy left, and me, the kicker, and the returner ended up running behind me, and the only guy left was the kicker. Boom, I knocked the kicker out the way. We scored a touchdown. We're partying at the end, right? So you just got to understand there's nothing good is going to come out of struggling to get back in the right position or whatever. Just go find new work. And then those little tough guy penalties that Corey also alluded to, you got to get rid of that. You got to do everything within. You can get a guy back. You just got to do it within the confines of the rules. Don't try any of that cheap shot and, swinging on a guy after the play, obviously, when everybody's standing around in the red and you're the only guy still in action. Those types of things are going to get caught and get flagged. So, and just knowing the situation. So I think that it's things that you can clean up. Obviously, Corey said they're addressing it and trying to work in some things that make guys keep it front of mind.
My other thought is Marcus Sales made his debut last week with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Had a bit of a rough day, some coverage busts on the back end, but he and Coach Mace believe that can be cleaned up.
I don't want to make any excuses, but the coaches put me out there because they trusted me, they trusted my ability, and, same thing with me. I know who I am as a player, and I know what I can bring to this defense, and, just moving forward, I just want to be able to be, just be myself out there. They've been helping me, just like I've been saying, with the playbook and, with the communication, and, it was 1 week, but now we got another week to prepare for it, so, that's just going to tailor to my game, and I'm happy to be out there again, and, I'm just going to build up the trust with my teammates, build up the trust with these coaches, and I'm way more comfortable than last week. We just been preparing, just like it's every other week, and the coaches have just been getting in with me, just making sure that I'm more adjusted to the plays, more adjusted with the communication, and I think we're going to be successful this week. I mean, with another week under our belt, it's able to get a little bit more communication. We put a little bit more, some things in our defense just to make sure that we hit on some things that we missed on this last game, but at the same time, it's our second week with me at least, and it's just the communication is going to get better. The play call is going to get better, from our coaches top down, and we're just going to put it on all together. We don't want to give up any explosion plays in any game. 3 or 4 explosion plays is too much for us. So if we're able to limit, some of the things that Bo Levi was able to see, if we're able to get off, his first reads, second reads, make him move around in the pocket a little bit more, make him, a little bit uncomfortable back there, we feel like we'll be successful. We trust in our D-line to, get him off his spot, just make him feel uncomfortable, make him, get off his first read just so he can be able to, scan the field a little bit more, just gives him a little bit more time to, to see a route, see a concept, and, if the D-line's able to get to them and, just disrupt the timing, it makes it easier for us.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
To Auctioneers June equipment auction is open for bidding. It starts closing Tuesday, June 25th at 6 p.m. Tractors, combines, camper trailers, cars, sprayers, vintage tractors, shop tools, and much more. These all come from farm dispersals, estates, and reductions. Items are located at our location in Indian Head and in Calvington. Register and bid at highbid.com. Viewing is available daily for all of these items. That's the June equipment auction closing Tuesday at 6 p.m. to auctioneers.highbid.com.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at two of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. People here are great. The employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
This year, the all-new Sports Cage and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network bring you the Labor Day weekend like never before. We're going to double the excitement. Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Dinner with doubles. Brought to you by the Cooperators. An exclusive VIP dinner for Rider fans. With two-time Grey Cup champion and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee, Darian Durant. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event go to the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation in honor of Jim Hopson. Tickets at CasinoRegina.com. Dinner with doubles. Brought to you by the Cooperators. Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire, Engelheim Tours, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Welcome back inside Mosaic Stadium. It's the Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. It's time for the Jeff Fair home segment. We're going to talk to the Rider Great. It's brought to you by Zipperlock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 888-692-5515. Jeff, how are we going to stop these penalties by the Rough Riders? Okay, we're going to get Jeff on the line here. Just hold on a quick second. He'll join us real fast. Our guy on the board, Colson, will dial him up. We'll get him in here. I'm sure he's got some opinions on the penalties, the run game, the offensive line. I want to talk about quarterback protection, too, as well. Let me give you a chance here, though, Wes, while we're waiting for Jeff, because I know you wanted to touch on C.J. Avery. So let's get him in terms of the plays he's made for this team.
Yeah, CJ's been great. I'm going to give him a moniker, CJ Big Play Avery, because he seems to come up with a big play at the end of every game, right? During the game that's very crucial to the end of the game. I mean, he had the pick. He's just an opportunistic player right now. He seems to be in the right place at the right time, doing everything right, reading his keys and running to the ball. When you do things like that, good things happen. So the fact that he has 2 picks that are really bobbles by receivers, but hey, he's focused in. He sees ball, he's going to get ball, and the ball lands in his lap, right? So he's just been a key part in sometimes you have guys like that on your team. You can't really explain it. You can't put a finger on it, but he just seems to be in the middle of a play, whether it's falling on a fumble and it's everybody else can't get a hold of it, or just an errant throw that ends up in his hand. So I think I want to see what he does today and see if he has another turnover and gets the Riders some good field position that leads to a score like he has the first 2 weeks of the season.
He's catching the ball like Jeff Fairholm, who we have on the line now. Jeff, how can the Riders stop taking all these penalties?
Well, I'm sure they're harping on it. It's going to be kind of interesting. That's one of the things that I wanted to talk about today because they're shooting themselves in the foot. And it's like, I think I saw something on Twitter this past week where someone said they're playing a third team, and they're beating themselves right now. So we're playing against who looks like a weaker team, and they just can't keep shooting themselves in the foot. They've got to keep focusing on it. I know the head coach has been focusing on it. I know they talk about it during the week. There's things that are going to happen to players if they keep doing it. But they've got to stop, otherwise it's going to cost them a game.
And what about the receiver play to start the season? Let's go from a negative to a positive. You got multiple guys with 100-yard games already. Sean Bain Jr., Jarrett Stearns, Kean Schaefer-Baker. What's caught your eye in the receiving group? That's an area I know you know really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see that, there's always a different player that seems to be stepping up every game. First one is Bain Jr., and we've got Stearns, who's pretty consistent. And like you said, Schaefer-Baker had a great last part of the game especially. I do want to see MLS get in, and that's what's going to happen. That's the sign of a good team is when, you have one or two players that are making big plays in each game, but different players happening, taking the reins each and every game. So I think it's exciting. I'd like to see Pickett in the game a little bit more. MLS and Harris haven't quite been on the same page. MLS is a little frustrated in that last game against Hamilton. But I think what's great about it is you get one or two guys, different guys, stepping up so far in each game. So, hey, if it's holding true, then it's going to be MLS and Picton today, so we'll have to wait and see.
Hey, Jeff, Kate here. I just wanted to know what you think about the offensive line play. We see, obviously, I'm a running back. I love to see the run game get off, and it just hasn't been that way for the Riders. So what are you seeing from AJ and the O-line?
Well, I think they're getting frustrated, too. I think they're doing all of the right things. I think what I'm seeing is what defenses are doing. They're stacking they're loading in the proverbial box, if you will, and that's why I think our pass game has been so decent of late. I just think teams are really focused on it. We made a big signing with Willette, and teams know that he's going to get as many touches as we can, and we're not going to abandon the running game. That's been pretty clear. So I just think it's been the defenses that have been doing it. I think it's going to come. I think our offensive line, we've got one guy hurt now, but our offensive line has played together now. This is going to be their third game, and Seeger was there, although not a starter. So we've got really the same 4 or 5 guys that are starting, and that takes a little while for them to gel. I see that. I see them slowly coming out of it, and by Willette constantly getting the ball, it's just going to help our pass game. And sooner or later, teams are going to have to adjust. We can't let us pass the ball all over the field. So sooner or later, teams will adjust, and the run game will open up. I think we just need to stay patient, and I think we're doing all the right things. It just has to happen. On another note, I did want to bring up the fact that I still don't see Hickson on the roster, and I'm a little bit flabbergasted by that. I would have liked to have seen Hickson at least on the roster to make teams prepare for another running back. And right now, Willette's getting every carry, which is fine. I mean, that's the way the coaches want to go. But I would like to see a different change of pace that's back there. And I know, Wes, you probably don't like it. You probably want to take every snap. But I think it's good in today's running back situation for, 2 running backs to be playing the game.
Jeff, let's get you in quick on the quarterbacks because I know you wanted to talk about Trevor Harris leading the league in passing yardage and passing touchdowns. What have you seen from him?
Well, again, back to the offensive line. I think they've been doing a great job in protecting him. I love how Harris has just been picking teams apart. They're going to keep playing that zone or whatever they're going to do, and he's just going to keep picking them apart. I love how he is staying patient. He's very patient in the pocket, and he's just, everything that we expect doing this year. So I'm real happy with the way he's spreading the ball around, and like I said, if he can get on the same page and then get our running back going, it's just going to help Harris. He's playing terrific, and it's just, it's what we've been waiting to see for a year now.
Thanks for jumping on, Jeff. Good to hear you loud and clear this week.
Go Riders! Can't wait for
golfing.
it. I know Jim Hopson is watching this first game at home from up above, and let's get this win for him. He was a terrific person.
Yes, sir.
Well said, Jeff. Thank you very much. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
For the ultimate in ease during the busy spraying season, your friends at Spray Test Controls have the solution. Comatra Blue LED lights are easily mounted on the wing booms, close to the pivot, shining out to the end of the boom. The bright blue LED lights illuminate the nozzle pattern, and they only draw 1.5 amps each, so you can connect them to the light circuit or use a separate power supply. Learn more about Comatra Blue LED lights. See spraytest.com or call 1-855-859-1200.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
It's never good when you forget an anniversary. How about one where you save money? Ashdowns Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw is celebrating their anniversary with their big anniversary sale on now. With prices rising every way you turn, they want to show their appreciation to their customers with both in-store special pricing as well as a free $100 grocery gift card with purchase. See in store for details. Some exclusions apply. Ashdowns Furniture and Moose Jaw's anniversary sale on now.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Two-Way Service in Southie has a great selection of trucks on the lot right now. Choose from Ford F-150s, Super Duties, and the new Mavericks. And get discounts up to $17,500 or financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months. Purchase a new vehicle and receive a trip for two to Vegas. See store for details. Two-Way Service, your local Ford dealer in Southie. Drive a little, save a lot at Two-Way Service in Southie. The small-town family-run store just 30 money-saving minutes from Regina. TwoWayService.com.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them.
Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
We want your business on board for the 620 CKRM and Harvard Media Yum and Then Some auction. We're sure you've heard people saying, let them cook, and we wanted to get you in on the action. All you gotta do is provide items like gift cards, experiences, services, or whatever cool product you have. In exchange, we'll give you a world-class marketing campaign. No entry fee or cash outlay, just a good old trade deal. Just hit up 620ckrm.com or harvardmedia.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
I am absolutely thrilled to have our next guest with us here. Somehow, the jet setter, we caught you. We locked you down for a little bit. Devon Haru joins us for our homegrown segment brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. This guy, I don't know how he tweets as much as he does. I think he tweets faster than some players can run 40 yards in the CFL. It's Devon Haru, at Devon Haru on Twitter or X. The great CBC sports reporter, fair to call you that? I think you could do everything, right? You do news too.
If I need to play today, I'm ready to go in.
I love it, my man. You're from Saskatoon. You were telling us about some of the stories from the old days. So I want to know, though, first, how did you become a Rough Riders fan?
Listen, it's a great day for football, and I'm thrilled to be here. So thanks for having me on, first of all. 27 years ago, 1997, October 1997, my first Rough Rider game with my dad. He's here today. We drove from Saskatoon to Regina. Reggie Slack was quarterback that day. Curtis Mayfield, the great running back for the Rough Riders in the backfield. And Don Narcisse, he caught a pass over the middle late in that game. The Rough Riders needed to win that day to get into the playoffs. They won. Narco over the middle. Sat on Hemorrhoid Hill. That's what it was called in the end zone. I thought they were the best seats in the world.
That's real?
That's real. That's real. And I thought they were the best seats in the world. More than 30,000 people there that day. We won. I was hooked, and I don't think I've missed a game since. And here we are, the Riders and Ticats. It was the Riders and Ticats back on that first game I ever saw live. Here they are today. This is special. I feel like a kid every time I come to the football stadium and ready to go. What a start to the season. A pivotal game early, right?
Yeah.
To move 3-0. Bombers 0-3. Who could have predicted that? So this is a big game, and I know Rider Nation is going to be ready to go.
Dude, we're thrilled to have you. You said your first game was Ticats at Riders.
Right.
Well, our first game streaming live on sportscage.com, Ticats at Riders, and we're so thankful to have you here because you never know on any given day where you're going to be. So when this had a chance to potentially play out, I was like, yo, we got to get Devon here. He's a Rider fan, and I know you make it to as many home games as you can.
Well, and, today is Olympic and Paralympic Day, and we're counting down to the Summer Olympics. I'll be heading over to Paris. I'll be there for 2 months covering the Canadian athletes. Of course, Wes, I'm sitting right beside you. Wonderful to see you. Because, I think Rider pride really hit a fever pitch when you were part of the team and around here. And of course, Jim Hopson, may he rest in peace. He was such a big part of changing the way we thought about this team in this province. And for a fan like me, watching you and watching that team 2007, Green Magic, it was magic around here. It took Rider pride to a different level. So it's an honor to be sitting beside you, Wes.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Devon. Yeah, Jim took that team, 2.5 years of sold out seats and, just great income. But, yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, like I said, it's so special to be here. And one of the things that I'm so impressed with is that it feels like this is Saskatchewan's team again.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for the last number of years, it felt like there wasn't that connection that we all love in this province. And Corey Mace came in here, and that video of him walking into Mosaic Stadium and realizing how spectacular this place is and what it means to the people in the province, I think he immediately changed the way the fans felt about the team. And he has the players of this team understanding that this is more than just a football game. This is about an identity. This is about a community. It's about the way we see ourselves in this province. These guys are playing like that. I think about the 2007 team. I think about the 2013 team. They had to win games that we had no reason being in, and we found a way to win. Labor Day Classic, Kerry Joseph sneaked to the end zone to steal that game. Yeah. I mean, I could go on.
Love it. That was classic.
But it was classic. And these first 2 games of this season, 13-point improbable comebacks. On the quest for the Grey Cup, you have to win games like that.
Yeah.
And the Rough Riders are changing the DNA of this team right now.
What is it about Corey Mace that talks to you as a Saskatoon-born Rough Rider fan in terms of embracing the province? Because he's not from here, right? But it almost sounds like it is when he talks.
Yeah, and I mean, Wes is living here, and he's not from here. There's something about this place, right? And I think if you understand that you're playing for more than the S on your jersey, you're going to fit in just fine in this province.
There you go.
People want you to understand what the team means to the province. And if you have that level of humility, and he has said all the right things, and you know, when I came to that first game at Taylor Field in 1997, it wasn't about football specifically. It was about the collective. It was about coming together and experiencing something together and realizing that again, this was more than just football.
Right.
And that's the way Corey May speaks. He talks about family, stresses family all the time. I think that this Rider team is a family. And he just has a respect for the history of this team. You say those things, people are going to believe in a coach, in a team. They take their cues from Corey Mace, from the coach. And I'm not going to name names, but I think there have been people who have come here in the past and didn't understand that. And if you don't understand that, as we look at the great Luke Mullender over here, and let me give a shout out to Dave Thomas. I used to travel with Dave Thomas years ago, covering hockey. So thrilled for him to be calling the team now. But I just feel like all the pieces are coming together this season. They're all in place right now, and everybody's pulling in the same direction. And when the Riders are rolling, this province is rolling, and we feel different about ourselves when we have a winning football club. 2-0 to start, 3-1 last year, of course, when Trevor Harris went down. I think they just got to keep rolling. Trevor Harris, he looks so dialed in. The receivers look dialed in. Clean up those penalties, and we'll be right there.
Well, I'm sure we have a better seat for you than Hemorrhoid Hill at Taylor Field. Maybe not as nostalgic, but what do you love about this stadium, and what do you like about this team that you've seen so far this season?
You know, Wes, as I walked up to the stadium today and looked at the flat piece of prairie ground not far from here where we flattened old Taylor Field, and listen, there's so much history on that ground. But then you look at this place and you walk up to this place, this beautiful kingdom that rose out of the prairie dirt. This is special, and I think maybe in some respects we've taken for granted how fantastic this stadium is, because I've gone to all the other parks across the league, and this is first class.
For sure.
I would put this stadium, you would put this stadium
For
up
sure.
against any other place in North America. Yeah. What I've been looking forward to more than anything, and I think we're getting closer to it, is really breaking this place in. What I loved about Taylor Field is we were on benches and we were crammed in there, and it was kind of gritty.
Right.
And it felt like we were all in it together. This, I think we got to get a little gritty and a little mucky, and you know.
Okay.
I think we got to break it in a little bit more.
Yeah. We got to see. We don't want to give anybody any leeway to do anything too crazy.
No, not too crazy.
Not like your couch at home. You want it to be comfortable.
Right. You want it to be comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, it's still a new home.
Yeah.
You got to put the feet up on the couch a little bit here.
Yeah, I got you.
So I hope the crowd today, you know, when we bring them out, and everybody stands up. I remember the first time we did that, and I'm so glad it stuck around. But it is unlike any other game day experience in this league. I've always said that if you've never taken in a CFL game, you've got to come to the heartland of football, because it's unlike anything else. It means more to the people here than any other place. I live in Toronto now. The game gets a little bit lost, which is such a shame, because they got a great team there. I live 10 minutes from BMO Field. And on some game days, you wouldn't know there's a game happening. Here, it's a provincial celebration. That's the case once again here today. Spectacular place. The team's going to be ready to go. I expect a clean, clinical victory by the home side here today.
Before we let you go, I'm curious. You have such a busy schedule, but it's very clear you keep up with the team by all the names and stats that you're dropping. What continues to have you making time in your busy schedule? You're literally going all over the globe. I know you won't talk about it, but on any given day, nobody would know what country you're going to be in, but yet you make time to actually come back here to games to support the team.
Yeah, I think in a way, as I've grown apart from Saskatchewan, I've tried to almost care less about the Riders because of my busy schedule, but I can't. I can't. You know, I'm going to be in Paris for 2 months, and I've already mapped out at what time in the morning I'm going to have to wake up to catch the Rider game.
What time is it?
Oh, it's ugly. Kickoff is usually going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. Which, you know, will be okay because I'll usually have to be up preparing for whatever coverage I'm going to be doing that day. But you can take the boy out of Saskatchewan, but you can't take Saskatchewan out of the boy. And I will always be a Rough Rider fan. I'll always make time for it. Wherever in the world I am, because I would say that when you travel the globe, if you wear a piece of Rider gear, you're going to make friends wherever you are in the world. So I hope everybody, as they come to the park today to kick off another season here at home, they're just reminded of what this means to the province and how special it is to be a part of that. And I hope the players feel the same way, because I think if you buy into that, it equals success. And I think they understand that.
I got to get in one more quick here because everybody's going to be curious about the Olympics and the coverage. Who are some of the athletes that are maybe under the radar that Canadians out there should be keeping an eye on?
Well, I mean, not under the radar is our swimming sensation, 17-year-old Summer McIntosh, Andre DeGrasse, and the track and field team. They're going to do their thing. It's going to be a historic medal haul for Canada. But I think one thing that's going to hit this country across the face and everybody's going to rally around is our men's basketball team. They just released the roster. I would put our team up against any team in the world. And I'm going to make a bold prediction here.
Okay.
All right. I like it. That's what we're here for.
Canada, USA for men's basketball gold.
Woo!
Hey.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Jamal Murray, these guys against LeBron James for gold in Paris.
They're the top guards in the league. It's kind of undeniable. The Canadians are doing their thing, right? So, yeah, I can see that. Obviously, I'm an American, you know, so I'm rooting for USA, but I wouldn't mind Canada coming in close second.
All right. All right. That's the hottest take I'll give you here today. But like I said, I predict a Rough Rider win. I think they're going to be a lot more disciplined today. I love the accountability from Coach Mace. He had those guys in the gym paying for some mistakes. We've wanted accountability around here. We're getting it, and it's only going to mean good things here today.
Man, Devon, thank you so much for coming on, man. I love your energy. You're as passionate about the Rough Riders as you are with what you do for your professional career. I'm so thankful that you made the time to come out here. Your family supporting you as well. Taking time out from that family time to join us schmucks here on the panel. Thank you so much, and we'll be following all of your coverage across the world, and especially of the Olympics.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Go Riders. Can I say that here?
You're allowed to.
You're good.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, fighting to axe the carbon tax, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started them in the yard, worked up into sales. They gave excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
US Auctioneer's June Equipment Auction is open for bidding. It starts closing Tuesday, June 25th at 6 p.m. Tractors, combines, camper trailers, cars, sprayers, vintage tractors, shop tools, and much more. These all come from farm dispersals, estates, and reductions. Items are located at our location in Indian Head and in Kelvington. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. Viewing is available daily for all of these items. That's the June Equipment Auction closing Tuesday at 6 p.m. 2sauctioneers.highbid.com.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Rev Auto Group in Regina is focused on transforming the business of automotive retail and establishing a new standard for excellence in sales and service. They're proud to educate and supply their clients with various electric, hybrid, and gas vehicles, plus pre-owned EVs and Bike Tricks e-bikes. Their in-person and online shopping experience is top-notch, and they support a continuing shift to a greener, eco-friendly environment for future generations. Financing is available. Rev Auto Group, the future of auto.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
What a start to the year. Offense is looking great.
Indeed. We're back with Glenn Suter on set here live at Harvard Studios 620. The Riders are looking great, Glenn. You're right. This segment brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan. For Saskatchewan conditions, Google North Home Windows. Let's start with the Riders right there, as you said.
Yeah.
I think they're looking great.
Well, this is a great matchup because I know Hamilton's 0-2, but they deserve better. They're 2 games. They had leads going into the third. They lost those leads. They lost games they know they could have won. And I think Bo Levi Mitchell has played outstanding. I think he's back. I know everyone is kind of reluctant to say that until he starts winning again, but I'm just talking about him physically, his recognition, his processing speed. I talked to Milanovic, who's kind of a quarterback expert in a lot of ways, his head coach. He feels like he's the same. And then you take a look at Trevor, and Trevor's leading the league after 2 weeks. So we're going to tonight see the best 2 quarterbacks in the league. And Vernon Adams is in that discussion. But these are the number 1 and 2 quarterbacks in the stats. And one quarterback's led his team to a 2-0 start.
Indeed, and the Riders have got it done largely on the strength of Trevor Harris's right arm. He's leading the league in passing coming into week 2, leading the league in passing touchdowns. What stood out to you about him and this receiving group getting off to such a fast start? Because you know the old cliche, usually it's the defense that has the edge early in the season.
Yeah, it's a good question because I asked Rick Campbell, and when you talk to the coaches going into the week of, whatever game you're doing, and I talked to Rick, I talked to Coach Mace here, and they're all saying the same thing, that they believe that the offenses are ahead because of the continuity at the quarterback position, that guys are back with their same coordinators. In this case here, because Coach Mueller is new, but it's the same receiving core as you mentioned, basically, with Schaefer Baker and Bain and Emelis. So, and Emelis hasn't had his breakout game yet, so maybe it's his turn tonight. But yeah, there's 2 things I'm really enjoying about the start to this season. The offenses look great. The quarterback play has been outstanding. We're talking about efficiency rating right through the roof, and they're completing around 70% of their passes across the board. Touchdown interception ratios are excellent. And a lot of the leading receivers, 3 out of the top 10, are Canadian. And, this idea that the ratio can be a burden is just, if you're a coach that thinks that way, you're not going to win games in this league. And because the Canadian talent is killing it. They're doing great.
You touched on it there, and I was going to go elsewhere, but let's talk about it right here and now because I'm sick of hearing about that, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
When you give Canadians opportunities, sorry, Wes, you were great, and I didn't play in the CFL, but it's proven now. When you give Canadians, Glenn, opportunities to play the skill positions, have they not shown they can play?
Yeah.
Brady Oliveira, Kean Schaefer-Baker, these guys could easily play in the NFL. I don't care what anybody else says, but we still have this issue with the Canadian quarterbacks. Are the Elks right now, for example, better off with McLeod Bevels-Thompson, the quarterback? That's a whole debate in of itself. But the Canadians, I think, are at an all-time high. There's never been more Canadians in the NFL. There's never been more Canadians playing in the NCAA. There's never been more high-quality Canadians coming out of U Sports. There's never been more Canadians coming out of the Canadian Junior Football League and getting opportunities in the CFL. So I'm so happy that you said that.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. I mean, you look at the last few years, a Canadian has been the leading rusher in the league, whether it be Brady Oliveira or before that Andrew Harris. Now we have receivers that are in the top 10. We've had the best rush end. Last year we had the Canadian was the best rush end. And it's not us against them. I mean, you got to play together, and it's
well said.
And in fact it's a great example of what's possible when you look at a football locker room in Canada with the Americans and Wes. I don't want to get political, but you put Republicans and Democrats in the same room, you might be in trouble now. But we could put Americans and Canadians in the same room and all be there thinking in the same way for a similar goal. So, when you look at the skilled positions, the leaders are becoming Canadians, and because they're getting more opportunities. And the reason it took this long, I believe, is that American coaches had a built-in bias. If you played in Alabama, if you played in Ohio, if you played in the big schools down south, you were automatically better. And in some cases, and I'm going to put myself in this category, but in some cases like Elgard and Fairholm and other guys, it takes a year because they're indoctrinated into football when our guys are playing hockey at 8 or 9 or 10 years old, and then when they get to high school, they're starting here. But now that training and everything is just, blown it up. So yeah, I'm always waving the Canadian flag. I'm cheering for the Oilers. So and I don't like the Oilers. So I'm cheering for them because it's a Canadian team. But you know what? Again, I think the synergy of the U.S. Canadian. Good thing we didn't get rid of it, because there was times in the last 10 years that there was a push from even the league office.
Yes, sir.
To lessen it or limit it or even get rid of it, and thank goodness we didn't do that.
A lot of people around Rider Nation are happy to see the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 0-3. You called that game. BC beats them at their home stadium. That's their second loss at home already this season. Are they in trouble?
Yeah, well, they've got a ways to go. I mean, their issues are twofold. The two places on the field, the two position groups on the field that you have to be playing together are offensive line and DBs. Those guys, I always kind of make the analogy that if you took a chain link and there was 5 chain links in the defensive backfield, if you break one and 3 go this way and 2 go this way, that gap is what's going to be exploited. Same with the offensive line. There's a link, 5 chains together. They got to move together. And the changes for Winnipeg there have been an issue. Zach's not getting as much time as he used to. The run game isn't quite as powerful as it used to be. Brady Oliveira. The other side of it is those guys didn't play in the preseason. Brady Oliveira, Zach Collaros, some of the receivers, they didn't play in the preseason, and so the first 2 games were kind of trying to get their feet wet, and we're seeing it now. Now, after 3 weeks, they've got injuries. Lawler's out. Looks like Schoen's going to be out. Oliveira's not 100%. Might be a chance to kind of start to get a little bit of a cushion in the West, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm not allowed to cheer. I'm just saying. I'm not allowed to cheer. Everyone's giving me a dirty look now when I say that. What do you mean you're not allowed to cheer? Come on, you're in a room full of green jerseys.
Well done staying unbiased. There have been some power rankings out there that had the Bombers 9th, even going into that game. I imagine that's where a lot of the pundits across the league would have them coming out of week 3. Mm-hmm. Can they bounce back from this, or has the roster gotten to a point where at some positions maybe it is a little bit old now?
Well, I think there's some truth to that, no question. I mean, Stanley Bryant's not a young man at left tackle, and they lost their right tackle. He's here. So, I think there is something to be said about their age collectively. However, if you took the 2 teams that are struggling at 0-3, Edmonton and Winnipeg, I think Winnipeg can turn it around more likely than Edmonton can. Edmonton's been close, don't get me wrong, and McLeod Bethel-Thompson is not the reason, but leaving Trey Ford on the bench, to me, I don't know how he's not doing something. He's not contributing in some way. He's just too dynamic of an athlete to have him sitting on the bench all game. Having said that, I could see Winnipeg figuring it out even before Edmonton can. Just because of their coaching staff, their culture, and they made 2 coaching changes that no one's talking about. Mike Miller takes over as the special teams guy, and Jordan Younger is their DC now. Richie Hall was that guy for a long time, and fans here know Richie Hall well. So that's the transition too.
You mentioned Edmonton there, so real quick, I'll get you a hit on this. Chris Jones 0-3.
Yeah.
A bye week is coming soon. Could there be a coaching change there? A lot of Rider Nations obviously following what Chris Jones does, maybe hoping for some negative things to happen to him after the way he left Riderville.
Yeah, I hate this discussion is a difficult one because it makes it sound like we're trying to fire somebody, and we're not going to fire any coach from here. Our role in this whole thing is not to fire a head coach. Having said that, if you take the collective last 2 years and then the start to this season, and you're looking at 0-4 after being 4-win team for 2 years in a row with the same staff, I don't know how they can't start talking about a change. Put yourself in the GM spot. you have to be considering it, I would think.
I mean, Chris Jones is the GM, but you would think Rick
Yeah, well,
LaLacheur
the president and-
might be
and the
considering
board, yeah,
it, right?
yeah,
So
exactly.
You look at the schedule. They play at BC next week on the Thursday, so another road game, and then it's the bye week. You would think it would be a natural change, and also add this context to it, that there's the sale in the background.
Yep.
And if it's somebody taking over the team, I'm not like you trying to get somebody fired, but maybe that somebody is saying, hey, can you deal with Chris Jones? Get him out of the way so we can start completely fresh with this organization and hopefully start to get Commonwealth, even a little bit full again.
I don't know if they go 0-4 against the Lions at home, the Lions playing at home, and the way Vernon's playing right now, they're going to be favored. Let's put it that way, in a big way. I just think that discussion's going to have to start. I mean, can they go to Labor Day at 0-8 again or 0-7? And the ownership is a very good point. That is their way to say, look, we're going to start fresh, and talk to the fan base and say we're cleaning house, we're starting fresh. Again, we're not firing anybody, but Chris Jones knows how this works.
Yeah, not his first rodeo, as they say.
Yeah.
Glenn, thanks so much for joining us live on video.
You got it, guys.
We're going to be doing it all season long. When you're in here, I think you have 7 of the Rider home games on
Yes,
your
sir.
schedule.
Yes, sir.
So we'll keep it rolling.
I request them, even though I have to stay neutral.
Love it. Thanks for joining us, Glenn.
Thanks, guys.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started them in the yard, worked up into sales. They gave excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Visit your local Integra Tire dealer for all of your car's mechanical service needs. One of the most important safety aspects for your vehicle are tires. Get new tires for your vehicle to keep you and your family safe on the road. Their team is also there for all of your mechanical services and will keep your vehicle running in top condition. They can even tow you and get you fixed up if your vehicle is stopped somewhere. Your locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersections of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
When you're on the road, you need to remember Arcola Building Supplies is now Arcola Co-op Home Center. It's all the same great building supplies, but now from another great name, Arcola Co-op Home Center, a name you can trust. Arcola Co-op Home Center is excited and ready to help you with all your building projects, big or small. When your local co-op was built, it was built for you. They're not only working for your community, they're owned by your community, and they've been around since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center, you're at home here.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea is proud to salute the agriculture producers. If you're looking for that perfect vehicle to fit your ag lifestyle, check out their new and used lineup at either location. With lots on the lot to choose from, they've got tons of new and used trucks now in stock. And if they don't have it, they'll get it for you. That's small town service with a long-standing reputation of one of the province's premier GM dealers. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 65 years. NelsonGM.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect, and oftentimes it ends in disaster.
and sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions. Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. UncommonDevelopments.ca.
Seed better with a Morris 10 Series air cart from RJ Sales in Wadena. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. Take performance and functionality to the next level with next generation sectional control and a heavy-duty machine that's designed to run for years and look great at trade-in. Step up to the premium performance of a Morris. Visit RJ Sales and Service in Wadena and check out the Morris 10 Series air cart for yourself.
Did you know Regina is home to one of North America's largest youth flag football leagues? That's why on the weekends when you drive by the U of R or rugby club, you see hundreds of cars and the fields packed with players and fans. 3,330 players, 625 coaches, 100 refs, and innumerable cheers from a loving community. Thank you everybody for the love of both the game and the future of Saskatchewan. CKRM and SGI Canada are proud to support the Regina Youth Flag Football League.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperator's Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Well, for the first ever Rough Rider pregame live show, we had to get the big guy in the building. Randy Ambrosie joins us for the Extra Point, brought to you by Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. Now, a source told me that you flew back over the pond from England just to come to the Riders' home opener. Is that true or false? Am I right or wrong?
No, we got home last night at about 8:30, and I got my bag turned around and got on a plane first thing this morning. Didn't want to miss the home opener.
Are you feeling jet lagged?
You know what? I'm going to be. I think at halftime I may have a little nap, and then I'll recharge. But no, it's an exciting day. To be part of part of the season opener. I have to admit I'm a little tired, but super happy to be here.
Oh man, yeah, the time change. I think you were over there for, was it your daughter's wedding?
My daughter Samantha and her fiance are now husband and wife, and it was one of the greatest days of my life to watch them get married.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you made it back for the Riders' home opener.
Absolutely.
Rider Nation's going to love you
I just
more.
went and said to the...
Is your daughter mad at you for that?
I said to the pilot, we've got big things on the other side of the pond, as you called it. And it was a great event, but it is equally great to be here.
You mentioned big things, and I wanted to start off with you by the backstory of how the CFL is now going to be on CTV regularly in the fall. The fans have been wanting it for years. You've made this happen. How did this come to fruition?
Well, really full marks to Stu Johnson. Stu and I have been talking about this for some time. Look, I think they are as committed to the future of the league. They're really committed to the future of our partnership. And Stu and I just kept talking about it, and then he called and said, listen, I think we're going to make some magic. And we talked about making this announcement. It's going to be really great. One game every weekend, playoffs, and of course, Grey Cup. Very exciting for us, and certainly something we've wanted for a long time, and it's to come now through to fruition.
What do you think changed there? Like, what happened for this to happen? Was it programming? Was it the CFL ratings improving?
Well, certainly, I think we just have momentum everywhere you look. This has been an exciting time. These last couple of seasons, last year's TV ratings were up dramatically. Attendance is up. Look, I think in no small part what's happening in the major markets, what's happening in BC with the Mardome, and look, the opening game of the season for them, 50-some thousand people. They had a sellout in Montreal this past weekend. Now we've seen good things happening in Toronto. I just think the flywheel is turning, and people are noticing.
Indeed.
Yeah, I was thinking about actually the command center in this situation. Are they really looking to kind of take over the challenging situation, maybe take the coaches out of it? Because I was thinking about last week, Corey Mace was ready to throw a challenge. There was a catch. It was called a no catch. Ended up kind of going to the command center, decided to review it as Mace was kind of picking his flag up and talking to the ref saying, okay, you guys are looking at it. So how are you guys kind of controlling that? Are they looking to really just review every questionable play?
No, not really, but I think the command center is going to continue to play a vital role in the way our games are, the way our games are officiated. And, you know, the thing, and both of you will know this, look, I think one of the things that's absolutely critical is that we remember that what they want to do is they want to correct the clear and obvious errors. You don't want a game to be decided when you've just clearly made a mistake, but we're actually asking them not to try to use super slow-mo and, you know, look at frame by frame and figure out whether, you know, whether the call was right or wrong, because the officials on the field don't get to do that. So I've been really, in fact, I was talking about this with Greg Dick by text last night, just talking about the need for us to stay focused on correcting those clear and obvious mistakes. Nobody wants a game to be decided on a call, an obviously poor call, but we don't want to get involved in the minutia, because I think that then takes away from the game of football.
Gotcha.
The CJ Rivas play last week in the Ticats Riders game, the fumble, ball drops on the ground, he doesn't have his helmet on, and he kind of reaches it and recovers it. Now, by the letter of the law, that's the rule. And I wondered aloud on the postgame show, are those the kind of things that might be discussed in the off season?
We will absolutely end up talking about. I have no doubt that we'll end up. There was a play last night in the game, in the Toronto game, where a player's helmet came off. Look, that's clearly an area where a player can get very badly hurt, and without a doubt, we want to make sure that's not. We remove that risk from the game. But I do think we need to look at what happened in that particular incident and ask this is where the coaches and our rules committee have been really good at just taking a good, hard look at those types of issues. But I'm confident that one comes up this offseason. It's
difficult, though, because, as you said, it's about player safety and protecting the players. But in that situation, we had Rider fans calling into the post-game show saying, well, what else is he supposed to do? Well, he's supposed to recover the football, but it's almost like it's a black and white rule there with a tiny bit of gray because the guy was on the ground.
Yeah. And look, I think the one thing that all of our fans will agree on, and the thing I love about our fans, is they are absolutely committed, as we are, to the players being safe and healthy. They don't want anybody compromised, but having said that, they also don't want kind of goofy or silly things to affect the football game. So, that's why you got to put it back to the football guys. You got to have them think it through. But that one stood out, and it's on a list now that's going to get talked about.
CJ Avery didn't have a helmet on. He might be able to allow you to borrow his for some of these kickers who are upset about Chipgate, right? They voiced their displeasure. I thought the league did a great job of quickly reversing that decision. And how did that all kind of come to fruition quickly? The kickers spoke out. You listened to them, though, and I think rightfully so. But has there been any further testing with those footballs in terms of the kickers? Yeah, well,
I'll start with the second part first, and that's to say there's going to be more testing. I think a couple of things that we just to clarify, I think there was a reference to how our ball was the same as a ball that was used in one of the other leagues. That's not true. The chip that we're using is dramatically smaller than the one that was in use in that one.
Do you know the weight of it?
You know what? It's a significant number of grams or ounces heavier than the one that was in our ball. But I'll say this, I think it's about change, and you have to do change the right way. In this particular case, look, I think the intentions were good. Look, what we know for sure is the technology that we have introduced is going to make our game better. It's going to make the game more appealing to a new generation of fans. We should want all of that we can get, but we don't want to take away from player performance. And really the two that I would shout out to Wade Miller in Winnipeg and Craig Reynolds here, because in the end the decision that was ultimately made were made on three letters. A letter from Brian Ramsey from the PA, a letter from Wade, and a letter from Craig Reynolds. Ultimately, all of them saying the same thing. Let's not have a ball affect the outcome of a game. And that's why we ended up making the decision so quickly, because those 3 letters, the letter from Brian, from Wade, and from Craig, they were very compelling. And then Greg Dick, to his credit, said, Randy, I think we need to make this change and reset this, and we'll do a lot of testing, and then we'll come back to it.
Were you okay with the kickers voicing their displeasure publicly, or would you rather that happens through the union and maybe back channels?
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I'd like us to be able to have those conversations internally. Frankly, that's not what moved the needle for us. It was the letters from Wade, from Craig, and from Brian that caused us to want to make the change. I think, look, again, I don't think anyone wants to be in a situation where we're embarrassing each other. That doesn't help the relationship. It doesn't make us better partners. I would say I gave Brian full mark for the way Brian Ramsey handled it. He wrote a letter, he made a strong argument, and we paid attention to it. So yeah, I'd like to stay away from the let's try to embarrass each other stuff and focus on let's get stuff done together.
Speaking of together, Rider Nation's coming together for the Riders' home opener. You made the trip all the way across the pond to go.
Like
it's
it
got
is,
billboards all over.
Like literally, I mean, you just can't find an article that hasn't really celebrated. I was talking with Craig Reynolds about this earlier, and he was just talking about just how authentic he is. And I think it's that authenticity, which you guys both know players like. Players want to know who they're dealing with, and they want to deal with the real deal. And the thing that we kept hearing, and I've heard now about him, is that what you see is what you get. You're not having to worry about him being a different guy on a Tuesday than he is on a Wednesday. He's the same guy all the time. He's a very compelling person. He's completely authentic. And clearly he's had a really big effect here. And you got to just feel good for him. You got to feel good for the Riders, 2-0 on the road. And then you get to come home. That's a pretty good way to start the football season.
I'm curious because a lot of fans out there, you kind of mentioned this with the chipped footballs, are looking at this new fancy way of watching the game. Is it going to be viewable on CFL Plus, or is it only going to stay on TSN? And can you explain the whole idea to people who've maybe not seen it yet?
Yeah, so the idea behind all of this technology is that ultimately you'll be able to add a whole bunch of dimensions and depth to the way a game is watched. So it might not appeal to a long-term CFL fan. I probably myself as an example, but for a younger fan or a newer fan that doesn't know the game as well, we're going to be able to show route trees. And again, if you've been watching, like I'm looking out at the room here, and I know there are a lot of these fans that don't need me to explain route trees. But for somebody that's new to the game and you're trying to welcome them in,
for sure,
the being able to show how the players, how their routes, being able to define them, showing them the speed the players are running at, showing them the velocity of the ball in the air. Those are things that, again, a traditional football fan might not like, but remember, we're trying to attract a whole new generation of fans. And the thing I'm always reminded of by our internal group is that this new generation, they can go around the world and see the best of everything. We can't be behind the world. We have to be with the world, if not maybe slightly ahead. That's what all of this is designed to do. So in respect of how we're going to do it, TSN wants to use their TSN Direct as a platform to get good at it. Mm-hmm. So they're going to put a lot of their emphasis this season will be on doing a lot of augmentation on the TSN Direct platform, get good at it, and then we'll start to see them push it out. And I think as the season go along, we'll start to see it on TSN and RDS and CTV more commonly. But right now we want to walk before we run. We've learned a couple of lessons here along the way. We're going to walk before we run. We're excited about it because we do think it's about the future. But you got to do it. You got to do it kind of one step at a time.
A couple quick ones for you before we let you go. Are all the archival stats going to be back? It seems like some fans have said, 2016 is that close to happening? Because it seems like live stats are working well.
Live stats are working beautifully, and again, I know look, I think we should say take your lumps when you deserve it. It was the rollout of the new stats platform didn't go the way we wanted it to go. I think there's now just efforts being made to just kind of dig into the art, the stuff that relates to the archives and how do we ultimately bring that on stream. But for this season, the number one priority is to make sure that platform works game in and game out, day in and day out. And so far, we've been getting a pretty good score.
For you, I want to give you the floor. What's exciting? What's new? What's next? What's maybe some breaking news or something that's going to happen in the near future with the CFL, or something that you're just excited about?
I mean, honestly, I like both of you and everyone that's listening to us. We do the same thing. You work hard all off season and you wait all off season, and then you get to this. And I think about the games this weekend. And I think about what we just look. I watched I got home. I got off the plane last night, and I got to see the second half of the Toronto game, the Edmonton Toronto game, and I'm like, oh my goodness, how exciting was that? I mean, that ball was in the air. Carey was running all over the field. It was exactly what we know our league is: fun, fast, and entertaining. I'm excited now. We've set a course. We're not tinkering with strategy. We've got a good plan. We've got a great group of governors, great group of owners that are holding us accountable to executing on this plan. Last year, two of our weakest TV ratings weeks of the season were weeks 1 and 2. This year, TV ratings are way up weeks 1 and 2, and now we're into week 3. You have a great game, like just as an example, last night. Hockey playoffs will be over on Monday, hopefully with a Canadian team, winning the Stanley Cup. And then we get to focus on the balance of 2024. But we got Grey Cup in Vancouver. What am I excited about? What Dwayne Vino and Amar Doman are going to show us. I think if there's anybody listening and you can move heaven and earth, come to Vancouver, because I think it's going to be one of the most interesting, unique, most energized Grey Cups in league history. And it's going to set the table. Amar is going to do what they did in Hamilton last year, but he's going to raise the bar. And then Wade Miller and the Bombers are going to take that baton and they're going to raise it again. This is what's happening. It's a group of people that are committed to this fundamental strategy, but everyone is committed to taking steps forward all the time. That's an exciting business to be part of. And guys, when the players play the way our players are playing and they're delivering this world-class football, I think it's the greatest game of football in the world. And fun, fast, and entertaining is the mantra that we've been sharing. And I know I'm just so proud to be part of what you're doing, what we're doing, what the fans are here to celebrate. And I think 2024 is going to be a remarkable year. And let's see how it plays out and who gets to go to Vancouver to play for that great Grey Cup trophy.
The Rider fans are hoping it's them. Randy, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate the time. Have fun at the home opener.
Thank you.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi everybody, Haley Wickenizer here, and very proud to be from Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Also very proud to be a champion of the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, a group that's raising awareness around home supports for aging gracefully and well at home, keeping people out of the medical system, which reduces the burden on our medical system, at home with their family and loved ones, and in a place where they feel comfortable and secure.
Find out more about home supports and all SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Massey Ferguson GC 1723E and 1725M compact tractors are available at Nick's Service. These are the perfect tractors for your acreage, doing chores around the farm, or just plain old yard work. Ranging from 23 to 25 horsepower, these tractors can be outfitted with a rototiller, mid-mount mower, front-end loader, and more. With unbeatable power, smart fuel economy, and the ability to multitask almost any job, these compact tractors provide outstanding value for years to come. Learn more at nickservice.com or see the Massey Ferguson compact tractors at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
To Auctioneers June equipment auction is open for bidding. It starts closing Tuesday, June 25th at 6 p.m. Tractors, combines, camper trailers, cars, sprayers, vintage tractors, shop tools, and much more. These all come from farm dispersals, estates, and reductions. Items are located at our location in Indian Head and in Kelvington. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. Viewing is available daily for all of these items. That's the June equipment auction closing Tuesday at 6 p.m. 2sauctioneers.highbid.com.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Indeed it is. This is our Saskatchewan Community Focus segment brought to you by Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, working towards quality of life for all older adults. Learn about home supports and SSM programs at skseniormechanism.ca. Obsidian is the new color of the Riders. Can we call it that, Mark?
Well, it's another color of the Riders. Yeah, it's kind of a third color.
You are the mastermind. This is Mark Habicht, by the way, behind the Obsidian jersey, the logo, everything to do with it. Am I correct?
Well, maybe too much credit. It's a whole team, and we're all working hard on it. But yeah, luckily I was able to work closely with everybody on it, and it really came together great.
How did this come to fruition? How much time did it take, and how did you finally actually get it to a stage of finalization?
Yeah, I think our first meeting was actually like late 2018, and we were kind of just saying, what do we want to do? How do we make the brand fresh? And, you explore stuff. And so we started doing that, and we really started to have this logo come together pretty quick and love the color. And then it's like, okay, we got to turn this into a uniform and see where it goes. So it actually started that long ago. Of course, we had a pandemic and a Grey Cup and a half in there, I call it. So it got delayed for a bunch of reasons. We also had a lot of trouble getting the color just right. But when we got it done, it really came together, and we're really pleased with it.
Who had the idea of Obsidian Green? Because I had no idea that it was the darkest shade of the color before it goes black.
Yeah, so the cool thing is that Obsidian Green is actually Rider Green kind of cranked up to 11, and then Emerald is actually like kind of a light version of Rider Green. So it's actually all in the same family. And so we just said, hey, how can we get this making it look as black as possible without it turning black? And that's where we landed on that color.
Yeah, Mark, we've had a long-lasting relationship. I've been bugging this guy for swag since when I was playing after I was done, all that stuff. But, yeah, I know about this Obsidian rock. It's actually a rock you can find that looks gold when you turn it. It's black, but it looks gold when you kind of move it in the light. But
right.
What was the hardest thing about really, getting the jerseys approved?
Yeah, the big thing is that without getting too technical, is everything dies a little different. So we got the helmet, and the helmet looked great, and it's easy because you paint it, right? So it's really a paint color. But on the fabric, you're trying to dye the fabric to match the helmet, and we were getting black fabric back. We were getting kind of a weird green-gray fabric back. I got a whole drawer of mistakes that just didn't work out. But like you can see this guy right in front of us here, wearing the color. It's when you see it in person, you're like, yeah, that's the right color. It's just on that edge, and that's where we wanted to be.
Nice.
It's unbelievable, man. How did you come up with the concept for the new S logo?
Yeah, so we worked with a great designer actually out of the U.S., but he came up to Saskatchewan and he really knew this market. It was great, actually. Him and his team did a bunch of research, and so he worked on kind of elements of it with us. We actually had a couple of different logos that we worked on, and but he knew right away it's got to be an S, right? We talked about it as a group. It's got to be an S. We never have R on the helmet. It's S for Saskatchewan. You got to have wheat. That's something that's common through all of our logos over the years, and it's got to be green. So it's like, how do we make it fresh, but make sure we keep those core elements? And that's really where all these other green variations started to come from.
What I like about it, and I don't know if a lot of people have looked at this, but all the different variations of the logos and the color backdrops, could we potentially see some other jerseys offshooting from this?
Yeah, I mean, nothing in the short term. It takes a long time, and as you know, jerseys cost a lot of money, take a lot of time for Gordy to get made, and make sure the players look and fit right. But yeah, for sure, I think we've tried to create a real wide palette here so we can do all kinds of things with it. So if fans continue to react to it the way they have, I think for sure it could live on in other variations.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see plenty of Obsidian green in the crowd already. Do we have any new rollout swag coming soon?
Yeah, so unfortunately I've got 2 shipments that were supposed to be here this week that are going to be here next week. So we've got a whole bunch of new products still coming. We've got a whole new group of headwear coming, and lots of jerseys coming back in stock, but it's been selling really, really well, really fast.
Just keep a couple large and extra large set aside for me, man. I got to make sure I see what fits right, all right?
Are you going to pay for these ones?
Yeah,
okay.
This time, I got you, man.
Okay.
I got you.
Good.
Mark, man, that was awesome. I wish we had some more time, but we're up against it for the network hour. Thank you so much for coming on with us. And, you know, real quickly, it does seem like this stuff is sold out. You can't even keep it in stock.
Yeah, a lot of the pieces, unfortunately, are getting a little bit picked over, but we're reloading as quick as we can. We're going to have more for Rider Nation soon.
Thanks a lot. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great, the employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
This year, the all-new Sports Cage and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network bring you the Labor Day weekend like never before. We're going to double the excitement. Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Dinner with doubles. Brought to you by the Cooperators. An exclusive VIP dinner for Rider fans with 2-time Grey Cup champion and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee Darian Durant. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event go to the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation in honor of Jim Hopson. Tickets at casinoregina.com. Dinner with doubles. Brought to you by the Cooperators. Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire, Engelheim Tours, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network.
Harvard Media has been the flagship radio partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders for over 4 decades. The rich tradition with the green and white continues. This is the Rider Nation Pregame Show, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, AgCo, Sask Lotteries, Johnston's Grain, SaskTel, Bayer Crop Science, Capital Auto Group, your Sask Party Caucus, Connexus Credit Union. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luke Mullender on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's time for the Rider Nation pregame show. We're just switching over here. Wes Cates on his way out. Thanks, Wes. We'll give you the hat. Don't worry. Luke Mullender, Dave Thomas coming in here on the Rider Nation pregame show. Get comfy, boys. It's time to set the stage with North Home Windows. Brought to you by...
Can we give it up for Wes's pregame fit here?
I mean, he looks like he's about to go to the prom. You're looking good, brother.
Yeah, he's looking slick, man.
Woo.
All right, let me finish this read real quick, then we'll get to it. We're trying to class it up a little bit. Setting the stage, brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Boys, you here, you're comfortable, we got you in. I don't know if you can keep up, though. We had Devon Haru, we had Glenn Suter, we had the commish, we had Mark Habicht in here talking about Obsidian Green. Can you guys keep that level up?
I hope so.
It's on you, Luke, dude.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, we're the strong silent type. We're trying to, save our vocal cords.
There you go.
Man, no, I know you, Luke. You get excited. I love your energy, dude. All right, let's set the stage, my man.
You know what? For the first time ever in Saskatchewan Roughrider history, and ever is a long time, right? The Riders come into this one 2-0 with 2 road wins to start a season. So obviously there's a lot of momentum on their side, but there's a group of ticked off Tiger Cats that have made their way into Mosaic Stadium this afternoon. So it's going to be a battle, Luke.
If you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders, you're obviously 2-0, so you're happy about that. But more importantly, if I'm a coach or if I'm a player in that locker room, I'm feeling pretty good about myself, and here's why. I spent all week looking at film and saying, well, they didn't do this. We did this, right? We've been our own worst enemy. It's us who have been busting assignments. It's us who have been missing blocks. It's us who have had technique issues. And anytime you can say that and say, well, all we have to do is shore that up, you come into games like this, especially rematches where the playbooks aren't going to change a whole lot, you come in feeling really confident. So I think that we're going to have an energized team. I think they're really stoked about being back in front of Rider Nation for the first time in 2024, and I'm pumped for the game.
Now, the numbers that jump off the page at me is that in the first 3 quarters of the football games thus far this season, the Riders have been average, right? But in the fourth quarter, when it matters most, this team is outscored their opponent 37-3, which is a great sign.
Yeah.
Is it sustainable, though?
Well, the answer is yes. I think that it is sustainable just because sometimes it's not how you start, it's how you finish, right? And as long as you're a team that understands how to finish games strong, you're going to be okay. Now, you have to be okay when it comes to finishing, being behind and being in front. The biggest part of the success and the thing that they need to continue doing right now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they need to keep winning the last 3 minutes of a game. We talk about it all the time. It's a Mark Trestmanism. He's one of the most respected coaches in the CFL and in general, but he always broke it down really well talking about the CFL game. It's a 57-minute game plus a 3-minute mini game where strategy and technique and physicality all sort of get rolled into one big important scenario. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders have been doing a really good job at that. They've won both last 3 minutes of each game that they're 2-0 in.
I'm pretty sure it's the first time in Rider history that they've had back-to-back double-digit fourth quarter comebacks.
Right.
Not just back-to-back wins on the road. Like, that's unbelievable, Luke. But what do they need to do to avoid having to do that every game?
Well, I think that, again, it goes back to seeing the things that you're giving another team on film. Bo Levi Mitchell, and rightfully so, everybody is talking about his fantastic start. But Bo Levi Mitchell doesn't throw two of those touchdowns last week if a safety doesn't.
Preach.
Right?
Preach.
I mean, Nelson Lacombo, and this is a problem with young safeties especially. Young safeties, when they see something coming down low in front of them, they automatically get their eyes stuck on them sometimes, and that's when you beat guys over the top. So if Bo Levi Mitchell, for instance, doesn't see that happen twice to Nelson Lacombo, or Marcus Sales doesn't just let a guy go because he thinks he has safety help, Bo Levi Mitchell doesn't throw those 2 touchdowns, right? So you're able to look on it and say, okay, guys, like this call, clean it up, right, from this point on. And so I think that, when we'll talk about the 3 keys to the game, that's going to be a big one, is just understanding, like, let's make sure that we have the basics, alignment, assignment, and then we're able to execute.
Okay, you mentioned already, Luke, back-to-back games. Since 1982, this is the 4th true back-to-back meeting between these two teams, if you will, right? So they've played each other without a bye week sandwiched in between or another opponent. It's true back-to-back. Riders are 4-0 in those instances. When you've got a young safety, when you've got some mistakes to take care of earlier in the season, true or false that it's a plus that you get to go ahead and play your same opponent in back-to-back weeks?
Yeah, you get to correct it right away. Big-time college football and the pros, you do this. It's one of the first things you do in every day one of practice. You literally have a practice period where you make your corrections, right? You call the same defense. Okay, we're going to be in, we're going to be cloud coverage again. This is the look they gave us, so you get the scout team to draw it up exactly how it happened in Hamilton, right? You run the exact same play, and you talk through it, right? You go through it and walk through it, and again, it's that repetition and just getting what you needed to do the last time right, because that scenario is going to pop up again in some way, shape, or form.
It looks beautiful for a home opener, fellas. Let's get to the weather conditions, brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, QualityTire.ca. I like when we do this because it's like you turn into a weatherman.
I play one on the radio, right? Well, first
and on TV now.
Yeah, on TV now. That's right. Well, first and foremost, I know that we've got listeners border to border to border. There are some extreme weather warnings that have been issued in some areas of the province, Saskatoon, northern regions. There are some weather watches that have been issued by Environment Canada, so we're going to keep an eye on that throughout the course of the ball game. Here in Regina, it looks like we're going to escape any of that low-pressure air that is moving in, so mix of sun and cloud is what we're anticipating. Wind's going to stay in the 30 to 56 range coming out of the south for the ball game. They will diminish as the game goes on. We're sitting around 27 degrees or so now. Should subside a couple of degrees come the final gun this afternoon at Mosaic Stadium.
All right, this is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
A successful crop requires each plant to be seeded at the same depth, regardless of soil conditions and terrain. Väderstad Seedhawk's independent opener design follows the ground independently. The consistent contour following allows each seed the best possible start, across the entire toolbar evenly. The result is quick, uniform crop emergence, better quality, and higher yields for a better return on investment on your farm. Precise, reliable. See Young's Equipment or visit Väderstad.com to learn more.
With summer comes fun in the sun. If you're at the lake, in your backyard, or sitting in the stands cheering on the home team, be sure to wear a hat and sunglasses. Put on sunscreen and seek shade. There's no such thing as a healthy tan, and every sunburn increases your risk of skin cancer.
Visit sunsmart.sk.ca for helpful tips to save your skin and have a happy and healthy summer. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig, and when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Harvard Media really appreciates local businesses. We know that you do too, and that's why we're giving away a $50 gift card every Friday to a local restaurant right here in Regina. We have a great lineup of local restaurants lined up, like Tommy's Speak Eatery, Houston Pizza, Bar Willow Eatery, The Lakeshore, and Schmitty's Smoked Meats and Catering. These restaurants are great for business lunches, casual get-togethers, or just to go out. All have dine-in or pick-up options. Visit their websites for their latest menus and hours, and tune into our radio stations to find out how to win.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luke Molitor on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Back in the Harvard Studio 620 Lounge, and it is buzzing for the Saskatchewan Roughriders home opener. Your 2-0 Riders take on the 0-2 Hamilton Tiger Cats in the second part of a back-to-back home-and-home series. It's time now for your 3 keys to the game for Pattinson Liquid Systems, experts in liquid fertilizer distribution. Fertilizer is just wetter when it's better. Wetter when it's better.
No, better when it's wetter.
Better when it's wetter.
Come
it's
on,
a tongue
get on
twister,
the liquid.
my man.
I know. Trust me,
They
there's
get
a
more
guy
ad
with
time.
some anhydrous ammonium out in the field right now saying, hey, it is better when it's wetter. So see Liquid, Pattinson Liquid Systems. There you go.
Better when it's wetter.
Better
Expect
when it's wetter.
the best.
All right, let's go, boys. 3 keys. Okay, first one, communication and eyes. All right, it's simple. We talk about this all the time as Rider Nation. Alignment, assignment, execution. Again, Bo Levi Mitchell, 2 touchdown passes, strictly because we were busting assignments out there. Bo Lacombo, Casey Sales, they can't get lost with their eyes when it comes to things in front of them. That's how they were getting beat deep. But the problem is understanding your alignment, understanding what your assignment is. You can't execute if you don't do the first 2. So that's the first key of the game. The second key of the game, and I think it's about time for this, kickoff return. Let's go score on special teams, and especially in the return game. I think that one of the things that have gone unnoticed to the fan eye is that our fullbacks on kick return are doing a fantastic job picking up the first level guys. I think we're 1 block away from breaking one with Mario Alford. Let's do it today in a game that's going to be physical, and you're going to need to be able to flip the field with the special teams game. And I think that number 3, and this is the best one, just embrace the moment and don't get overexcited. We talk about playing at your levels. Play at your level today. If you play your best football at a 7 out of a 10, then do everything you can to maintain that 7. And the reason why I say this is because what we see in front of us. We got the greatest fans in the game. They're re-engaged. They're excited about the Saskatchewan Roughriders. When you're a player, you can feel that energy, but it also can be something that throws you off. You end up pushing yourself too much, right? So don't push yourself too much, right? Be comfortable, understand your levels. If you play your best at an 8 out of 10, do everything you can to focus on getting to 8. If you are a 10, hell, take it all in, right? But some guys honestly play their best football as a 5 or a 6, and that's just how they operate, right? So you've got to make sure that you don't let all of the amazing things that Rider Nation brings, you can't let it affect your focus in a big game like this. Let's go 3-0.
Wow, I want to run out in the field.
I love the energy, my man. That's what I'm talking about. You're not soft-spoken at all, Luke. What is one of your favorite, if not the favorite memory for you when you were a player of a home opener?
Oh, I think that it's nice being around a gang of guys that respect the situation. And what I mean by that is I used to have the best seat. I used to come out. We used to have this big green helmet in Taylor Field, and we'd run out of that. And I remember seeing how excited guys like Josh Fournette, how excited guys like KJ were to run out of there. I was like 3rd or 4th out the gate. And it would be great to see the energy that those guys had and it was because of the fans, right? You get so amped up. But more importantly, man, the best part about it is at some point in time in the locker room before the home opener, you realize that you're a professional athlete. And you realize that you just worked all the way through May, all the way through June to get to that moment in time where you get to run out in front of the best fans in the CFL. I think that that's probably the best memory you have. I got to do that for a number of years, as a guy in a uniform and being in a home opener. That's what there's literally a moment in there that it all clicks and you just remember how grateful you are to be a professional athlete and get to play a game and get paid for it. Like, you're literally getting paid to play a child's game, man. It's the greatest feeling in the world if you respect it.
Indeed. And speaking of getting paid, if you want to make some money, you can get in on the action on our Betting the Odds segment. The Riders, depending where you look at, -2, 2.5-point favorites in this game. And for the season, you can still bet the over-under win total at 7.5. The Riders already have 2.
Oh, man, listen.
That's easy money, right, Luke? That's easy money.
I am doing a bottle drive. I'm taking my game checks. I'm putting everything on the over. Every penny I have. I'm taking my son's college fund, everything.
Just don't tell him.
Yeah. Hey, he's going to have to get a scholarship. Sorry.
Whatever. He's only 6 years old. That's
Oh,
fine.
yeah,
We got
we're
it
working
covered.
towards it.
But seriously, though, you look at their odds to win the West Division, plus 750. I think there's some value there. To win the Grey Cup, though, they're moving up that board. They're getting some respect from the odds makers, plus 900. They started the season, I think it was 1,100 or 1,200. What does that say in terms of getting respect from the books and, everybody else in the league potentially too?
Well, I think that it's obviously a lot to do with the way you're winning football games, but I also think we have to remember it's the rest of the league and the rest of the West. I mean, Winnipeg, I'm going to be honest, Winnipeg, shoot, I could have been out there last, you know what I mean? Like they don't look good. They look a step behind. They look old. And eventually, right, like when you're on the plains of Africa, you go to a safari, you see the lion that's been dominating for like the last century or whatever it is. Eventually, it doesn't matter the experience. That lion is going to get his food eaten by a young up-and-coming lion. And right now, it's like there's teams that are just sort of taking chunks away at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I still think that, I know Edmonton's 0-3, but I still think they're going to be really dangerous this year. I mean, if you look at the way they're losing, they're in every single game, and they're scoring. Right, they're scoring, and that's what they haven't been doing. So I think that a lot of the odds makers are looking at the rest of the West right now and saying, why not Saskatchewan, right?
Well, in the conversations I've had around the league, there are some that would point, boy, those Saskatchewan Roughriders are lucky to be 2-0. But talking to Trevor Harris, had the opportunity, and it's always, are you satisfied or are you content, right? There's a difference between the two. And I said to Trevor, I said, man, you got to be happy you're 2-0. He goes, yeah, we're happy we're 2-0, but if this season ends that we've only got 2 wins, we sure are not happy. So there is absolutely no contentment in the fact that the Riders are 2-0, and Trevor Harris, the leadership group led by head coach Corey Mace, are saying, yeah, it's great what we've done so far, but we want to show you more.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
You need a versatile utility tractor that won't let you down. The Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors are built to withstand your toughest demands on just about every operation. With up to 125 horsepower, whether you need it for hay production, dairy operations, loader work, or out in the field. See the Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors at AgriLink Equipment in Moose Jaw and Brownlee.
The best things in life happen when you're living in the moment. Like creating memories and sharing them with the ones you love. Stay connected. With $0 phones and plus pricing, you can upgrade your phone and stay in the moment. Save $120 on Canada and US plans when purchasing a new phone on a 2-year voice and data term. Only from SaskTel.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 16th to 18th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Meet your new favorite shade of green. At Nick Service, we offer the Fendt 500 Vario Series tractor that's tailor-made for your farm. Get better stability, ease of use, and comfort with one tractor. Whether you're feeding, tilling, baling, or hauling, this series is built for your farm. Experience up to 163 horsepower with this multi-purpose tractor. Visit Nick Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com to get a quote on the Fendt 500 Vario Series.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget, classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party caucus.
Johnston's Logistics. That's the name for your truck freight forwarding needs. They offer you the best quotes in the industry on bulk hopper, deck, van, and reefer shipping within Canada and into the United States. Next time you're looking for a freight rate to haul grain or fertilizer, Think Johnston's. Next time you're looking for a rate to move a piece of machinery, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking to move van or reefer cargo, you know the name, Johnston's. For a highly competitive quote, call 844-324-7778.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luke Molitor on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's packed in here inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. All kinds of green, a bunch of Obsidian green, as well as your Saskatchewan Rough Riders take on the Hamilton Tiger Cats for their 2024 season opener. The Riders 2-0 to start the season. It's time for your pregame injury report, brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, which provides cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, the injury report is good news for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, or as good as it can be. Philip Blake is out. He's going to be out for a while with a long-term injury. Ryan Sevier is going to draw into the left guard spot. That's because Peter Godber is back in the building after being away for most of the week attending to a personal matter. So for Peter and his family, again, we're thinking of you. And again, we appreciate that you're back here in Ryder Green for the home opener. Sean Bain Jr., AJ Ouellette, a couple of guys that might have been question marks early on in the week are back and in the lineup. And of course, the secondary was a little nicked up in day number one, but they seem to be back and intact and fully ready to go when it comes to week number 3. The one to watch might be the defensive tackle spot for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. They've had to move some guys around, so Trayvon Mason is going to get the start, first-year player out of Arizona. Reese Martin will draw in behind him as a Canadian, so that's where the Hamilton Tiger Cats are banged up coming into this one.
And let's go to the starting lineup, brought to you by Visit Minot in North Dakota. Only 4 hours away. It's your easy getaway to family fun with a zoo, new children's museum, and more. Plan your trip at visitminot.org.
Well, as mentioned, Peter Godber is going to anchor the center position for the Riders as we take a look at the offense to start. The guards are Ryan Sevier on the left. To the right is Logan Ferland. The tackles, Trevor Reed. Man is a specimen, I'll tell you that, because this first-year product of Louisville, all kinds of athletic. Jamarcus Hardwick goes on the right side. As far as the wide receivers go, Sean Bain Jr., Mitchell Picton, of course, are the wideouts. Interior receiver, Kean Schaefer-Baker, who's number 6 in the league in receiving yards. Samuel Emlis, Jareth Stearns, who's number 2 in the CFL in receiving, also going to be right there. Didn't mention that Sean Bain Jr., by the way, leads the league in touchdown receptions. In the backfield, AJ Ouellette will get the call, while Trevor Harris, will start today his 104th career game as he comes into this football matchup. For the defensive side of the ball game, Nelson Lacombe once again will draw the start at safety. The halfbacks are Roland Milligan Jr. and DeMarcus Field. Marcus Sales and Deontay Williams are the corners. The linebacking core, Jameer Thurman, who was an honor roll honoree by the CFL for the week that he put on the field last week. CJ Avery leads the league in interceptions on one side. The other side is CJ Rivas. While up front, it's Malik Carney and Brian Cox Jr. They'll be on the edges. Micah Johnson and Anthony Lanier II on the inside. That's your starting lineup.
While I read this quarterback comparison liner, can you hold your chart up so everybody on video can see? Because this thing is a work of art. The amount of detail that goes into that is unbelievable. Let's talk about those quarterbacks. The quarterback comparison brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Well, Trevor Harris comes in number 1 in passing yards in the CFL, a completion percentage of 71.1%. He's got 695 yards through 76 pass attempts, 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Fun fact, 6.6% of the passes that Trevor Harris throws this year end up in the end zone. So just take that one to the bank. Bo Levi Mitchell on the other side, great passing percentage, 71.1%, 680 yards passing. He sits at a career mark of 198 when it comes down to touchdown passes thrown, where that puts him all-time, tied with Kent Austin on the all-time list with 198 career passes. Of course, he wants to get to that 200 mark. The Rider defense don't want that to happen.
That touchdown throw percentage is pretty high.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all, right?
Well, that's what's got him in the Hall of Fame, man. And that's why communication and your eyes are important in this game. You've got a Hall of Fame quarterback that you're playing against. He's going to make you pay for every single mistake that you make. That's what the good ones do.
Well, and the fun number 2 as well, when you look at his passing, if he could be connecting with Tim White and the two of them could get on the same page, it would be incredible. Tim White has had 20 targets, 20 opportunities to make receptions. He's only caught 10 of those balls.
Yeah, first of all, Bo Levi Mitchell's on the same page as Tim White. Tim White's the highest paid wide receiver in this league.
Not
Tim
quite.
White,
He wanted to be.
Well, he wanted to be. Well, guess what? He needs to make those plays if he wants to be the highest paid receiver in the league. I mean, the Riders, thank goodness we're 2-0, but a big part of the reason why we're 2-0 is because he just goes and tips the ball up and we go and intercept the football. We're able to kick the field goal, right? If you're a big-time player and you're commanding all sorts of dollars and stuff, you got to make the plays when they come to you.
And then you don't go on X and post after the game crying about fans being upset from your fan base that you didn't catch the football. Tim White, let's call it what it was, fellas, gave the game away to the Riders at the end. Could the Riders have still won in other ways? Yes. But, Luke, as a player, you got to own that.
Yeah, you definitely have to own it, and it's not necessarily owning it in front of the fan base either. You just got to be accountable to your teammates, right? That's all your teammates want. Teammates want accountability, and if you're willing to do that, the teammates are always willing to have your back.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football in the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Start your season with savings on genuine Case IH parts and service for your whole fleet. Save up to $100 on OEM engine oils, coolants, filters, and Fleet Guard filters. Get up to 35% off electric guidance kits or up to 25% off hydraulic guidance kits from Case IH and Raven. And trade in your current precision technology to save up to 50% on precision farming products. Visit redheadequipment.ca or one of our 10 locations today to save on genuine Case IH parts and service. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
This is what Opa sounds like delivered to your apartment.
Opa.
This is what Opa sounds like arriving at your house.
Opa.
This is what Opa sounds like delivered to your work.
Hey, can I get some of those fries? Sweet. And some of the tzatziki?
Get Opa delivered fast, fresh, and easy right to you with the Opa app. Download it today to place your order.
Wondering what your equipment is really worth? Hi, I'm Riley McChesney from McDougall Auctioneers, your go-to appraisal experts. With our finger on the pulse in today's market, we offer the most accurate, up-to-date valuations for your machinery. Planning to expand or thinking of selling? Get the real value of your equipment with McDougall Auctioneers. Over 42 years of expertise at your service. Call us at 1-800-263-4193 or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummock, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luke Molitor on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, I just popped Gene Mikowski's ears off, but I'm so excited because we got a big man on the stage. This dude is huge. I would not want to get in the trenches. I think you would just shove me away with one hand like a flea and go up to the second level. Gene, thank you so much for joining us at the Rough Riders home opener. The Riders 2-0 to start the season. Can you sense the excitement around Rider Nation?
Absolutely. I'm excited about this game, the home opener. I would point out I don't think I'm as big as Luke anymore, but great to be on the show. And, yeah, lots of excitement, lots of buzz. The Riders have done well so far this year. And and looking to keep her going at home here. So a lot of excitement, obviously, in the city and in the province.
Everybody's talking about Corey Mace and the way that he's guided this team to the 2-0 start, the way that he's really taken to the province and embraced Saskatchewan in Rider Nation. What is your take on Mace?
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, when you win, things are going to fall into place for sure. And so, we'll see this game. I'm anxious to see how the coaching staff's going to approach this game in terms of how the team comes out. It can be a situation where you're feeling well, things have gone well, you pulled 2 games out. Are you going to have that same standard no matter what happens the previous week or the previous play? I think they've been able to do that within a game, forget about the bad plays and just keep going and keep going and keep playing. I think a lot of that comes from the coaching staff. The standard that they set, are they going to be able to do it in a game here at home when the Ticats might be a desperate team coming in here? So looking for that standard. I think this game can really set the Riders in the right direction for the upcoming season.
Gene, I always say when people ask me what I would have done different when I played, I've just done everything Gene Mikowski did, because he never got hurt and he was always prepared and one of the best players on the field. What do you think this O-line needs to do to play a little better? They've been struggling in the run game. Passing games have been great, but I think that's a lot about Trevor getting rid of it quick. Struggling a little bit at left tackle. Trevor Reed has had his ups and downs. What do you think the O-line is missing?
Well, I think they're doing okay. I think losing Blake is going to definitely hurt. I mean, I think he's probably their best player, the most experienced for sure, and so that's a big loss. They'll have to have the next guy step up, of course. But they're doing okay. Of course, we'd like to see them run the ball a little more. I don't know what maybe defenses are really focusing on Ouellette and making them throw the ball, and so that might be just the threat of the run is helping the Riders a bit. They're doing okay. Some of the players just played their first CFL game a couple weeks ago, and so that takes time to know the rushers you're going against. If you're a first-time Canadian player, you played in the States, that yard off the ball is a different beast. So there's lots of things that are coming together. I think they're good athletes and well coached, and I didn't see a whole bunch of assignment errors, but you just got to clean things up and learn to play as a group a little more, and I think they'll be fine. Just got to stay healthy, and so far it's not been great news on that front.
What's the biggest key to a good run game? I say it's the tandem blocking on the down lineman working up to the second level. What is it to you? You're the expert.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all got to work together, right? If you whiff at the line of scrimmage, it doesn't matter if you get up to the second level, right? But just working all in tandem and the commitment to the run, I think, helps too, right? That, Kates, right? You get to wear them down a little bit, and not being down early in a game certainly helps with all those things. So, just that consistency and that threat of the run, I think, is going to help the Riders into the future. But again, we can say all these things, but Riders have won, and so whatever they've done, it doesn't matter because they've won, right? And so, like I said at the beginning, when you win, it sort of makes all those things work and seem great. So hopefully, they can continue that.
Canadian Football Hall of Famer Gene Mikowski joins us on the Rider Nation pregame show leading into your 2-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders, playing their 2024 home opener against the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Gene, I mentioned this to you off air, but you got to go a long way back to find the last left tackle who was an all-star for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. It was you, I believe, if I have this right, in 2006. So I'm saying that. What does a guy like Trevor Reed have to do to get to that level?
Well, I think just experience, right? I don't know his previous experience. I don't know a lot about him, but learning from a guy like Hardrick, who's been in the league for quite some time and had some success. And again, just the more reps you get, stay healthy, learn the system, learn from the coaches, learn from the other players, and be just fine. Looks like he's a pretty good athlete out there, and all the tools. You just got to put it together with some experience, and that goes for right across the line. Relatively younger group, except for I guess the aforementioned Hardrick. But he can be a real leader out there, and I think he is. And why not have a couple All-Stars? I hope they are, because if that's the case, it usually means the riders are winning and having a good season. So
I don't know if you've seen it or not, but Trevor Reed, at his height and weight, he can do a backflip. This guy looks like a gymnast.
Really?
It's insane. If you're a Rider fan out there, just Google Trevor Reed backflip. Unbelievable. Gene, I want to bring up something, and I'm curious if you've ever seen this before. The Gene Machine car that is signed by all kinds of Rough Riders. It's got George Reed, I believe, on the front, Ronnie Lancaster on the back. You can see it right there. Have you signed that thing?
Yes, I recall. Don't ask me what year or when, but it's probably in a training camp, and pretty cool. And I think that shows, look at the room here, look at what's happening right across the province, and obviously passionate folks in our province for this team, and that's a big honor. And usually linemen don't get any notoriety or headlines or anything, so that's pretty cool. And
you gotta watch out for the Gene Machine on the road. That's a 1988 Lincoln Town Car. Wes, is your signature on that?
I don't know if I made it on that one. It might be in there somewhere. You get a little foggy, maybe a little CTE creeps in. You don't remember everything you signed, but thankfully, most of my faculties are working at a high level, so I'm blessed. Superfan
Don Pagoda drives that car. He showed up to Rough Rider training camp this year with it, obviously collecting a bunch of new autographs, and I just couldn't believe it. And the fact it was named the Gene Machine, I started to wonder, is he out here bumping people on the road? You know what I mean? Getting a little bit physical like Gene Machine was on the field?
Hopefully not. That's pretty cool, though.
You know, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but I want to dive deeper into it. The fourth quarter comebacks, Gene, is that something that's sustainable for this football team? Do you look at that as a positive, that they can get it done when they're down? And I'll add this. It's the first time in Rider history that in back-to-back games they've come back in the fourth quarter from double-digit deficits to win.
Yeah, I think it's what I talked about earlier. Things are going to happen throughout the season, and weird plays or fluke plays or what. But if you can keep that same standard of intensity for 4 quarters and set that standard for yourself and for the team, you always have a chance. I think back to we were talking the other day. I forget who I was talking with, but Durant. He's going in the Plaza of Honor. It was based on that. But I always had the feeling in games, big games we were always in it.
Yeah.
Whatever the score was, that's fine. As long as we knew what we had to do to get to the win. It didn't happen all the time, but if you have that feeling, that intensity, that standard that you're always trying to play for, never got the feeling you're out of it, and hopefully that's the case. And I think Coach Mace is a part of that intensity he has, that standard he has for the team. I hope we can see that here today.
There were some people in Rider Nation that were calling those first 2 wins ugly. I thought they were exhilarating, entertaining, exciting, and that's when you want to get it done at crunch time and scoring unanswered points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, when you brought up that stat, I'm like, we didn't do that when we were playing Gene, because we were kind of like the comeback kids. I know we've had a couple of late, 2-score comebacks, maybe didn't put them together back to back, but we were known for that, and it's about that confidence. We just knew that if the defense got stops, we figure out a way to put it in the end zone and get the points that we needed. So definitely, I think that fans shouldn't be worried about it. This should be exciting. If you can be down a couple of times and then find your way to a victory, you can look at this as almost like, a win you didn't deserve. Well, however you want to look at it, but it's a W in the stat sheets, and it's getting you closer to making the playoffs and hoisting that cup. So why be mad about it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Style points, that's fine. Of course, you'd want to blow out every team, but this is the pros, and when you make those big plays at key times, that's what it's about. And if you can do that, I mean, that's great football to watch. But what the CFL is all about is those big plays and back and forth games, and be able to find your way through it is a big character builder, and hope it continues.
Can having those comeback wins galvanize a locker room in terms of hey, I know this guy can get it done. I know this guy can get it done. Like the first couple of weeks, right? Sean Bain Jr. gets it done in the clutch. Obviously, Trevor Harris has been the common denominator, but then you have Kean Schaefer-Baker having a big game last week. Jarrett Stearns when it counted most. Does that bring guys closer together in the locker room when you get those kind of wins early in the season?
Well, of course, wins do that, but yeah, just that belief or that knowing or that confidence you have in the guys that you're going out there with. in so many situations. I know Mark Guard is going to take over my block so I can get up to the next level, or somebody's going to make a big play in a key situation. Your quarterback now has confidence in whatever player, and that's so that just builds upon itself, and you know, it makes for good, exciting football. But yeah, that confidence comes with those big plays. But of course, being able to do it to get a win multiplies that, I think.
What do you think, Wes, to bring guys together?
Oh, for sure. I think it does nothing but build confidence. And then when you get down in in the playoffs, when you need to, like, you have no choice but to come back or you go home. If you've been there, done that, it doesn't seem like an insurmountable. It doesn't seem like something you can't get accomplished. And then you see the type of comebacks that we're seeing week 1, week 2 might just be the same type of comeback we see in the playoffs with this team. Gene, are you confident about this team? How you feel about the atmosphere around what do you think about that's what I want to know. What do you think about the Obsidian green, and then what do you think about just the buzz around this team this year?
Yeah, no, so far so good. I think as you said earlier, I think it started with Coach Mace and what people are hearing from him, and the confidence and the presence he had, and he was out throughout the city and the province learning about Rider Nation. And yeah, as you get wins, you get that buzz, and I think that's what we've been missing the last couple of years around Regina and Saskatchewan is with the tough times we've had. You haven't had that sort of buzz. Not everybody wearing green on game day and that sort of thing. So that's gone away a little bit. So I'm excited about the beginning of this season. And
you got your Obsidian green jersey. You got the old school on right now, but
this is very old school. I didn't get the memo that you're supposed to dress up. Look at you guys. You're putting me to shame here.
Well, you do it for your job now. You got to stay clean, so this
you can relax.
That's right. Yeah, but yeah, seeing more and more green on game days and such, and people are talking about it, just in casual conversations. So that's great to see again. So. Look for more of that, hopefully, this year.
Gene, let's get you out on this. Your favorite memory from a home opener with the Riders?
Oh, boy. That's a while ago now, but I think I remember it was, it must have been 2010, coming off the Grey Cup and the shootout, and that was something else. Can't remember the exact score, but whoever had the ball last against Montreal there was an exciting game, and to pull it out, it's obviously not revenge on what happened the previous year, but great CFL game to kick off the season with two great quarterbacks. That's awesome to be a part of that. Certainly stressful, but it was a lot of fun, and that's kind of the one that sticks out. But as Kate said earlier, they kind of all blend together over the years. I haven't played in well over a decade, so
that one was 54-51 in double overtime. Epic game. Gene, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Really appreciate the insight on the Riders in the offensive line.
Good to see you, Gino.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, folks. Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
The best things in life happen when you're living in the moment. Like creating memories and sharing them with the ones you love. Stay connected. With $0 phones and plus pricing, you can upgrade your phone and stay in the moment. Save $120 on Canada and US plans when purchasing a new phone on a 2-year voice and data term. Only from SaskTel.
This summer, you can look hotter than the sun with a new wardrobe from Colin O'Brien. For everywhere you go this summer, from the golf course, to that backyard barbecue, to drinks on the patio, or a day at the beach. No matter where you go, it'll be all about feeling good and looking your best. Comfortable summer casual wear for the man with impeccable taste. Colin O'Brien Man's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. 1825 Hamilton. ColinO'Brien.com. At Country Thunder Saskatchewan, you get superstars like Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. But if you have a Platinum Standing ticket, you also get an exclusive viewing area at the main stage and access to a lounge with cover from the elements, a full-service pay bar, and luxury restrooms. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your Platinum Standing tickets at countrythunder.com or save at participating Costco locations.
This is Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. A team plays its best when everyone is working toward one common goal. That's why the folks at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram make such a great team. Everyone at Crestview Chrysler has the same goal, to get you into your perfect new or pre-owned vehicle at the best price. Trucks, SUVs, cars, and more. They have a full starting lineup ready for you to drive home today.
Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
Did you know Regina is home to one of North America's largest youth flag football leagues? That's why on the weekends when you drive by the U of R or rugby club, you see hundreds of cars and the fields packed with players and fans. 3,330 players, 625 coaches, 100 refs, and innumerable cheers from a loving community. Thank you everybody for the love of both the game and the future of Saskatchewan. CKRM and SGI Canada are proud to support the Regina Youth Flag Football League.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luke Molitor on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
You know, it seems that there's this lingering rumor out there that Bo Levi Mitchell once or did or maybe had some real estate in Regina, and he hears about it, Wes, every single time he comes back to play at Mosaic Stadium.
Almost every time I come back here. Everybody's always asking me where my house is at. I think Ben Heber probably started that. That was a conspiracy, man. I heard about it, though. You know, if you're not a villain and you come into somebody else's stadium, then you probably haven't been playing very well. So, gotta embrace it. I mean, I think anytime you're playing in front of a great crowd that cares, right? Like that's probably the biggest thing for me. Like you show up in Winnipeg, you show up, you know, in Ottawa. I mean, if you show up here, like especially here, like they're gonna show up. They're going to scream loud, you know, no matter how their team's doing, and they care. And I think that's the biggest thing. You know, playing in front of a crowd that, you know, wants you to lose so bad and wants their team to win so bad is a fun thing to play in front of.
Levi Mitchell embracing the villain role, and today he's going to play villain yet again. One of his former teammates, Corey Mace, going against Mace and his defense for the second straight week. And he really has a lot of respect for Mace in that defense, even though we tore him up a week ago, 380 yards through the air. There were some coverage busts there, but it's intriguing to hear how Mitchell feels about Mace's unit.
He's a guy that, you know, learned from Claybrook, Stubler, you know, guys before him, and has taken that defense and kind of, you know, stretched it and changed things about it. But, you know, he's a guy that wants to teach these guys rules, get them to understand concepts, and then once he does that, bring the pressure to stop the run game. And he's got his things that, you know, he likes to do to stop each different quarterback. So once you kind of find out what that is, just try to attack it.
Yeah, I mean, he looked great out there. The field side guys had a little trouble. The Marcus Fields and Marcus Sales, you know, they're new to the team. They've got some experience, but new to the team, probably busted some calls. Clearly, he was scared of that boundary side with Roland Milligan and Williams over there, Devontae Williams. So let's just see if they can clean up some of the errors on the backside and see if we can make Bo Levi look a little more pedestrian. He probably had so much money from these contract negotiations. He probably got an Airbnb out here or something. I know he's got a crib somewhere out here. He got the money for it.
My man Wes, tell him it like it is. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
With summer comes fun in the sun.
If you're at the lake, in your backyard, or sitting in the stands cheering on the home team, be sure to wear a hat and sunglasses. Put on sunscreen and seek shade. There's no such thing as a healthy tan, and every sunburn increases your risk of skin cancer.
Visit sunsmart.sk.ca for helpful tips to save your skin and have a happy and healthy summer. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Okay, the big spelling bee is coming up. You have to be ready. Spell protein.
M-I-L-K.
Incorrect. Spell calcium.
M-I-L-K.
Incorrect again. Spell...
Okay, hang on. Let me take over. Spell hippopotamonstrosis cryptoleophobia.
H-I-P-P-O-P-O-T-O.
See, I told you she knew how to spell. She just has dairy on the brain.
Look for 100% Canadian dairy products with the Blue Cow logo. Sask Milk. Love life. Drink milk.
At Country Thunder Saskatchewan, you get superstars like Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. And you also get a spot closer to the stage with a Gold Zone standing room ticket. Guarantee yourself a spot with amazing views so you can get up close to all your favorite artists. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your Gold Zone tickets at countrythunder.com.
Thanks to feedback from farmers like you, Massey Ferguson raised the bar with the 8S series. To protect you, design reduces cab noise and vibration while improving engine air quality and combustion. The industry-exclusive Dyna VT transmission delivers fuel efficiency with easy travel speed and RPM adjustment. When you have a straightforward and dependable Massey Ferguson 8S series on your farm, the work just gets done. See the MF8S series at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Beautify your yard this summer with your friends from Windsor Plywood with locations in Regina, Prince Albert, Yorkton, and Saskatoon. From fiber-on and TimberTech decking to beautiful and modern Vista railing, Windsor Plywood has it all. Don't forget about the huge selection of treated lumber for all your outdoor projects. See the pros at Windsor Plywood, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon.
Windsor, the experts you need to know.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luke Molitor on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's buzzing in the Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Your Saskatchewan Rough Riders 2-0 come home to play the Ticats in the 2024 Riders home opener. Scott Milanovic and the Ticats in town, and Milanovic has a lot of respect and admiration when he gets to coach at this stadium against the Riders.
We had 4 speakers, I think, running overtime. It was loud. Let's put it that way. It gave me a headache the first day. I'd asked Drew to turn it down. I've always enjoyed coaching here. We were just talking about the old stadium. I even love the old stadium. So it's a great place, great environment. It's a fun game to be at. What we try to do is put a little extra in for the first week that maybe you won't use, so the learning curve is a little bit smaller the next time around. On the other side, it's a little bit easier just because the players, the team, they kind of know what they're looking at, and there's some familiarity with it. I guess the challenge comes with trying to find a new wrinkle or something that maybe you throw them off balance after you just played them.
Milanovic off the top, was talking about the speakers at practice this week at Tim Hortons Field. They were piping in noise to get ready for Mosaic Stadium. It's now time for Corey Mace's commentary, brought to you by Ceylon Tire. Cars, trucks, or SUVs, Ceylon Tire has you covered like a championship-winning defense. League-leading value and performance you can count on. The coach wants more of a pass rush this week against Bo Levi Mitchell after not getting him to the turf once last week with the football in his hands for a quarterback sack.
Micah Johnson's been who he's been. Anthony Lanier's been who he's been. I think Cox is an up-and-comer, and Scoop, I think, is on the cusp of being one of the next premier defensive ends in this league. The guy can do it all, and then shoot. Miles Brown. I mean, these guys are super talented. Now, some of the play calling, too, that I've, gone over the last couple weeks can limit pass rush, and I know it crushes me to say that as a D-line guy by nature, but when the bell is rung and we need them to get going, they got to get going because it could come at any possible time. But again, it's just reps, understanding our system, and the nuance of how they rush is a different system kind of than what they've had in the last couple of years. So I know who those guys are. I'm excited to see them get after it. But at the end of the day, sometimes it's 2-on-1, but can you beat the man in front of you and get to the quarterback? Because we don't have a lot of time. You know, with Bo, he's a really good quarterback. He understands coverage. He knows where to go with the ball, so the ball can come out fairly quick. You know, with veteran quarterbacks, even with Mac, you know, he gets the ball out fairly quick in Edmonton. But we got back there a couple times, whether it was, you know, just rush and or blitz, and we either slipped or something like that. So the key thing for those guys is disruption. You know, I know sacks are the number everybody likes to look at, and I love them more than anybody, but from a defensive pressure standpoint, you're looking about disruption. You know, it might not get the sack, but it might force the quarterback off the spot to make an errant throw and get us off the field. So we're more focused on that, and I thought we were fairly disruptive. We just got to capitalize on the situations when we can get the joker down.
You can tell Mace is confident in Scoop Carney and Brian Cox Jr., and I got to note, Brian Cox Jr. looked a little swaggy at walkthrough with some nice shades on, so hopefully he can play up to the standard of his swagginess, if you know what I'm saying.
Good, you play good. I think sometimes you got to get into that zone, maybe do a little something extra just to give yourself a little lift to go out there and perform. Give yourself your own little pressure to perform. I mean, right now, Micah Johnson and Anthony Lanier II are clearly the best D linemen, but they're inside. It's hard to get sacks from the inside, that pressure up the middle. So these guys, Brian Cox Jr. and Carney, they have to show up and show out. You should never go through a whole game without a sack. Come on, quarterbacks should fall into at least one. Let's go.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's time to field your best. Salford's Independent Series tillage equipment has a variety of sizes and models to tackle any challenge on the field. It's a pro at setting the stage for your seeding equipment with those incredible options like anhydrous application shanks and hydraulically adjustable finishing systems. Salford I-Series, preparing the field for victory. Field your best with Salford.
See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and eBarassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 16th to 18th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Welcome back to the Crop Field Games, where Group 11 insensitive pathogens have built a massive lead on Saskatchewan pulse growers. Anthracnose and Assacaita are having particularly strong games, and with their fungicide resistance, it's hard to see how that's gonna... What's this? Delero Complete is checking in for the pulse growers. Bad news for the pathogens. Delero Complete offers enhanced disease protection for chickpea, lentil, and field pea crops. This game is over. Pulse farmers win. Delero Complete, the best just got better. Ask your retail today.
The all-new Case IH AF11 Combine provides productivity, technology, and efficiency. Powered by a 16-liter 775 HP engine and featuring a 567 bushel grain tank, this helps you cover more acres in less time. Take your harvest management to the next level with Case IH and the AF11 Combine. See your local Redhead Equipment for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Rider Nation, it's game day. Saskatchewan Roughrider football is brought to you by Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment, McDougall Auctioneers, Claws of America. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the first quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Months of anticipation, coupled with weeks' worth of regular season wins, come to a head as the Saskatchewan Roughriders finally return to Mosaic Stadium to kick off their 2024 home schedule. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside Mosaic Stadium for this afternoon's salute to the Canadian Armed Forces and the 2024 home opener for your Roughriders. Dave Thomas with Luke Mullender to my right and Derek Bidwell at field level as the 2-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders are riding momentum from a perfect start to the season on the road, and as Justin Dunk likes to put it, Mace Mania into week 3, an opportunity to make a statement for first spot in the division. Meanwhile, Hamilton is looking to find the win column for the first time this season, which may be hard to believe when you look at the stats, but critical mistakes at critical times have made them over to start the season. At this time, we take a moment to remember some of the greats, and in moments we're going to remember one of the men that is instrumental in building the foundation for Rider Nation as we see it here at Mosaic Stadium, as we join the In Memoriam segment here at Mosaic Stadium.
Rider Nation also lost one more special member this past year, Jim Hopson.
He was the face of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, so involved in the community. Before every game, he'd sit in the south side and look at the fans coming in. And it was really a part of his life that he felt so much gratitude for. We'd all be wondering, what's the next award Jim can get? And we'd laugh. You know what? Each and every one of those awards brought attention to a different part of Jim himself, his life as a person, as a football player, as an executive. And to give him that kind of a tribute and that kind of recognition in what we would say is the greatest auditorium in Saskatchewan. That particular auditorium is where it all starts every day. That's where the discussion happens, and that's what he lives on.
In true Hoppy fashion, we ask that you put your hands together and make some noise as we observe a moment of celebration for Jim Hopson. The 620 CKRM presents tonight's Anthem singer, performed by Warrant Officer David Gwennon from the Royal Canadian Air Force.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la gloire. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh,
A truly classy celebration to remember one of the classiest individuals in Saskatchewan Rough Rider history, done up by the Rough Rider football team right. As we get set for kickoff for this one between the Hamilton Tiger Cats and Saskatchewan Rough Riders, Dave Thomas, Luke Mullender, and on the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers, we've got Derek Bidwell with us. And Derek, I can only imagine what the atmosphere must be like at field level right now.
It is humming down here. The excitement is in the stadium. You felt it before when I approached the sidelines, got to the sidelines rather, the electricity or atmosphere even next door at the park, next to the Mosaic Stadium here at the Confederation Park, was humming. Everybody very excited, as you can tell. It is the home opener, and yeah, to say that the energy is infectious, I think would be a good way to put it right now. Everybody very excited to see if their beloved Riders can get another victory today and improve to 3-0 to start the season. Everybody fired up for the home opener, Dave.
Absolutely, Bidsy. Thanks so much. Bidsy's reports from the sideline brought to you by Ritchie Brothers. We love CFL football. Enjoy the game. Call Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers for all your buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com as we see that the coin toss for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca is happening as we speak at midfield. Referee Tim Croker is joined by the dignitaries on the field getting set to do the toss. And Luke, with a pretty good breeze coming out of the south, you deferring if you win it?
I think the best practice is always to defer, right? You just sort of, I don't know, now that I've been up here long enough, I've always felt like you really get to start the second half off to your advantage when you defer and sort of let the team or your opponent spin that first major decision.
Well, and there you go. The Saskatchewan Roughriders do indeed win the coin toss for Quality Tire, and they will have the option to defer, which is exactly what they've done here, as we are now just moments away from kickoff in Mosaic Stadium. Great crowd has filed in here on a beautiful summer afternoon. Again, 27 degrees is where we hit a high of a little bit earlier on. Right now, as we get settled in the provincial capital, we've got that wind from the south gusting up around 40 kilometers an hour or so at times, so we're going to keep an eye on that, of course, throughout the duration of the ball game, as the Riders are going to get ready to kick off by the looks of things, Luke.
Yeah, and you know, the wind outside the stadium is always a little bit different than the wind inside the stadium. As you guys know, this is a bowl. You've got both grandstands covered by these massive steel, I don't know, protective surfaces. So I think the wind ends up just swirling down there. It never really plays into the game the way a regular weather report would dictate. So obviously something to keep an eye on here. Nice part is our kicker, Brett Lowther, has hit the big ones when he's needed to.
26 degrees for kickoff. Wind coming out of the south. The Riders will have it at their back as they move from right to left in their home greens to start the 2024 home season. As Lowther turns around, the ball already blows off the tee down at field level, so he'll have to get that cranked up again. The kickoff brought to you by Quality Tire. 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Play is whistled in. Lowther's arm is in the air. The roof is open for today's game at Mosaic Stadium. The house that Hoppy built is open so Mr. Hopson can watch his team play. And with a JH patch on his helmet, Lowther kicks it off. It's taken by Lawrence Woods down at his 14-yard line. He'll cut back near the middle, wrapped up, and the ball comes loose. Riders say they have it. Officials wait on their determination. But Rider Nation erupts with the ball on the carpet. And the Riders do have the football.
Well, how you like that, Hoppy? That's the way to start it. Special teams. I was about to say, the cover team there flew downfield. There's a number of guys in on the play. I believe it was Thomas Bertrand-Houdon who ended up causing this fumble. And the nice part is about it, you can see hands to the football. Guys are trying to knock it out. And the Riders get their offensive start on the 20.
1st and 10 after the Olympic RTM's turnover. Yes, the Riders already operating in the Windsor Plywood Red zone to start the football game as Harris is in the gun. Twin tight end formation. Ouellette as they flip it underneath to Sean Bain Jr. He'll get up to the 15-yard line. He's met there and wrapped up by Kenneth George Jr. after a gain of close to 5.
Right away, we didn't see this play at all last week. Bain comes from the slot to the right, down into the boundary from right to left. A lot of the times teams are used to seeing receivers block the end man on the line of scrimmage there. Instead, Harris flips it to him, and Bain Jr. does a great job getting upfield immediately. He gets 6 at 2nd and 4.
Ball spotted on the Hamilton 14-yard line, left-hand hash. Harris in the gun, 5-receiver look. Stearns in motion pre-snap. Harris back to pass, looks over the middle, has to pump once, into the end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown! Riders! Samuel Emilus for 14 yards out.
This couldn't be a better start for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Emilus is running a simple post up the seam between the numbers and the hash on Harris's right. A.J. Ouellette starts this off by getting a block on the blitzing linebacker in the middle. Emilus actually slips in the end zone, has the wherewithal to get up and still make the catch. What a start for the green and white.
6-0 with a point after to come for Brett Lother, but for Samuel Emilus, that's his first touchdown reception of the season, a 14-yard snare from Trevor Harris, and you called it bang on, Luke. He was falling down.
Yeah, he fell down, but again, credit to A.J. Ouellette. I know that a lot of attention's been on him and his statistics, but he comes across from left to right, blocks the inside blitzing linebacker, and that's what gives it time to Trevor Harris to make the throw.
Point after attempt from Brett Lother glides through the uprights, and the Riders get out to an early 7-0 lead here in front of a frantic crowd at Mosaic Stadium. Boy, there were people sprinting in from the exits to see what happened, because that's a heck of a start at buck 16 in.
Well, the people that were carrying the flags, the Canadian flag and the big yellow and green prairie flag, they haven't even gotten to the seats. They're not even off the field yet. And the Riders are upset.
Well, that's probably one of the most efficient field or touchdown drives you're going to see in the first quarter. The touchdown drive, of course, is brought to you by Nelson GM. Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea, they'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. So Brett Lother will get a second chance at another kickoff. His second of the game already, comes in leading the league with a 70.2-yard average.
Well, we talked about looking at him in the exhibition season. He seemed a lot healthier, and then he missed a couple kicks in the exhibition season, and I think it got everybody thinking, oh, well, what type of Brett Lother are we going to get here early on? But he's been money in kickoffs especially. I think he's not used to kicking them because they didn't do much scoring last year.
Well, he kicks another one here right down to the goal line. That's where Lawrence Woods, the third, has it. He slips as he crosses the 25, and he'll be gang tackled by the Riders there. So Bo Levi Mitchell will now get his first opportunity to touch the football after the Quality Tire kickoff.
Adam O'Clair gets in on that tackle. They brought him in from Ottawa as a free agent, and a lot of people thought he was a shoo-in to earn that will linebacker spot. He didn't get the spot out of training camp, but he's been doing a fantastic job on special teams. He had 3 special teams tackles last week.
27-yard return for Lawrence Woods, the third, puts Bo Levi Mitchell in the Hamilton offense to work. 1st and 10 on their own 28. Fans come up, fake the handoff, swing it out far side. That stopped up initially as trying to get out across the line was the receiver. Not a lot of running room there on that far end, and it's going to be a gain of maybe 2.
Well, the reason why there wasn't a lot of running room was Deontay Williams, the boundary cornerback, does a great job at the point of attack. He's got a blocker in front of him, and Deontay Williams knocks him back, and that's why the ball carrier, once he got the ball, didn't have anywhere to run. He had his own teammate in front of him.
2nd down and 9. They'll give the reception 1 yard as it's inside the 30-yard line of Hamilton. 2nd and long for Bo Levi Mitchell in the gun. 3 receivers to the near side of the set. 1 moves in motion, and Keandre Smith far side. Bo Levi, he feels the pressure, dumps it off underneath. Diving ahead was Dunbar Jr., and he'll be close to the first down. And indeed, it looks like he'll have the first Cooperators Bazendowski Insurance and Financial Services first down of the game.
Saskatchewan Roughriders show 5 initially pre-snap, and then drop 2 back, would bring an additional 2. So they keep 5. They just change who Bo Levi Mitchell's looking at. But Hamilton did a good job blocking it up. And that's the reason why we have a first down for the Ticats at their 40.
Hamilton goes tempo with the ball on the left-hand hash. 5 receivers set once again for Bo Levi Mitchell. Riders put 5 down on the line. 1 drops back into coverage. Bo Levi back to throw. Over the top, has the fullback gets up to the 45-yard line in James Tuck. It'll be a gain of about 5, almost 6 as he falls forward for an extra yard.
And Bo Levi Mitchell's going to peel himself up off the turf here. Micah Johnson and Anthony Lanier both win their one-on-one pass rush moves. Bo Levi Mitchell lucky to get it out. I don't think that was the guy he wanted to go to, though. I think he had to get it out early because of our 2 big defensive tackles. It's still a good game for the Ticats. We're sitting at 2nd and 3.
Ball on the 47 of the Ticats, 11:29 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan in front 7-0 after an early fumble recovery that they punched into the end zone. Bo Levi Mitchell calls out the cadence under center this time, and pardon me, it's Taylor Powell, the backup quarterback. He'll go straight ahead, but not going to get much there.
No, this is a good job by Anthony Lanier. Micah Johnson makes all this happen. He's got 2 guys on him. They don't get off the line of scrimmage, and Lanier slices off the backside of the right guard, Coulter Woods-Manning, and stops this early. This is a fantastic job, and the Ticats are punting. I think that was a bad call. I think they should have gone out and thrown it. That was a really long 2 yards. To set yourself up at a short yardage position, there's too much that can happen there.
So Nick Constantino will come out to kick it away for Hamilton, standing back at his 35. Mario Alford with the wind at his back, ready to receive for the Riders. Of course, it'll be an Ibarasa and Sons punt return.
Well, we talked about him being a block away on kickoff return. He's been close on punt return as well. I really feel like if the Riders get 1 more block here this week, they might clear him for a touchdown.
Steele averaging 5.8 yards per return. Constantino's kick is going to get caught up in the wind a little bit. Mario Alford is going to let it bounce, and now it takes a turn towards the Riders' sideline. Alford picks it up there and then just scampers out of bounds at the 25-yard line. But here comes Trevor Harris and the offense. 10-12 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan leading Hamilton 7-0. This is Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
At Country Thunder Saskatchewan, you get superstars like Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. And you also get a spot closer to the stage with a Gold Zone standing room ticket. Guarantee yourself a spot with amazing views so you can get up close to all your favorite artists. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your Gold Zone tickets at countrythunder.com.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Well, if you were writing a book, you couldn't have written it up any better to start the home season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who 4 minutes and 48 seconds into this one, Luke, have a 7-0 lead.
No kidding. And now you've got the offense starting on the 27. Hey, one of the guys that we really need to keep an eye on today is left guard Ryan Skeevy. You get him in as a free agent in the offseason. He's a former All-Star. So far in spot duty, he hasn't looked good. I think that, that's a fair assessment, and he would probably agree with me. But here, big opportunity. He's back starting, doing what he's used to. If he can reclaim his form, the Saskatchewan Roughriders aren't going to have any drop-off there at that left guard spot without Blake.
But he hasn't practiced there much this week with Peter Godber missing most of the week of practice. But Godber's in back at center with Sevier to his left. It's 1st and 10, Saskatchewan. Ball on their own 27-yard line for Harris, who's in the gun. One receiver in motion pre-snap. Now hand the ball off to A.J. Ouellette, and he'll just move the pile himself out across the 30 near the 31 for a carry of close to 4.
Yeah, when we've gone in 24 personnel with Clint Ratkovic as the fullback, and especially when we've used the bunch with Ratkovic being the first guy to the right, it's always been a run. This time he comes from right to left, blocks the end man on the line of scrimmage, and this is going to be their identity. This is how they want to run the football. They want to be a physical team, and they want to grind guys out. They only get 4 yards there, but they've been having success in the air, so we're good here.
Second down and 6, Saskatchewan. Ball at their own 31-yard line. 9:33 to go in the opening quarter. They lead 7-0. Harris back to pass. Has time. Over the top. That's to Mitchell. Picton complete. He gets across the 40 up near the 43-yard line. Good for a Cooperators Bazendelski Insurance and Financial Services first down.
Hamilton played a basic scheme last week. I didn't anticipate them switching anything up. They come out here. They're basic again. Mitch Picton, this is about a 6-yard dig route coming into Trevor Harris. Sorry, about 8 yards. And Picton, man, what a pro. Put him anywhere. The guy produces. Give him an opportunity. Here he converts for the Riders' first down.
First and 10, Saskatchewan now at their own 43-yard line. Harris has 3 receivers to his left. That's the near side of the football field as we see it. Calls out the cadence, hands off to A.J. Ouellette, has a hole across the 45 to the 50, up to the 52-yard line. He'll be very close to a first down, but at the end of the carry, flags come down. This could be a face mask, though.
This is a fantastic job by Peter Godber and Logan Furland. You got the double team at the line of scrimmage all the way up to the second level linebackers. Furland does a great job of transferring off the double team to the linebacker, and that's what A.J. Ouellette gets his opportunity. He's patient, waits behind his blockers, then explodes. We got a first down with a flag. I think this is against Hamilton.
Well, they're discussing it right now, are the officials. Again, Tim Croker, who officiated last year's Grey Cup, is the head referee today. He's standing conversing just in front of the Hamilton bench at about the 53-yard line. Now we'll get the call. Maybe. Didn't hit the post of that song. Try it again. Here we go. No.
Nope.
Take 2.
Legal block. Saskatchewan number 15. Major foul, face mask.
Oh, okay.
Hamilton number 30. It's an automatic first down, Saskatchewan.
All right.
We'll take it. I'm not sure A.J. Ouellette's going to be very happy with his stat getting taken off the board, but hey, he wants a first down, so he's good.
Yeah, as they'll move the ball back about 5 yards.
Again, we're seeing Hamilton come out. They're playing really basic. They got 4 down linemen. Last week they went into a double eagle front, which was using 5 down defensive linemen, and that was to make an effort to stop A.J. Ouellette. They got out of that. Here they look like they're going with 1 safety. Again, really basic. They've got the linebackers looking like they're about to drop into a zone.
First and 10, Saskatchewan at their 48. Handed off to Ouellette again. He'll go to his left, cuts back to the right. Now look at the pile move. Rider Nation love that as Ouellette gets up, hopping and dancing, and why not? That's a nice gain on first down.
This is a great job. We just talked about him. Ryan Skeevier, he's the pulling left guard. He goes right, picks up the first guy he sees on the end. And that's what clears space. You've got guys blocking up front. A.J. Ouellette loves this start. More importantly, you're starting to grind them early. 2nd and 2. Your whole playbook's open to you if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and it really makes it tough to scheme defensively if you're the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
8 minutes to go in the first quarter. Saskatchewan in front 7-0. Ball on the 54-yard line. Riders bring in the heavy set. Going to hand it off to Payne Jr., who's got some room on the corner to the 50-45. Going to be thrown out of bounds at the Hamilton sideline at the 44-yard line. His flags come out as he's ushered out of bounds.
This is a great job. This looks like a Kansas City Chiefs play when they need 1 or 2 yards. Here what they do is they essentially get into goal line formation. They use 2 receivers to block the edge. Ratkovic does a great job as the leading fullback, and Sean Bain, their fastest, shiftiest player, gets up for the first down. Great job. Great play call by Mark Mueller.
But there's going to be a holding call against Saskatchewan. That's the initial indication.
After yards were gained, holding Saskatchewan. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's first down, Saskatchewan.
So I'm not sure who the hold would be on, as it was right at the ball carrier where they threw the flag. That said, as they move the football back again.
Well, the good news is, well, actually, the bad news is you've got 2 penalties that have hurt an offensive drive. The good news is they've both still equated to first down, so you'll kind of take it.
So they march the ball back inside Saskatchewan territory. And I believe they're going to put it down to the 52. And it should be a first down if it was after yards gained, if not mistaken.
Well, that's what he said. He said it was first down, so it should be 1st and 5.
7:48 to go. Saskatchewan in front 7-0. We welcome you in no matter where you may be listening across Saskatchewan on the Cooperator Rough Rider Radio Network. We thank you for joining us on this beautiful late June afternoon in the Queen City. As again, still some confusion as to where this ball should be spotted, and getting some help from the command center in Toronto right now just to figure out where the infraction occurred.
Well, again, I was talking to you last week about how interesting it was to talk to Andy Fantouz and hear how engaged the replay booth actually is during a game. They're with them talking to the refs the entire way through. and it's not the sort of consultancy play-to-play when requested by the referee that I think a lot of us thought it was. So that was one of those occasions where they got a lot of help from the referees or from the booth in terms of, hey, where it should be, how it should be spotted. It ends up being 1st and 10 on the 55.
Well, they put the ball there, and now they're going to move it again. So hang on tight for this. Maybe let's go downstairs. Derek Bidwell is on the sidelines. Bidsy, what do you have?
Cute story, guys. After that touchdown, Trevor Harris threw, of course, to MLS on the sidelines here. The Harris family's in the front row, and he has 3 little boys, of course, with his wife, and the oldest boy, Trenton, who is 7, and then you have Trace, who is 4, and the littlest one, Trip, who is 1. You had Trenton high-fiving Trip, and it was just a very cute moment here with the Harris family in the front row, as they, of course, were just as excited as everybody else as the Riders come out and get that early 7-0 lead. But a cool moment for the Harris family to, down here, and hopefully they got more high-fiving to do in this game.
Absolutely. Your sideline reports for Ritchie Brothers. Enjoy the game. Call Ritchie Brother Auctioneers for your buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com.
So what we've seen so far from the Hamilton Tiger Cats, really basic, but they are trying to stop the run. They're emphasizing it with their linebackers, looking like they're I think that the problem with Hamilton right now is they're just not up to the task physically. I think if this continues for the Saskatchewan Roughriders on the line of scrimmage, they're in for a long day, and of course that's great news for the Rider Nation.
Well, lengthy delay to finally put the ball down at the Rider 52 after penalty. It's going to be 1st down and 10. 7:43 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan leading Hamilton 7-0. Harris with 4 receivers to his left, hands the ball off to Ouellette, who starts to his right, tries to cut back to his left, and then he'll get wrapped up by Nick Usher after a gain of a couple. It'll be 2nd and long for Saskatchewan.
Nick Usher's playing the right defensive tackle, and he just does a good job just sort of coming down with Casey Sales too. Just play in the gap. I mean, sometimes you're not going to knock the offensive lineman back, but if you continue to just be honest with your gap, sometimes it takes you to the play. Here they did that, 2nd and 8. I mean, you look at it, Sales had a good game last year. Brandon Barlow ended up having 4 defensive tackles, a tackle for loss, and 3 quarterback sacks. So obviously, they kind of like what they did up front, but they would obviously want to win.
2nd down and 8, ball just on Saskatchewan's side of center. Hamilton brings some pressure. Harris throws it up. It's deep, and it's intercepted. Picked off by the Tiger Cats down around the 10-yard line. Is going back was Jamal Peterson in coverage, and Harris just slightly overthrew his intended target, and the Tiger Cats are able to haul it in for a turnover of their own. 6:48 to go. Saskatchewan leading Hamilton 7-0. We'll be back with more from Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperator Roughrider Radio Network.
The best things in life happen when you're living in the moment. Like creating memories and sharing them with the ones you love. Stay connected. With $0 phones and Plus pricing, you can upgrade your phone and stay in the moment. Save $120 on Canada and US plans when purchasing a new phone on a 2-year voice and data term. Only from SaskTel.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luke Mullender, Derek Bidwell back at Mosaic Stadium.
Yeah, you know, one of the problems is if there's a criticism of Trevor Harris to this point, it's he's getting too stuck on certain targets. He almost threw an interception by forcing it to KSB last game, and it was because he just sort of glued his eyes to him. Here, this is a one-on-one situation. It's a deep ball, but Harris wants to go to Bain the entire way, and what ends up happening is it ends up that Jamal Peters just runs the deep route for him, and the ball's dropped into his hand. That's the only criticism I'd have of Trevor Harris. You can't get glued and stuck on guys you want to get the football to. You still got to be studious when it comes to going through your reads.
But it ends up almost like a punt as Hamilton's 1st and 10 at their own 10-yard line. Left-hand hash for Bo Levi Mitchell with James Butler in the backfield. Bo Levi back to pass. He'll dump it out into the backfield, but it's read immediately. James Butler tackled for a loss of 5.
This is just alignment, assignment, execution. C.J. Avery knows that he has James Butler one-on-one, so when James Butler goes out for the screen, Avery walks right through the initial attempted block of Brandon Revenberg to bring him down. And I'll tell you what, man, there's nobody having a better season than C.J. Avery. Maybe Roland Milligan, but Avery is playing incredibly good football at the moment.
2nd and 15 for Hamilton at their own 5-yard line. 5 receivers set, 3 to the far side for Bo Levi Mitchell, who's back into the end zone to pass. He'll flip it out far side. That ball complete to Dunbar Jr. in the flat. He'll get up to the 15, maybe the 17, but still going to be well shy of the first down, and it'll be a kicking situation for Hamilton.
Saskatchewan sends the blitz. It's a safer blitz, and the reason why is they know that they can play man behind this blitz. There's a lot of yardage that the Ticats have to get, so you're not taking a huge risk because the quarterback still has to get the ball out quickly. Here, Bo Levi Mitchell makes the throw. Unfortunately, it's to a guy who's low. They don't come anywhere near the first down marker, and they got a punt.
Nick Constantino is on to punt, 47.8-yard average. Mario Alford standing back to receive for the Riders at his own 47-yard line. Kicking into the wind is the Hamilton kicker. High spiraling kick. Alford going to be chased back to the 41-yard line. He'll take it there in the midsection and then makes a move to the left, back to the right. Has some room, gets to midfield, steps out of bounds, and that's where the Rivals start. With 5:08 to go here in the opening quarter, Saskatchewan leading Hamilton 7-0. We'll be back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget, classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
54-yard punt by Nick Constantino. A 15-yard Ibarasa and Sons punt return for Mario Alford has the Riders set up 1st and 10 at midfield. As let's go downstairs. Derek Bidwell's on the sideline. Bidsy?
Yeah, Dave, I just wanted to interject a little bit here on the Riders and their focus. Of course, that pick by Trevor Harris, probably set them back a little bit, maybe calm things down a little bit. They came out very jacked up, as you can assume, at the start of the game.
Before
but
him
for the guys
and
that
has
kind of
taken
had
that
their heads down
defense,
a little bit, it's still early in the game, of course, but AJ
about
Olin,
it,
of course,
but
off-season signing.
He's the guy who teach these guys rules, get them to understand concepts.
Arms like legs. He was zipping up and down the sidelines, telling everybody to stay up, stay pumped up, and things will, of course, work themselves out. Just a little hiccup early in this game.
Well, they'll look to do that right now. Stay up as it's 1st and 10 at midfield. Play is whistled in. Kean Schaefer-Baker in motion pre-snap. A.J. Ouellette exit the backfield. Harris back to pass. He'll find Sean Payne Jr. across the middle. He'll get up to the 50 of Hamilton for a gain of 5 on 1st down.
I like this. This is a play designed to take advantage of the zone defense the Ticats want to play. What the Riders try to do is get everybody's eyes moving backwards and then slip Sean Bain underneath. They had some success with that concept last game. Here, Bain converts it to a 2nd and 3.
Yeah, nifty spot down to the 48 of Hamilton. 4:35 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan leading Hamilton 7-0. Harris in the gun, his 4 receivers to his left, which is the wide side of the field. Ouellette moves in motion to his right. Back to passes Harris on 2nd and short. He'll fling it out near side. That ball is complete. That's Samuel Emelis trying to make a man miss, and he'll stiff arm him and get out of bounds up to the 40-yard line to move the sticks for another Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services 1st down.
Perfect play for the scheme the Ticats are playing. They're in man defense now. Emelis is, I think, the 2nd guy of 4 wide receivers to Harris's left. Quick little out route. Easy conversion. Emelis off to a good start, and it's interesting to see the distribution. We've seen every single wide receiver get involved thus far. Emelis hasn't, and today he's off to a great start.
Yeah, that's the third different receiver that Trevor Harris has found this afternoon. 1st and 10 at the Hamilton 40. Here comes the blitz from the Tiger Cats through the middle. Harris reads it, throws it up near side. Touchdown! Joe finds the corner of the end zone and gets his first touchdown to the Canadian Football League.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders catch the Ticats in man again. They're unable to get to Harris with any type of pressure. Joe's just running a simple little deep corner here against one-on-one coverage. The safety does not get over in time, and the rookie, who has been tremendous since walking onto the field here in mid-May for training camp, registers his first tug of his career.
Wow. Joe was working with Kenneth George Jr., who come in number 7 in tackles in the Canadian Football League, and he just blew right by him to the corner of the end zone. And the Riders looking to go up 2 converted scores with a point after to come from Brett Lothar. Clean snap, good kick. It sails through the uprights to make it 14-0 with 3:25 to go in the opening quarter. Your Reuters are in front. It's the home opener this afternoon in Mosaic Stadium, and you're listening to it on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United Members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Rider kick team getting set to head out onto the field for the 3rd time already in the ball game as they do. Derek Bidwell, you know the ball that they're not going to use, right?
That ball that Joe caught for sure, Dave. The veteran, Trevor Harris, the 38-year-old, I think was more excited than the rookie, Joe. After he caught that one for his first CFL touchdown, he went down there and grabbed the ball, made sure the training staff had it right away, and they're going to put it into safe place. Back to you.
Hey, thanks so much. That Nelson GM touchdown drive, 3 plays, 55 yards. Trevor Harris, 3 of 3 with a touchdown pass to a Joe for 40 yards, and the Riders are rolling 14-0 at home.
Yeah, and one of the things that you noted right before he threw that touchdown, it's been the distribution. Trevor Harris is doing a great job of getting other guys involved. There's only one football, right? So guys have to be patient. They've got to continue running the right route, because when that window of opportunity opens in this defense, with the way Trevor Harris is throwing the ball when he's on point, you might get the football, so just be ready for it.
Lawrence Woods fields the ball for Hamilton at his 9-yard line, brings it up the near side to the 20, 25, near the 29-yard line, going to be spun to the ground. And with 3:19 to go, here comes Hamilton and their offense looking to get a spark, trailing by 2 major scores. Again, 3:19 to go in the opening quarter.
Hamilton needs something. The Saskatchewan Roughriders haven't done a whole lot of moving around defensively. They've played them straight up so far. They've been in man. They've only blitzed a couple of times, so it's not like the Riders have just come out here and thrown the kitchen sink at them. This has got to be discouraging for the Ticats.
Lawrence Woods' 22-yard return has Hamilton set up 1st and 10 at their own 31. Ball right-hand hash. 3 receivers to the far side for Bo Levi. He'll hand it off to Butler, who's trying to get to the corner. Strung out nicely as flags come down. Micah Johnson goes all the way from his tackle spot.
Coming to this situation back here. Everybody's always asking me where my house is at.
We've got flags and likely holding against Hamilton.
Hamilton number 40. It's a 10-yard penalty. Remains first down.
Yeah, James Tucker did a great job as the Saskatchewan Roughriders, a fullback here. He's trying to cut off Brian Cox Jr. on the right side, because Brian Cox has initial blocker, and then Tuck's job is just to get in front of him. He can't do it, so instead of just continuing to try, he grabs a hold of his jersey, and it's coming back. 1st and 20.
Ball now at the Hamilton 21-yard line. 2:57 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan in front 14-0. 5 receivers for Hamilton in the formation with Bo Levi Mitchell in the gun. James Butler to his right. Riders load up the line, show blitz. Mitchell going to try to silently change the play at the line of scrimmage. Drops back to pass, looks over the middle. That ball is complete into first down territory. Riders say it hit the carpet. So do the officials. Incomplete, intended for Tim White.
That's a good job by Roland Milligan here again. Because of the blitz, Bo Levi Mitchell has to throw it early. Tim White gets the ball to him. Again, he's one of the higher paid guys in the league. He's got to make plays like this because Bo Levi Mitchell puts it out of range of Milligan initially, but Milligan gets his hand on it late at the end of this play. 2nd and 20. Great job by Agent Zero.
2:36 to go. It's 2nd and 20, like you say, Luke. Ball spotted at the 21-yard line of Hamilton. Crowd comes to its feet.
Yeah, no pressure here, right?
Stop motion from Hamilton as the Riders' secondary drop way back. Nelson Lacombe was trying to get a message into the halfback. He couldn't. Now a ball intended near side for Stephen Dunbar Jr., who had found a hole in the zone and was open, but Bo Levi can't connect. Incomplete, 3rd down.
Well, 2nd and 20. You don't have any pressure. You got 3 guys back, so you're essentially playing with 3 safeties, and the best thing we saw out of that rep right there, communication. Guys talking to themselves. They're all on the same page. That way the zone is, or the safeties are moving together. They come out, nothing doing.
So Constantino back on to kick. He stands at his 7-yard line. Mario Alford just inside his 40 to our right. 2 minutes even to go in the first quarter. Low driving kick by Constantino. Going to take a bounce at midfield, and now it will spiral towards Mario, who picks it up at the 45. Alford just going to get chased out of bounds, then takes a late hit as flags come down. As Ray Wilborn put the hit on Alford right at the Rider bench, and the Riders are going to get great field position here late in the opening quarter.
Yeah, and rightfully so. This is after the play. You've got Alford basically out of bounds already. Wilborn doesn't have to push him like he does.
Major foul, unnecessary roughness. Hamilton number 0. 15 yards added to the end of the play. First down, Saskatchewan.
You see the first signs of the wheels coming off. Ticats, they need to keep their composure here. This is still only the first quarter.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of football to be played. And it's funny, I've been thinking up here in the booth, this is one of the situations that the Riders aren't actually used to. It's playing with the lead.
That's right. Well, the Opus Souvlaki stats for Trevor Harris thus far, 6 of 7 for 87 yards. The good news is all of his passes have been completed. The bad news is one was an interception to Hamilton. But it's 1st and 10 Riders at their own 44-yard line. Ball left-hand hash for Harris, who's in the gun with Ouellette right behind him. Signals the receivers to the line, fakes the handoff to Ouellette, back to throw, looks far side flat, has a man, that's complete up to the 30. Spinning away from the tackle and out of bounds for another first down is Samuel Emilus down to the 27 of Hamilton.
One of the things that great pass protection gets you is the ability to go through your progressions as a quarterback. There is nobody in the vicinity of Trevor Harris when he drops back. Everybody's blocked up, and that's what's allowing him to pick his targets downfield. This is Emilus against the zone. He's having a big game. First down on the Hamilton 22.
17-yard reception for Samuel Emilus on first down, moves the chains. Now under a minute to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan in front 4-0. Bring in their big set on first down. Harris hands it off to Ouellette, goes to the right, bounces off a man, and then going to carry the pile down to the 21-yard line for a gain of almost 6.
This is a good job. Keenan Schaefer-Baker comes from left to right out of the backfield, but it's Clint Ratkovic who's the key to this whole play. He does a great job as a tight end, running his feet on contact. He gets the initial block, but because he runs his feet, the Hamilton Tiger Cat tries to get off and get to the ball. When he does that, because Ratkovic's doing a good job, it knocks the guy even further back and gives A.J. Ouellette even more momentum.
2nd and 5. Ball on the 22 of Hamilton for the Riders. Precariously close once again to the Windsor Plywood red zone. Harris back to pass, all kinds of time, going to glide it out far side, but it falls incomplete as Harris has got his hands on his helmet. He had a Joe coming across the field open.
Yeah, Joe is kicking himself a little bit too here because he knows he's going into the end zone if Harris finds him here, but unable to make that connection, and Lowther comes out here to extend the lead to 17. If he's able to hit this 29-yarder.
Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals bring you field goal attempts this year, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-50-866. Lawther lines up a 29-yarder, 4 for 4 in the season. Flags come out as the whistle's going to sound as Lawther points towards Hamilton's side. But the Riders are marching back.
Procedure, Saskatchewan number 52. It's 5-yard penalty. Retry the convert.
So Jamarcus Hardrick.
Retry third down. Retry third down.
So Jamarcus Hardrick gets flagged for the procedure. That's a lot of body to miss moving 6'5", 317 pounds.
Yeah, when you look like Hill Tower 2, you're going to get caught if you're moving prematurely.
So a 29-yard attempt now becomes a 34-yard attempt for Lawther. Again on the right-hand hash. Likely to be the last play of the opening quarter. Riders looking to extend the lead to 3 scores. As referee Tim Croker blows the play in, Lawther counts off his attempt and his approach. Hughes on the snap, Corsack on the hold. Ball back, down, up, and through. Brett Lawther splits the uprights from 34 yards out to remain perfect on the season. And through the opening quarter of play on the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 17, Hamilton no score. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey, it's Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders. You know what I love as much as throwing touchdowns? Driving a great truck from Capital GMC. They have a huge inventory of trucks, SUVs, luxury cars, and more. You'll find something that suits your style and budget. They're also big supporters of the riders and our communities. So, whether you're a diehard Riders fan or just looking for a great deal, check out Capital GMC today. They'll make you feel like an MVP.
Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
What do you think of when you think of Burgo air seaters? Do you think of the heavy-duty steel construction or possibly the flexibility to efficiently combine products with the next integral tank system? Or maybe the PDM Pro metering system that allows you to meter a multitude of products with bang-on accuracy? Whatever innovation first comes to mind, we know that it translates into added value to your seating operation. Burgo Innovation, pursuing perfection with Young's Equipment Incorporated.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, SaskTel, AgCo, Capital Auto Group, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Sask Lotteries, Redhead Equipment, Quality Tire. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportscage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the second quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, after the Brett Lawther 34-yard field goal, the Riders are in front 17-0. A little bit of a conversation on the Riders sideline as we get set to start quarter 2. Let's go downstairs quickly to Derek Bidwell. Bidsy?
Yeah, Dave, the defense just saying this is our quarter. This is our quarter, the second quarter. As you know, the Riders have had good starts and good finishes, especially the fourth quarter, but they need to have better play in the middle. So defense saying they got to start now. Quarter.
1st and 10. Bo Levi forced out of the backfield, and he gets wrapped up. The Riders get home and wrap up Bo Levi in the backfield for a Quill Plains quarterback sack.
This is a terrific job by Charbel DeBeer. He wins his one-on-one battle upfield, and that's a young man. Doesn't get a ton of playing time, but when he does, he's known to take advantage of that opportunity because they've got their backups in. Lake Corte Moore is playing as well.
Well, the Riders sacked their first one since week 1. As Bo Levi finds himself in 2nd and 14. Bo Levi Mitchell in the 5-receiver set for Hamilton on 2nd and long. He's back to pass. Here comes the pressure again. He'll step forward. Flags come out as Levi escapes. Bo Levi Mitchell up across the 40, dives as far forward as he can. But there's flags on the turf everywhere as Jameer Thurman came up to put a stop to the run.
Yeah, this will be a holding call against number 60, Quentin Barrow. It's It's Christian Albright coming off the left edge.
Holding Hamilton, number 60. Penalty is declined. It's third down.
And he just outworks Barrow. This is straight up effort. I mean, he's not doing anything fancy. He's just being a dog. He throws in a rip move at the end, and Barrow's got to hold on for dear life. Bo Levi Mitchell not getting anything from his teammates right now. And it's showing because they're punting again.
Well, Nick Constantino punting with the wind at his back for the first time this afternoon. He'll take a quick snap right off the whistle. And his spiraling kick that Sean Bain Jr. is going to watch bounce at the 21. And then it takes a right-hand turn towards the Rider end zone. Bain Jr. picks it up at the 4. Makes a man miss. Dives ahead to the 10 before he's wrapped up. And it's going to be a long field ahead for the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense with 13:45 to go here in the second quarter.
James Tuck and Jamal Peters downfield on the coverage team. They did a good job. Bain took forever to pick the ball up, but realistically, the job they did was just, there was no room to run when he did pick it up.
53-yard punt, 6-yard return on that one for the Riders. As Trevor Harris comes back on, should mention that Quill Plains sack. That was a big one. Quill Plains Chevrolet Buick GMC in Wadena taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. As here comes the Rider offense, 1st and 10. Getting the ball for the first time in this second quarter, now with the wind in their face. Ouellette alone back in the backfield for Harris. As Hamilton loads up the line, he'll swing it out near side, and it goes off the fingertips of Sean Bain Jr., who may have taken a peek before he secured the football. It'll be 2nd and 10 after the incompletion.
Yeah, this is simply Sean Bain. He's in the backfield to line up and start, and then he just comes out into the flat. Out of this personnel group that includes Clint Ratkovic, you haven't seen that play, so they're trying to find ways to get Bain involved, but they're doing it creatively, and they're not showing Hamilton looks that they've seen already.
Big 2nd and long play here for the Rider offense, deep in their own territory at their own 10. 5-receiver look on 2nd and long for Harris. Back to pass, looks far side. Now he'll dump it off to Ouellette, who's got room to run up to the 20, 25, puts his head down and gets another Bazandowski Agency's first down for the Riders.
Yeah, this is still Clint Ratkovic in there. And
pardon me, yes.
This is a good job by Harris. So Harris wants to go downfield. We talked about him not getting glued to his targets. Here, he abandons what he wants to do deep. He finds Ratkovic. And listen, this is a kid that is dangerous with the football in his hands. He finishes off the run nicely. First down, they advance the sticks.
The rookie out of Northern Illinois turned heads all training camp long in Saskatoon, and he's picked up right where he left off with a big first down yak yard gain. Of course, yak yards this season brought to you by YAC Auctions. So it's 1st and 10 Saskatchewan, ball just shy of their 25. Handed off to Ouellette. He's to the 30, gets tripped up. Otherwise, there was a lot of running room for A.J. Ouellette if he wasn't caught by Ray Wilborn from behind.
Yeah, this is Clint Ratkovic again as the lead blocker, and now Sam Emelis does a good job following the lead blocker as a big tight end, and he gets a body on the 2nd level linebacker. So now you're starting to see A.J. Ouellette get some room to gather some steam as he approaches the line of scrimmage. That's when he's most effective. This looks good.
Kyle Wilson in on that tackle for Hamilton, number 15. Last week he had 11 tackles coming into the week. So 2nd down and 5 for Saskatchewan, 12 minutes to go. Here in the second quarter, they lead 17-0. Harris back to pass, has a man near side. What a catch. Going up to get it was Kean Schaefer Baker, and it's a big first down reception for the Riders up across the 35 near the 38-yard line.
We talked about Schaefer Baker's ability to make a big play. He's just so good. You just got to get the ball somewhere in his radius, and he's going to come down with it 9 times out of 10. Great job.
Tied for 2nd in the league in touchdowns coming into week number 2 was number 6 with 161 passing yards through the first 2 weeks of the season.
I believe we got 24 personnel. Ratkovic still in the game, and again, when him and Ouellette have been in, they've always ran the football. This time he splits out wide. Might be different. I doubt it.
1st and 10, Saskatchewan at their 38. Harris back to pass, looking far side, has to pull it down, now finds over the middle. That's complete up near the midfield stripe. Sean Bain Jr.
This is a great job. Sean Bain Jr. just very patiently, he's not running at top speed. What he's doing though is he's just finding space behind the linebackers and in front of the secondary. Harris, all sorts of time. The pass protection has been great. And this time he finds Bain again for the first down. And this is easy money. The Riders started this drive deep in their end zone. They're up to the midfield marker now. And I don't see how Hamilton's going to sustain anything. They've got to start blitzing if they want to have a chance here, because right now the Riders are doing whatever they want.
Third reception of the day for Sean Bain Jr., 29 yards in receiving so far. 5-receiver look Saskatchewan. Fake it underneath to Sean Bain Jr. Swing it out near side to Ouellette, who lowers the shoulder. And you can hear the pop from up here on Kenneth George Jr. as Ouellette gets it into Hamilton territory down to the 49.
Pre-snap, Ouellette goes from his running back position. He sneaks up to the line of scrimmage on the right side and then breaks out to the flat. They get him to it immediately. Now, last week, I know that he didn't have a ton of yards, but he got 15 total touches, right? So he was used out of the backfield, and there you get a good example of how dangerous and physical he can be. 2nd and 3.
Well, as Coach Mace put it this week, you want to go ahead and take on A.J. Ouellette? Good luck. 2nd and 3, Saskatchewan, 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. They're in front by 17 are the Riders. Back to pass is Harris. Throws it on far side. That's complete again. Going to be good for another first down as once again Sean Bain Jr. comes up with it down around the 42 of Hamilton.
Hamilton in man defense. They've got one safety. They're unable to get Harris off his spot or anything in front of him. And Harris is out here just playing 7-on-7. This looks like pitch and catch at practice. This is exactly what you want it to look like if you're Rider Nation.
First down for Bazandowski Agencies, Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services. Your first choice for insurance. As the ball now all the way up at the Hamilton 42, a drive that started back at the Saskatchewan 10. 9:25 to go in the second quarter. The Riders in front 17-0. Harris fakes the handoff, swings it out far side. That's complete to Stearns. Stearns tries to get to the corner, can't. He's caught from behind and forced out of bounds around the Ticat 40.
So what we see here is Hamilton's man. Now, because they've ran receivers into the backfield and used them as blockers, number 30, Stavros Katsatonis, actually has Jared Stearns here. As Stearns approaches and acts like he's going to do a fullback block, Katsatonis commits to the run immediately. Stearns breaks out to the flat. He's wide open because nobody is covering him. Katsatonis thought it was a run.
It's 2nd down and 8, as unfortunately for Stearns, he was caught from behind after a good shed block by the Hamilton Tiger Cat linebacker. 2nd and 8, Harris signals the group to the line, drops to pass, has a man open, but it's going to slide incomplete. Kean Schaefer-Baker had found the soft spot and sat down in first down territory. Harris just couldn't connect, and the two of them are going to have a conversation.
Yeah, Harris put it in front of the defensive back to his right, and the problem is if Harris puts it on the receiver, the defensive back also has a chance to make a play on it. So he put it in an area only his receiver is going to get it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. We'll get Korsak out here, obviously, to get a nice sky-high punt, because I believe the Riders think that the wind is now a factor.
Well, keep in mind that that's a great field position drive that started all the way back on the Riders' 10-yard line, as Korsak has got two men onside. He's going to kick it looking for the coffin corner, but it's going to slide into the end zone. But now it takes a turn and comes out. It's out across the line. Nope, they'll say not, that Lawrence Woods III was able to jump on it before the ball exited the end zone. Instead of 2, it's 1, so the Riders extend their lead. 18-0 here with 8:31 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The best things in life happen when you're living in the moment. Like creating memories and sharing them with the ones you love. Stay connected. With $0 phones and plus pricing, you can upgrade your phone and stay in the moment. Save $120 on Canada and US plans when purchasing a new phone on a 2-year voice and data term. Only from SaskTel.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey, Luke, I don't know about you. I got my 50-50, and that jackpot now over $136,000. It's the all-new Riders Foundation 50-50 for all games this year, including when the Riders hit the road. The current jackpot for today's game, as I mentioned, $136,000, and you can get your tickets online at riders5050.ca. As we go down to the sideline, Derek Bidwell.
Hey, Dave. Yeah, thanks. And I know that we're all in on that 50-50 ticket because I know you and I and Luke, we split that. I'll let you get this one, and I'll get the next one. Just a quick one on the weather here for those in Radio Land that may not be able to see this. There is overcast, of course, over the stadium. We're sitting at 26 degrees right now, but there are some swirling winds. So some of the passes and, of course, some of the punts we've noticed have been affected by the wind, but still a very strong wind here at the stadium. Even though we are below grade, about 4 stories below grade or below ground level on the turf, still some swirling wind here at Mosaic Stadium, so it could play a factor later on as well.
Ritchie Brothers bringing you sideline reports with Derek Bidwell. They love the CFL. Enjoy the game. Call Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers for all your buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com. Bo Levi Mitchell after the Rouge for the Riders, and the punt singles puts the ball in the 40 of Hamilton. Lots of pre-snap motion, and you can chalk that one up to Rider Nation turning up the volume as there was miscommunication along the line, and the Tiger Cats are going to be penalized.
Hamilton number 12. It's a 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
You know, one of the things that Hamilton did exceptionally well last week, Dave, was they managed to get the Riders to give away what they were going to do schematically from play to play on defense. Here, the Riders are doing a little bit better job of disguising their approach.
1st and 15 now for the Ticats on their own 35. 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. The Riders in front 18-0. Another stop motion play like you just talked about, Luke, with the Hamilton Ticats receivers approaching the line, then putting on the binders. Going to hand it off to James Butler. He'll try to go to the far side. He's met first off by C.J. Rivas, and then he gets some help as a number of other players, including Malik Carney, come up to make the tackle.
Yeah, they've done a great job on James Butler for the last 5.5 quarters. It's been exceptional. This is a guy who blew up in his first week and only had 17 touches and 67 yards last week.
Look at this. Riders load up the line. 7 players on the line of scrimmage for Saskatchewan on 2nd and 14 for Hamilton. They'll drop back into coverage, though. Bo Levi can't find anyone. Now throws it near side, but that's incomplete. Skips in front of Desmond Patman, and it'll be a 2-and-out for the Hamilton offense.
Well, Hamilton does a good job, especially Bo Levi Mitchell, just being patient. Saskatchewan shows them blitz, then drops out late as soon as the ball is snapped, but it really doesn't affect the Tiger Cats. James Butler blocks the right guy. Levi Mitchell stays patient. Fortunately for Rider Nation, they don't get the throw they want, and they're punting again.
Constantino back to kick. This is a high spiraling kick going to be taken by Mario Alford, who bobbles it initially at his 22. Tries to make a man miss, but then gets wrapped up at the 31-yard line. That Ibarasa punt return, not huge, but Ibarasa and Sons, of course, score big this season with Ibarasa and Sons. They've got a winning selection of new and used New Holland balers that are ready to roll. Trusted by Southern Saskatchewan for 100 years. Just 9 yards on the return for the Riders, but they'll have the ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, Rider Nation, we want to hear from you, whether it be during the game or, of course, on the radio roundtable coming up following our fifth quarter postgame show. You can text in anytime at 306-936-6262. The home text line brought to you by Souris Valley Industries in Weyburn, supplying Saskatchewan with precast concrete products for over 40 years. Call 306-842-5754 or csviprecast.com as the Riders go back to work on offense. Luke, from their own 32.
And it's looked good. There's been plenty of balance. They are breaking tendencies, though, too. They've had Clint Ratkovic and A.J. Ouellette on the field. Again, we talk about 24 personnel, 2 backs, 4 receivers. And to this point, it's been all run out of that. Today, they've come out and changed it around. They're passing a little bit more out of that personnel group.
1st and 10 for Saskatchewan. 5 receivers set. Pitch it far side to A.J. Ouellette. Tries to get the corner. Has some room. And boy, what a collision across the 35 as he'll be close to 5 yards on the carry for A.J.
Well, great athleticism from the left tackle, Trevor. He gets 2 wide receivers, Stearns and Emilus, blocking to his outside, and he pulls around both of them to take out the first defender he sees. He does a great job getting on him. And again, A.J. Ouellette's having an opportunity to get some steam rolling towards the line of scrimmage this game.
Well, again, on the Opa Souvlaki stats, you take a look at A.J. Ouellette, and thus far in the football game, that was the 7th carry for 36 yards for A.J. Ouellette, so averaging over 5 yards a carry, well above his season average. As it's 2nd and long, Harris back to pass, has to dance away from the pressure, but then he gets wrapped up as he'll step into Kyle Wilson, who is in a battle right at the line of scrimmage, and they'll haul down big number 7 for the Riders.
Well, listen, I mean, Hamilton had to do something differently here because nothing was working. Here they've got 5 defensive players loaded up in front of the O-line, and what they do is they run 2 stunts, and the linebacker in the middle, number 15, Kyle Wilson, he essentially stunts as well up the opposite A-gap to the right of Trevor Harris, and that's where he's sacked. But finally the Hamilton Tiger Cats are able to get Harris off his spot and to him with some pressure.
So Corsack on to kick. Good snap from Hughes. Corsack going to kick it away from Woods, far side, but it's going to go out of bounds. He missed that kick by about a yard. If it lands in the field of play, it's not a penalty. Instead, it lands at the 37 and is a penalty. So Hamilton will have good field position with 5:16 to go here in the second quarter, but they trail Saskatchewan 18-0. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, this is Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Rough Riders. When I'm not on the field, I trust Capital Ford Lincoln for all my vehicle needs. Whether it's buying a new or pre-owned vehicle, getting service, or finding the right parts and accessories, Capital Ford Lincoln has it all. They're also great supporters of the Rough Riders and Saskatchewan. That's why I'm proud to be part of their team. So if you're looking for an amazing experience, visit Capital Ford Lincoln. You'll be glad you did.
Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
5 minutes, 16 seconds to go before halftime. Saskatchewan in front of Hamilton by a count of 18-0. And the Riders really wanted to get off to a good start. I don't think you could have scripted anything better. The opening kickoff dropped by Woods. Riders recover. 2 plays later, they're in the end zone, and they haven't looked back.
Yeah, Saskatchewan's done a great job of staying out of their own way this first half. It's something that they've shown in the first 2 weeks. It's just, unnecessary penalties, unforced errors. I mean, you don't see any of that here in this first half, and the score shows it.
So Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton offense come on to attack the field. They start with the ball at their own 49-yard line on the right hash. They move from right to left or south to north as we see it. The wind is at their back here in the second quarter. They trail by 18 as Bo Levi is back to pass. Looks to the near side, and he kind of throws it over the top of one receiver. Tried to find the other receiver in Dunbar Jr., and that just did not work.
Yeah, Bo Levi Mitchell might be pressing here a little bit because he passes up an open wide receiver coming across the middle all by himself at about 5-6 yards. If he hits number 17, Shamar Bridges here, Shamar Bridges has a first down. He passes him up and overthrows his other option.
5 receiver look for Hamilton, who once again used some stop motion as the Riders have 5 men down on the line of scrimmage on this second and long play. They've got a receiver about 20 yards downfield is taken off prior to the snap.
Offside, Hamilton number 85. It's a 5-yard penalty. It remains second down.
Wow.
Do you remember Aju in the exhibition season, how far offside he was? One of those plays we told him that he was going to be offside the next play too. Well, that was further offside than Aju was. That was crazy.
And it's a penalty of 5 yards, so backs Hamilton up into a 2nd and 15 situation from their own 44. There's 4:50 to go before halftime here in the second quarter at Mosaic Stadium as the fans come to their feet on 2nd and long.
No pressure here.
4 receivers set for Bo Levi Mitchell as he looks to his left. That's where the receivers are. Back to pass. Has something short, decides to go deep, and it's almost intercepted. Nelson Lacombo comes up from the safety spot and bats it away from the intended target downfield.
This is a great job. We said there wasn't going to be any pressure. They used 4 defensive linemen. They dedicate everybody back into zone coverage. Nelson Lacombo watches Bo Levi Mitchell's eyes this whole time and almost comes away with his first pick. That's another thing they're doing right now. They're not getting in their own way, but we're seeing alignment, assignment, execution. We're seeing that being practiced on a positive side today.
So Constantino back to kick, standing at his 30-yard line, wind at his back. High kick. Going to chase Mario Alford over towards the far sideline, and that's going to go out of bounds. Flag comes out, but it was inside the 20, so that should be a allowable kick. No penalty on the play is what I'm trying to get at, as the ball should be spotted at the Rider 13-yard line.
There's no penalty on the play.
So 1st and 10 for Saskatchewan at their own 13.
So Saskatchewan comes out here, and I think that one of the things that had to be talked about on the sideline is, okay, so Hamilton's obviously going to try to switch it up, watch for the stunts up front, especially on 2nd down, right? They're going to involve a little bit more movement. I mean, they have to. Otherwise, the Riders are just going to keep walking it down the field. So we might see some tendency breakers from the Ticats on this drive defensively.
And to be a fly in the wall on the Hamilton sideline, you probably saw the replay last week when Scott Milanovic and Bo Levi Mitchell had that blow up on the sideline. Bo Levi Mitchell, 5 of 10 for 25 yards thus far in the football game.
Looking like Bo Levi Mitchell at 2023.
Trevor Harris and the offense go to work for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 1st and 10 at their 14. Hand the ball off. A.J. Ouellette. A little bit of a delayed draw there, but not fooling Casey Sales, who wraps him up for little to no gain.
Yeah,
the second and long.
The problem was, Dave, the problem was Emelis comes across from left to right as the lead blocker, and he misses the initial block, and that's what creates the 2-man surface that A.J. Ouellette's looking at. He's done a great job of getting his feet moving because they blocked up. That was the first time we've really seen a missed block affect number 45.
Give him a gain of 1. It's 2nd down and 9. Saskatchewan ball at their 15. 5 receiver look for Trevor Harris, 3 of them to his right. Early movement and a handoff to Ouellette, who's got some room across the 20, but he trips up. He had the legs going and looked like he would easily get to 1st down territory. Unfortunately for AJ, just a slip.
Yeah.
And it's going to bring out the punt team.
Well, the sniper shot his foot on about the 20-yard line, and he goes down in a heap in front of a couple Ticats players. He's about 2 yards short, so we're going to see Corsack. And Corsak's got a leg. Now, the problem is he going to have wind in his face?
Well, probably a little bit, judging by the flags at the top of the uprights. Riders just a little stop motion of their own on 3rd down. Going to take some time off the clock. 2:48 and counting. Riders leading 18-0, but it is a 3rd and 2 situation. Corsack going to kick this one away from his 10. Lawrence Woods III has to make a way to his right. Gets up across to the 50. Still on his feet at the Hamilton sideline into Rider territory. Up around the 51-yard line. And Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton offense will try to get on the board for the first time with 2:31 to go here before halftime. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
With summer comes fun in the sun. If you're at the lake, in your backyard, or sitting in the stands cheering on the home team, be sure to wear a hat and sunglasses. Put on sunscreen and seek shade. There's no such thing as a healthy tan, and every sunburn increases your risk of skin cancer.
Visit sunsmart.sk.ca for helpful tips to save your skin and have a happy and healthy summer. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The 3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young. More bushels per acre. That's the kind of acquisition we can get behind. Visit brettyoung.ca to explore our wide selection of canola hybrids and find the best fits for your farm. Now, we understand there is some stormy weather making its way into southern Saskatchewan. Bidsy, what's it like on the sideline?
Everything good so far on the sidelines, Dave. There is a severe thunderstorm watch, as you mentioned. I'm just reading what Environment Canada is putting out here on my phone right now, on my app. Environment Canada, severe thunderstorm watch for the RM of Sherwood, including Grand Coulee. So anyway, right down on the sidelines, though, as I said, swirling winds, overcast, but we're staying dry thus far.
Well, 2:30 to go before halftime. Bo Levi Mitchell wants to go ahead and break the seal that is the end zone as his team trails by 18. He's back to pass. Lots of time. Throws it out far side. That's complete. And it'll be pushed out of bounds at about the 44-yard line of Saskatchewan. Is the receiver on that far side. It looks like it might have been Keandre Smith, but a big gain on first down for Hamilton, and pardon me, that's 17, Shamar Bridges.
You're seeing cover 3, so we got 3 safeties, and I think the initial pressure a couple series ago has Corey May saying, okay, let's let the continue leaning on our defensive line. That time they didn't get any pressure, and Powell is out here at 2nd and 2.
Ryder's going to load up the line. Powell hands it off to Butler. Butler gets across the 45, taken down around the Saskatchewan 41, which looks like it'll be enough for a first down.
Yeah, Scoop Carney, he's at the linebacker position, and they dial up a perfect play for him, and he just overruns it. He's the left linebacker. He comes through the A-gap. He's got James Butler in his sights, and Butler just not a shifty move, but just a quick move to his right, evades number 11's tackle.
1st and 10 for Hamilton, now at the Saskatchewan 41-yard line. Bo Levi Mitchell back to pass, has time, moves to his right. Now is a man open in the end zone. Shamar Bridges all alone. Touchdown Hamilton from 41 yards out.
Yeah, Bo Levi Mitchell catches Roland Milligan's eyes in the backfield. Milligan's just sort of daydreaming and watching things develop in front of him, and he does not see or can't stay with Bridges, who's running a corner deep into the end zone. And again, this is a Hall of Fame quarterback that's going to hit these wide open targets if you give it to him. Bo Levi Mitchell now back to 2024 form, and the Ticats are on the board.
2:01 to go before halftime, and Bo Levi Mitchell, a 41-yard touchdown pass to Shamar Bridges, but the point after attempt coming off the leg of Mark Leggio, who's 5 for 5 on the season so far. Good hold. And he'll split the uprights and make it 18-7 for the Riders.
Dave, I'll tell you, man, before we go to the break, I'm starting to feel the momentum. It's swinging back a little bit in towards Hamilton's favor. This is one of those deals where you say, hey, they get paid too, right? This is a good job by the Ticats responding because they were on the verge of a blowout. Now they're kind of back in this game.
Well, and the wind is in the Riders' face here in the second quarter, right? So they moved the ball, but they just haven't been able to punch it in. And Hamilton, really their first drive of consequence, if you will, in this football game, and a big 40-yard pass from Bo Levi Mitchell to Shamar Bridges has got Hamilton on the board, still trailing, albeit by 11.
Yeah, and if you're Corey Mace, do you come out of this 3-safety look and go back to a little bit of pressure and just playing straight up man? I think that's what I would do, but I get paid as an analyst and not as a head coach or a defensive coordinator, so it's going to be interesting to see what he does.
We play one on the radio, though, don't we?
Yeah. I'm great at playing couch quarterback, too.
So Leggio will come on to kick the ball off to Saskatchewan, who will have just under 2 minutes to go with the football prior to halftime.
I'm all Madden when it comes to hindsight. Nobody's better.
I know that feeling well. So Leggio counts off his approach. Going to put his leg in the ground at the 21, arm in the air, and away he goes. Leggio, a driving kick. That's going to take Mario Alford back to his 1 yard line, but he's got lots of room to run here across the 20. Going to get tackled up across the 25 near the 26, as there just wasn't much of a seam, if anything, and he'll head out of bounds, and here comes Trevor Harris in the Rider offense.
Yeah, Harris in the Rider it's 1:54 left on this clock. And I think that if you're the Rider offense and Mark Mueller, who's been really aggressive and really has done no wrong early on this year, I think you stay aggressive. I don't think you just try to get this one into the locker room at half. I think that you continue to attack and keep the pressure up.
A 79-yard kickoff, 25-yard return for Mario Alford as the Riders 1st and 10 at their 26. 1:54 to go here in the second quarter. Riders lead 18-7. On first down, fake the handoff to Ouellette, swing it out far side, and not going to be much in the way of room at all as Kian Schaefer hauls in the pass, but I don't think he even got back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I feel like this is an assignment bus on the offense, because there's no way you'd have 4 Tiger Cats unimpeded to the ball carrier. There's only one receiver, Sean Bain, in the vicinity, so I think that they might have been on different pages in terms of the call, because if you're going to run that flat attack to KSB there, your wide receivers are going to need to block it up. Our wide receivers just vacated, maybe hoping to pull the defenses away if they're in man.
2nd and 12. Early movement as the Ticats come rushing across the line, but were they drawn offside is going to be
offside.
The question.
Hamilton number 75. It's a 5-yard penalty. Remains second down.
So Nick Usher tried to get the jump on the play, and he did. He just beat everybody, and now 2nd and 12 becomes 2nd and 7.
That's a reprieve for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Yeah, Nick Usher, I mean, I thought he played a good game. Two defensive tackles last week. He was all over the backfield. He had 3 tackles for loss.
6-year pro, first year in Tiger Cat gold and black for Usher. 2nd down and 7 for Saskatchewan. Harris to pass, looking over the middle, has Stearns, and he'll be close to the first down stick, probably going to be a yard shy as he'll haul that in around the 34.
Yeah, we've got 5 wide receivers, and the majority of them are going past the sticks here. And what happens is the Ticats just kind of, as they approach defenders, the Ticats then sort of move with them, and Stearns was the only receiver available to the right short that didn't have a Ticat around him. It changed incredibly quickly once he did get the football, though.
Well, we got a Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble coming for the Riders as they send Shea Patterson to the short yardage team out. 3rd and a good yard to go with the ball in their own 35. 85 seconds to go before halftime. Patterson calls everybody to the line. He'll go to his right, gets across the 35, has the first down. Is a Joe, and Kian Schaefer Baker just went ahead and absolutely drove the defender back a good 20 yards.
This is a really good job by Shea Patterson keeping tight to his offensive line. If there was a criticism I could offer on short yardage, the one time he did that during a touchdown is there was a lot of space between the offensive lineman and him when he was doing it. Here, he takes all that space out and he's able to convert that easily.
So first down, Saskatchewan, 1:07 and counting to go here in the second quarter. They lead 18-7. It's 1st and 10 on their own 36. 5 receivers for Harris. Pumps to the far side, then has to pull it down as he had a man in his face. They still haven't blown it down as Hamilton jumps on it, and there might be a decision here. Harris is quite confident, as am I, that was an incomplete pass as opposed to a fumble.
Yeah, because he double pumped it, and I think that's why Hamilton continued to play, is he double clutched it.
Well, Mitchell Picton was right there, and they do rule on the field.
Ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. 2nd down.
So Hamilton has clearly decided to die with pressure. So they're not going to sit back there in their 4-3 and just play zone. They're going to blitz, and they've decided, hey, we're just going to get home, and we're going to force the ball out of Trevor Harris's hands quickly here. That's the change in approach that we've seen here late in the second quarter.
So after the incompletion, 2nd and 10. Harris back to pass. Has time, now has to pull it down. Harris, he's going to take off, gets across the 40, dives up near the 45-yard line. He's still going to be a couple of yards shy. But Trevor Harris escapes the pocket and gains 8.
Well, there's a flag against the Ticats here, and I'm wondering if it's in the secondary. It looks like
illegal contact on a receiver.
Yeah.
Hamilton, number 23. 10-yard penalty. Makes it a first down.
Am I the only one who clinches his teeth every time Harris takes off?
No, I think there was a stadium full of people like
cool.
that.
So it's not just me.
Don't worry. If we had blood pressure monitors on everyone, they would have all exploded right there.
Lord have mercy, that's stressful.
And he didn't slide.
No, he didn't even slide.
He dove. So Saskatchewan gets the first down on their own 47-yard line, right-hand hash for Trevor Harris with 5 receivers. 3 now come in motion to his left. Calls out the cadence, drops back to pass. Looks far side. A.J. Ouellette has it as Harris takes a shot after he delivers it. And Ouellette delivers a shot at the end of the run for some yak yards for YAC Auctions as Harris is slow to get up.
Yeah, Harris is hurting.
And Ouellette gets a first down as here's the gasp from Rider Nation. So Harris is down on the turf.
He got hit late here. He's trying to walk this off. It's just, you can tell he's in a considerable amount of pain on his knee. He got hit late and taken down late. So we're going to see him limp off here. Shea Patterson is going to start warming up quickly.
Harris is under his own steam, if there's any good sign, and probably going to make a... Sorry, go ahead, Luke.
No, my bad, man. It looks like it's one of those deals where he just needs a few minutes. You know what I mean?
Injury report brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Let's make Saskatchewan workplaces the safest in Canada. As, of course, the attention now draws to the sideline of the Riders. That's where Trevor Harris is just going to go for a walk and maybe even headed right to the locker room.
Yeah, they're going to take this last 44 seconds, play it out, and just probably go and check it. He's improving his walk as he continues. So, look, now he's walking back. He's like, you know what, I'm okay.
And the Rider Nation responds. So there you go.
Oh, thank goodness.
1st and 10, Saskatchewan, ball on the Hamilton 49. The clock is ticking down, 37 seconds left to go here in the second quarter. Shea Patterson comes into the ball game. Third-year pro out of Michigan is back to pass on first down. He's going to pull it down and look to run with it. Now he'll drop back, going to throw it near side, and he just throws it away incomplete as he ran out of time as Hamilton brought the blitz.
Well, and it's good job. He broke out of the pocket, and they're going to get rewarded with either a PI or contact on the receiver.
As Trevor Harris now goes towards the locker room.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was the least watched play in Riderville State history right there.
Legal contact on a receiver against Hamilton. It's a 10-yard penalty. Makes it a first down.
Well, that's what you get when Shea Patterson rushes out of the pocket. The receivers sort of adjusted their route, started running, trying to get open, and Hamilton lost composure and just started contacting receivers deep.
So Patterson and the Rider offense, 1st and 10 at the Hamilton 39, wind in their face with 21 seconds to go in the second quarter. They lead 18-7. 5 receiver sets, Saskatchewan, who let the lone back in the backfield. 4 down linemen for Hamilton. Here they come. Patterson going to throw it over the middle, and that ball is caught. What a catch by Jareth Stearns, and it's not a big one, but it's going to cut that to 2nd and 6.
Well, Patterson is really fortunate to get this off. Casey Sales was coming with pressure up the middle, and this is a great ball to Stearns, right where he can get it and him only.
2nd down and 6. 10 seconds now before halftime. Patterson back to pass again. He's going to take a shot, looking over the top for Stearns. Oh, and in and out of his arms. Contested catch, and Stearns couldn't bring it down as he was in an epic hand battle with Stavros Katsantonis. And with 4 seconds to go before halftime, Brett Lothar comes out onto the field.
It looked like right as he threw this, he started changing his mind about the trajectory of the football. And it caused a jump ball situation with Stearns and Katsantonis. And Stearns almost comes up with this at the end. Hey, listen, no harm, no foul. We're coming out of the situation with a field goal attempt. You always want to come away with points.
Well, an opportunity for a 42-yarder off the foot of Brett Lothar. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals bring you field goal attempts. Lothar lines it up. Snap is back. Hold is down. The kick is up, and it's going to go wide to the right. Returned out of the end zone, and trying to get away is Katsantonis, who's going to get down to his 1 yard line, and with zeros on the clock, he's just going to collapse with the gangrene in front of him. But a good opening half for Saskatchewan, despite not coming away with points, and you could see that wind hold that kick up at the end.
Yeah, that wind was like a 13th defender for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. But again, you're going into half with a 12-point lead. That's a positive thing. You got to continue to build on it. These guys get paid too, right? Hamilton made a good effort to stop Saskatchewan's momentum. Now I think it's about going into the locker room and saying, okay, this is what we need to keep doing, and this is how we're going to do it, and let's finish this game with some physicality. Let's not get away from A.J. Ouellette. Let's continue going to that well and really grind them out here in the fourth quarter.
And really find out the status of quarterback Trevor Harris. We'll do all that when we come back. At the end of the opening half on the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 18, Hamilton 7. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Rough Riders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
At Country Thunder Saskatchewan, you get superstars like Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. But if you have a Platinum Standing ticket, you also get an exclusive viewing area at the main stage and access to a lounge with cover from the elements, a full-service paint bar, and luxury restrooms. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your Platinum Standing tickets at countrythunder.com or save at participating Costco locations.
This is the Rider Nation Halftime Show, brought to you by Flamin Sales, McDougall Auctioneers, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Donk on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Wes Cates alongside me for halftime. Wes, we got to get right to it. Trevor Harris goes down awkwardly in that last drive. We saw him limping to the locker room. You're not a doctor, but we'll play one on the radio and on TV. How did you feel like he looked?
I mean, honestly, that was tough to see, right? He started off the season great. He had a rough injury last year that he worked so hard to get back from. But what I did like was that he got up. They didn't need help off the field. He was limping a little bit, but he was putting weight on it. It wasn't like he couldn't really put any weight on that leg. So whatever's going on, I think he's the type of player we probably will see him in the second half unless something's structurally wrong, which is not what we want to hear, right? So I think maybe, you take some shots and you just need to kind of get that initial soreness off, see if it's something you can work through and finish the game with. Hopefully it's nothing serious. If we see him back, that's a good sign. He's a tough guy. I think he'll be back in the second half.
He's a fighter. It just seemed like he went down awkwardly after he threw that pass to A.J. Ouellette. Nick Usher rolls up on him. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders up 18-7 at halftime. The Ticats get that late touchdown to cut into the Rider lead. Your halftime sponsor is Flamin Sales, a family business with family values in a small town feel in Swift Current, Moosomin, Yorkton, Southie, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon. Everybody's going to be wondering about Trevor Harris, but hey, Shea Patterson comes into the game throwing, just like he did in the preseason, man. That ball was a little bit late to Jarrett Stearns, but at least he was able to get the Riders in field goal range. Yes, Brett Lothar missed it. That's a conversation for maybe later. But at least Shea Patterson looked pretty good.
Yeah, he threw that one to Jarrett Stearns one time, put it in a decent place for Stearns to have a chance, and it was a good play by the DB to break it up. And then he got out of the pocket, ran out, didn't force anything on the other throw he had, just kind of threw it out of bounds. I think he's kind of ready for this moment. I'm hoping that he can settle in. We'll see. As I have time to go, hopefully we get Trevor back, but if not, I'm confident in Shea Patterson.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hey Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When you need precision agricultural equipment, you need Claws. Discover how a Claws combine can give you the superior harvesting efficiency you are looking for. Claws Lexion pre-owned combines are an engineered mix of efficiency and convenience. With low-rate finance options, there's never been a better time to buy. See your local dealer for details. Be the best in your field with Claws. Made for more.
Hi, this is Riley McChesney with McDougall Auctioneers, the largest privately owned auction company with the most locations across Canada, specializing in agriculture and heavy equipment. For over 4 decades, we've set the standard in asset auctions, appraisals, and consulting services. Our experience and commitment to innovation and transparency have made us the first choice for customers across the nation. Our expert team of over 90 staff is ready to serve you, and we ensure every auction is a success. McDougall Auctioneers, where every bid counts.
This year, the all-new Sports Cage and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network bring you the Labor Day weekend like never before. We're going to double the excitement. Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators. An exclusive VIP dinner for Rider fans with 2-time Grey Cup champion and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee, Darian Durant. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event go to the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation in honor of Jim Hopson. Tickets at CasinoRegina.com. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire, Engelheim Tours, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders lead at halftime of their 2024 home opener, 18-7 over the Hamilton Tiger Cats. It's time for the halftime rewind, brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
Lowther's arm is in the air. The roof is open for today's game at Mosaic Stadium. The house that Hoppy built is open so Mr. Hopson can watch his team play. And with a JH patch on his helmet, Lowther kicks it off. It's taken by Lawrence Woods down at his 14-yard line. He'll cut back near the middle, wrapped up, and the ball comes loose. And the Riders do have the football.
Well, how you like that, Hoppy?
Harris in the gun, 5-receiver look. Stearns in motion pre-snap. Harris back to pass, looks over the middle, has to pump once into the end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown! Riders! Second down and 8, ball just on Saskatchewan side of center. Hamilton brings some pressure. Harris throws it up. It's deep and it's intercepted. Picked off by the Tiger Cats down around the 10-yard line. Is going back with Jamal Peterson in coverage, and Harris just slightly overthrew his intended target, and the Tiger Cats are able to haul it in for a turnover of their own. 1st and 10 at the Hamilton 40. Here comes the blitz from the Tiger Cats through the middle. Harris reads it, throws it up near side. Touchdown! A Joe finds the corner of the end zone and gets his first touchdown to the Canadian Football League. Hughes on the snap, Corsack on the hold. Ball back, down, up, and through. Brett Lowther splits the uprights from 34 yards out to remain perfect on the season. 1st and 10, Bo Levi forced out of the backfield, and he gets wrapped up. The Riders get home. 1st and 10 for Hamilton, now at the Saskatchewan 41-yard line. Bo Levi Mitchell back to pass, has time, moves to his right, now is a man open in the end zone. Shamar Bridges all alone. Touchdown Hamilton from 41 yards out.
All right, that was your halftime rewind. We have Derek Bidwell, our halftime man on the sidelines, up in the booth with us here. You were down on the field. You saw Trevor Harris go right by you. What were the sights and sounds?
Well, you know, it was a little scary, obviously, and we saw him walking up and down the sidelines. At first, it looked really bad, but then he was walking a little quicker, and we got a little more encouragement there. As I mentioned before, his family sits right behind where I stand in the front row, and his wife was up on her feet and just her hands over her mouth. She was very nervous, obviously. The boys were wondering what was going on with Dad, and she just said, I think he's okay. You could tell she was just trying to reassure him that I think he's okay. Was encouraging for him walking off the field, and we can just hope that he's going to be back for the second half.
How do you think he looked? Did it look like he might not come back in the game, or did he look like he could?
I think he's going to be back. Obviously, fingers crossed. We want Trevor Harris to be back, the 38-year-old, having his season cut short, of course, last year. So fingers crossed. Rider Nation is holding their breath. Everybody is talking about it, as you can tell, waiting to see if he emerges in the second half. But it was encouraging the way he was walking off the field. He didn't seem to be grimacing too much in pain. He seemed to be just kind of working it out, and as he was getting closer to the tunnel, going back to the locker room, he seemed to be in the best, or feeling the best compared to when he first went down.
Yeah, it looked like when he first went down, Wes and I were saying he was in a lot of pain.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I've had those situations where you kind of got to get up and be like, can I still play? Because the pain is intense, but you kind of been there before, so you move around a little bit. Okay, everything's coming back to me. It doesn't feel like any major structural issues. I can bounce around, and it just takes a little time. Maybe a couple plays, maybe a couple minutes, you know, but definitely get back there, make sure, probably go through some physical testing just to make sure everything's nice and tight and nothing's like loose or moving more than it should be.
All right, we'll find out. The second half is next with Dave Thomas and Luke Mullender on 620 CKRM and across the province. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
I've got this delicious dilemma. I've always loved my cheddar cheese. I just love how it's so sharp tasting. But now, there's another type of cheese I love too. Smoked Gouda. It's the same cheesy taste, but different. With its caramel-like flavor and springy texture, it's so hard to resist.
Here, try this.
What's this?
Monterey Jack.
Oh no.
Look for 100% Canadian dairy products with the Blue Cow logo. Sask Milk. Love life. Drink milk.
Since 1972, Rightway has combined innovative design with quality and workmanship. From rock pickers to harrows to the greatest selection of land roller sizes to fit every field, Rightway engineers incorporate advanced technology, strength, and versatility into the equipment you need to get your field ready. A proud Saskatchewan company, Rightway helps you get the job done. See the full list of products at rightwaymfg.com and farm the right way with Rightway.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Welcome back to the Cropfield Games, where Group 11 insensitive pathogens have built a massive lead on Saskatchewan pulse growers. Anthracnose and Assacaida are having particularly strong games, and with their fungicide resistance, it's hard to see how that's gonna... What's this? Delero Complete is checking in for the pulse growers. Bad news for the pathogens. Delero Complete offers enhanced disease protection for chickpea, lentil, and field pea crops. This game is over. Pulse farmers win. Delero Complete, the best just got better. Ask your retail today.
At Country Thunder Saskatchewan, you get superstars like Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. But if you have a Platinum Standing ticket, you also get an exclusive viewing area at the main stage and access to a lounge with cover from the elements, a full-service paint bar, and luxury restrooms. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your Platinum Standing tickets at countrythunder.com or save at participating Costco locations.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperator's Advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
We want your business on board for the 620 CKRM and Harvard Media Yum and Then Some auction. We're sure you've heard people saying, let them cook, and we wanted to get you in on the action. All you gotta do is provide items like gift cards, experiences, services, or whatever cool product you have. In exchange, we'll give you a world-class marketing campaign. No entry fee or cash outlay, just a good old trade deal. Just hit up 620ckrm.com or harvardmedia.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, brought to you by SaskTel, Claws of America, AgCo, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, SegaPlayNow.com, Salford Equipment, Sask Lotteries. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the third quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
As we get set for the Quality Tire kickoff with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Riders going to kick into the wind here in the third quarter, leading by 11, but their leader hasn't come out of the tunnel to start the third quarter. It's Dave Thomas, Luke Mullender, Derek Bidwell, and the team here at Mosaic Stadium. Home opener 2024 with Brett Lother approaching the football. Going to put a foot into it, and it'll be taken near side down around the 17-yard line. That's Lawrence Woods, the third. He'll get up to the 30, near the 35. Tackled there by the Riders cover team. And here comes Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cat offense. Bo Levi wrapped up the first half with a big score that his team desperately needed. 7-12 for 74 yards in the opening 30 minutes.
Yeah, again, we talked about the fact that the Ticats get paid too. I thought they did a great job of mitigating the damage and stopping the Riders' momentum when the Riders seem to be peaking. Now they come out here to start the second half, and you got to think they're feeling pretty good about themselves.
1st and 10 for Hamilton at their own 35-yard line to start the second half of play. Bo Levi Mitchell into the middle, finds Shamar Bridges, who caught in a touchdown pass in that opening half. He'll get out across the 40 near the 41 for a gain of 6.
And obviously the focus is going to shift now. The Saskatchewan Roughriders, if we do go with Shea Patterson the rest of the way, A, I think he's got all the tools, but B, you just got to build behind him. Let's play solid special teams and continue playing well on defense. 2nd and 3 has a chance to get a 2-and-out right off the bat for this new look offense behind number 5.
Bo Levi Mitchell, though, and the Hamilton offense have a crack at a first down first. He's back to pass on 2nd down. Pumps once, steps up, tackled in the backfield. Anthony Lanier, the second, with his first sack of 2024, gets to the backfield.
Oh, this is great job. Again, these sacks that they've gotten are just working hard. This is Malik Carney coming off the right side of the defensive line. He initially just gets stopped up, but he continues running his feet. He works his way into the inside and gets to Bo Levi Mitchell. That's a great job, and Scoop, obviously, as a former Ticat, is loving that.
Yeah, 11, not 91, but they rule it an incomplete pass as Bo Levi threw the ball into the turf. Regardless, Mario Alford takes the kick over his head, and Ibarasa and Sons punt return that he'll take up across the 20 near the 23-yard line. And here comes the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense for the first time here in the second half, with now Shea Patterson at the controls, with Trevor Harris shaken up late in that first half and not returning to the field here in the third quarter. 15 on the return for Mario Alford after a 60-yard punt.
Yeah, and all the tools are here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders to continue to have success. Just continue to lean on number 45. Let's continue to block things up well. And Shea Patterson doesn't have to go out here and do anything special. He just got to play his game. He's going to move around the pocket a little bit more than Trevor Harris is, but he just can't rush himself. He's got to make sound decisions, and I think he's going to be fine.
So Patterson in the gun on first down, ball at his own 23-yard line. Riders lead 18-7 here on a stormy Saskatchewan night, as there have been some hail reports to the north of Saskatoon, and we've got some weather watches that are out for parts of the province. We're going to keep you in check with those, but right now AJ Ouellette is kept in check. And first down, not much running room.
Tough start. Logan Ferland not able to block Casey Sales, and Sales manages to get into the backfield. And again, it's one of those deals. AJ Ouellette, you've got to let him get his feet rolling before he hits the line of scrimmage. Here he's not able to do that, and the Riders are put in a really tough 2nd and 11 right off the bat.
Ball on their own 22-yard line, 12:47 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan leading Hamilton 18-7.
I'm curious to see if Hamilton brings pressure here, right? You got a new quarterback. Let's see if we can rush him.
They put 5 on the line to the Tiger Cats. 5 receiver set for Patterson, who's back to pass. Flinches once, now alleviates the pocket, throwing near side, and it's intercepted. Nearly intercepted, in and out of the arms of the Ticat defenders, Katsantonis. Now there are flags down in the backfield, likely going to be a hold against Saskatchewan.
Yeah, it's going to be a hold, and right away you see the concern here.
Holding, Saskatchewan number 51, penalties declined, it's third down.
Shea Patterson, he breaks out of the pocket. You can't force anything, right? Let's live with what you got. Hamilton declines the penalty. Just live to see another down. You don't need to do anything special. Just come out here, make sound reads and sound decisions. That one he tried to force.
So kicking situation for Saskatchewan. Adam Korsak stands back at his 8-yard line near hash. Clean snap. Going to put an end-over-ender into the wind. That'll be taken by Lawrence Woods III up at his 48-yard line. Gets to the corner into Saskatchewan territory. Finally tackled at the Saskatchewan 46. So with the wind at his back, Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton offense will come onto the field when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey Rider fans, AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
16-yard return by Woods III for Hamilton has them set up in Saskatchewan territory at the 46-yard line with 12:10 to go here in the third quarter. The Riders leading 18-7 over the Hamilton Tiger Cats, but you can almost feel the air sucked out of the stadium knowing that Trevor Harris hasn't come back to the sideline here in the third quarter.
Well, control what you can control, right? Right now, you have to understand that it's not changing the entire offense. You've changed one guy. That one guy has to come out there and make really good decisions, but you still have to execute and you still have to do your job. If you're a blocker, get a hat on someone, right? If you're a receiver, run the right route. If you're the quarterback, identify what you think the defense is pre-snap. These things don't change. The Saskatchewan Roughriders still have a 12-point lead. And by the way, they play great defense. They need to continue that first and foremost.
18-7, Saskatchewan leads. Play whistled back in for Bo Levi Mitchell in the Hamilton offense. Hand the ball off to James Butler. He'll get across the line of scrimmage. Couple of riders in there. Roland Milligan Jr., one of them, as well as Malik Carney is only a couple for Butler on the play.
A good job by both defensive ends. Carney gets off the edge well and gets in on the tackle, and Brian Cox Jr. plays his down block. He sees his tackle go away. He's not in a rush. He stays square, keeps his shoulders square so he can react. If Bo Levi Mitchell takes it, he doesn't, and then gets in on the tackle.
Second down and 7 for the Ticats. Bo Levi Mitchell to pass far side. Timing route is complete. Shamar Bridges hauls it in just in front of the 35-yard line, which should be good for a Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Yeah, this is a really solid route from Bridges. He cuts back on a dime, and Bo Levi Mitchell puts it perfectly to where only Bridges is going to get this football. Good coverage by the youngster, Deontay Williams.
So first and 10 now for Hamilton. Ball at the Rough Rider 36.
Hamilton coming out, though, with Butler right off the bat. I mean, they're clearly trying to get him back into this game.
11:02 to go. It's first and 10. Ball in the right-hand hash. Couple of receivers in motion for Bo Levi Mitchell. Fakes the handoff, now goes to Tuck, the fullback in the flat. He's got room to the 25 before finally being upended well into the Riders' secondary for likely another first down.
Now this is a great call. You've got two offensive linemen on the right, both pulling around to the left. What that does automatically is it brings the D lineman and the linebacker's eyes to the right, and then they come back to Tuck, who they haven't passed the ball to yet today, on a little screen, and Tuck does a good job of just getting upfield. First down on the Riders 22.
10:16 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front 18-7. Bo Levi Mitchell with the ball on the right-hand hash for Hamilton. He'll drop back to pass. Has time. All kinds of time. Rolls out to his right. Still with time. Finally going to take it and step out of bounds at the Saskatchewan 18-yard line for a gain of about 4.
Well, it's Hamilton's job to do a good job in pass protection here. Bo Levi Mitchell, he's got all sorts of time. Nothing really materializes downfield, especially in the end zone. So Bo Levi Mitchell goes for a stroll, ends up getting the Tiger Cats 5 yards. So now, as we see the rotating linemen, you've got Miles Brown, who's been doing a great job rushing the passer, come in, and Anthony Lanier looks gassed.
2nd and 5. Ball at the Riders 17. Hamilton tries to break their huddle. They're having communication problems as Rider Nation dials up the volume at Mosaic Stadium. Tim White, in motion to the far side of the formation. Bo Levi Mitchell looks that way. Far side complete down to the 9. Should be good for a first down as Hamilton able to move the sticks as Shamar Bridges pulls it in.
Good job by Bridges and good approach here from the Tiger Cats. They've got 3 routes that are right in front of the sticks. Guys are just sitting in front of the secondary, right? You've got to put pressure on these defensive backs. Make them start trying to break down low. That's how you're going to hit them up high. But more importantly, the Ticats are catching the football. That's something they haven't done well in their red zone in this first 2 weeks.
Deep down inside Rider territory is Hamilton, 1st and 10 at the 10. Rider's going to load up the line on first down. Butler, the lone back in the backfield for the Tiger Cats. Fake the handoff, slip it out near side. That's complete up to the 6-yard line before Ante Litre is finally brought down. And pardon me, that's the tight end Javon Robinson who made the reception. He caught one pass last week, and this time he'd take it half the distance to the goal.
Yep. The Ticats here getting to the edges quickly, and they get a good initial block on the first defender. And that's what gets them a little bit of space to run forward. Is you got to take care of that first defender if you're getting out quick. And look who runs back on the field.
Trevor Harris has just run out of the Rider locker room.
No helmet, though.
2nd down and 5. His defense needs a stop. Bo Levi in the gun. Motion comes to the right. Fake the handoff. Now it's on the carpet. Riders have it.
Let's go.
Olympic RTM's turnover as Bo Levi. He dropped the football, and the Riders have it.
Oh, he's sick with it. This is a great job. It's Charbel DeBeer again, coming from the tackle position, gets pressure, gets his arm on Bo Levi Mitchell's throwing hand. Charbel DeBeer causes the fumble, and we're all over it. What a relief if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders. What a stand. That was the one thing that they needed to do, is hold them to a field goal. They say, no, we'll do you one better, and we'll get you a turnover.
Riders have the ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Now through June 30th, 2024, Redhead Equipment, your local Case IH dealer, is offering 0% financing for 60 months. Save on Case IH Maxim, Vestrum, and Farmall tractors on approved credit. That's now through June 30th. Redhead Equipment, your local Case IH dealer, is offering 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into your local Redhead Equipment for details. This is a deal you can't afford to miss. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code Green200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Rider offense is on the field, but all eyes are to the right of Derek Bidwell, who's got company down on the sidelines.
Yeah, Dave, he is throwing. Trevor Harris is throwing to one of his colleagues here on the sidelines. He is gingerly planting on that left leg. Every once in a while he does shake his head, but then he nods yes. He is right now questionable is what they're saying. Questionable lower body, but he is warming up on the sidelines trying to see if that left knee will hold out.
All right, for now, Harris's understudy and Shea Patterson has got the offense onto the field. 1st and 10 after the turnover for Olympic RTMs on the Rider 18-yard line. A Joe in motion pre-snap from Patterson. Fakes the handoff. Looks near side. Has a man down the field, but it's going to fall incomplete. Trying to find Clint Ratkovich, and just overthrown by Patterson. It's incomplete. 2nd and 10.
I'd much rather Patterson overthrows this than underthrows it, because if he underthrows it, the defensive back cuts inside of Ratkovic and might have an interception. So, again, you're starting to settle down, I think, if you're Patterson. He's not trying to force it to his guys. Let's just take what the defense is giving us. But here's the other thing, too. They got to stop letting guys get beyond our line of scrimmage. Patterson's seeing Tiger Cats right off the line of scrimmage pretty much immediately.
And 5 Ticats right in the box on 2nd and 10. They'll all come as he'll swing it out far side to A.J. Ouellette, who's got some running room to the 25, up to the 30. And that'll be a Bazandowski Agency's first down for the Riders.
Well, the big thing about this is the effort from Mitch Picton, Sam Emelis, and Jareth Stearns. This play does not happen if the wide receivers are doing a great job blocking, and each one of them get the man and run their feet, and it allows A.J. Ouellette to roll forward. That is great execution and team football.
First down of the second half for Saskatchewan, who now are set up at their own 30-yard line. Ball left-hand hash. It's a 5-receiver look for Saskatchewan. Send 3 to the near side for Patterson, who's in the gun. Ouellette, the man behind him. He'll hand it off to A.J. Ouellette. Cuts to his right, makes a man miss, gets out across the 45-yard line before finally being stopped up by the Ticats. Is coming up to make the play. It looked like it might have been Kyle Wilson. It'll be a gain of about 5.
Another good job by Sam Emelis. This time he's got Ray Wilborn on the end of the line of scrimmage to Patterson's right. And if he doesn't make this block, Wilborn's able to stop A.J. Ouellette before he gets rolling. So this is a good job and great commitment by our receiving core to be blockers.
Second down and 4 as there looked like a flash of lightning outside the stadium. Got some oohs and ahs, but the officials are going to allow play to continue. Second and 4, back to passes Patterson. Going to go near side, and that ball's going to be incomplete, intended for Sean Bain Jr., who says that Jamal Peters was all over and wants the bench to take a look at it.
Yeah, Bain wants the bench, and I'm not surprised because Jamal Peters gets in on this really early, and he's not playing a football. Peters celebrates after, but I really think that the Riders have a case here to throw a challenge flag. Right now, Mace has it in his back pocket while he watches Corsack take the field with the punt team.
Well, he's got the flag in his right hand. He's talking to the official, and yes, for the first time as a head coach, Corey Mace is going to challenge a play.
You know, it's an incredibly studious challenge. He sort of just places it at the foot of the ref. I'm more of a guy that likes the coaches that throw it 50 feet, to the middle of the field to make sure that everybody knows that the referee's messed up.
Play for pass interference. The play will be reviewed.
So the play is going to be reviewed by the command center in Toronto. Hey, while you do that, Rider Nation, and wait for the outcome, don't wait for the outcome when it comes to the 50-50. Get your tickets now. The jackpot, it's refreshing, is $189,000. That's right, the 50-50 jackpot that you can buy online. It's all new from the Riders Foundation for all games this year, including when they're on the road. The current jackpot, I told you, it's growing. Buy now at riders5050.ca to get yours. As we'll take a break and come back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
With summer comes fun in the sun. If you're at the lake, in your backyard, or sitting in the stands cheering on the home team, be sure to wear a hat and sunglasses. Put on sunscreen and seek shade. There's no such thing as a healthy tan, and every sunburn increases your risk of skin cancer.
Visit sunsmart.sk.ca for helpful tips to save your skin and have a happy and healthy summer. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Well, we are in a review with the CFL Command Center of the first coach's challenge of the season for head coach Corey Mace. Now, if Jamarcus Hardwick is of any indication to you, he's come off to the sideline believing that this challenge is not going to work, and we'll go down to referee Tim Croker.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Saskatchewan, by losing its challenge, has lost a timeout. It's third down.
So third down upcoming. Coming up after this play, we will get an update on the status of quarterback Trevor Harris from the sideline. But first, the Riders face a 3rd and 4 situation with Adam Corsack as the rain has started to fall here at Mosaic Stadium. He stands at his 22-yard line. 6:08 to go in the third quarter. Corey Mace 0 for 1 and throwing the challenge flag this season.
Well, that's because he wasn't aggressive enough. He just sort of placed it at the ref's feet. You got to convince everybody with that challenge throw.
So Corsack to kick it. Lawrence Woods III is going to watch it sail over his head, and it takes a turn down towards the sideline to the 10-yard line of Hamilton. Here comes the return, but Auclair is able to get a hand on him and limit the effectiveness of Lawrence Woods, who's effectively going to get shut down at about the 18-yard line. So a long field for the Hamilton Ticat offense as we go down to Derek Bidwell on the sidelines.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, so the latest with Trevor Harris is this. Once again, questionable lower body, but he has been talking to teammates, kind of slapping his helmet, which he's carrying around with him. They're looking at his left knee. I think he's a little disappointed. He went over and spoke to his family, who, as I mentioned before, sit here in the front row at Mosaic Stadium. He talked to them, kind of shook his head a little bit, and then they got up and left. But it's also raining now, so it could be a little bit to do with that. But that's what I saw. That's what I can tell you, fellas.
Well, first of all, this is why you pay a backup quarterback, right? And here's the other thing. If they can get through this game with a win, they've got 2 weeks before they play next.
And ball near side for James Butler on a pass from Bo Levi Mitchell on first down from his 19-yard line. The ball gets across the 25 near the 27-yard line, very close to a first down.
Good job in pursuit by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Deontay Williams holds them up, but got a 2nd and 2. The Ticats didn't do a very good job in their last situation like this with a long 2nd and 2. They kind of tricked it off. Here, Bo Levi Mitchell stays in the game.
Some communication issues in the huddle for Bo Levi Mitchell with 10 seconds on the play clock. Stop motion by the Hamilton receivers. Bo Levi trying to get them to hustle back and reset. Here comes the blitz. Saskatchewan handoff to Butler. He'll get through the initial surge and out across the 30 of Hamilton for a first down with 4:44 to go. Saskatchewan leading Hamilton 18-7.
Well, Charbel DeBeer does a really good job here playing the run, but the problem is he plays on the other side of this line of scrimmage, but the play gets stretched out a little bit, and we don't have an edge on the defense, and that's exactly where James Butler goes.
1st and 10, ball on the Hamilton 33 for the Tiger Cats. 4:20 to go in the third quarter. Wing to the back of Bo Levi Mitchell, swings it out far side. That's complete up across the 35, near the 36-yard line, and not much more running room from there as bringing it in was Ternowski for a medium gain on first down.
Man, I'm interested if they're not taking a look at this in the review room, see if Ternowski actually kept possession here on the way down.
Doesn't look like it. 2nd and 6 coming up. Rider Nation cranks the volume. Bo Levi Mitchell trying to get his receivers to spread out. He's got 4 to his left on the near side of the field. Drops to pass, and that's incomplete. I don't think the receivers thought it was go, as a lot of them stopped on the line of scrimmage. It'll be a 3rd down on the incomplete pass.
Yeah, the Riders do a good job. They load up the line of scrimmage. They bring the pressure. Tim White, he wasn't ready for this play. You're right, Dave. They did not know the ball was snapped because that was the right read made by Bo Levi Mitchell. He's got Tim Wright to the right of him, and it's a simple little hot route dump off here. White hasn't turned around, so he doesn't know to continue moving towards the center of the field, and that's why the punt.
Mario Alford takes it at his 15-yard line. He's got some room as he comes to the near side of the formation. Gets the corner to the 35, to the 40, 50, midfield stripe. He'll run out of bounds, and great return there for Mario Alford to get it into Hamilton territory for the Rider offense. When we come back, it's 18-7. Saskatchewan leads with 3:27 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Now through June 30th, your local Redhead equipment is ready to roll with up to $13,500 cash back or 0% financing on select mid-range New Holland tractors. Save on Workmaster, utility tractors, T5 series, and more. Get your operation ready for the season and save with New Holland Redhead equipment, making tracks since 1948.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Well, great return by Mario Alford. 46 yards after a 57-yard punt. So the Riders are set up inside Hamilton territory at the 48-yard line.
More important, you saw the focus on discipline and technique from the Saskatchewan Roughriders when Alford was returning. If guys weren't able to get in front on their block, they were throwing their hands up. They were just shielding guys as they rode by. Everybody's on the same page as far as not getting in your own way, and the result is a fantastic return and flip of the field from Mario Alford.
3:27 to go. The rain coming down here at Mosaic Stadium. After a 27-degree afternoon, we've got rain showers now for Rider Nation to contend with, but I don't think anybody is having a bad time, if you know what I mean.
No.
So 1st and 10 Saskatchewan, ball right-hand hash. It's down at the 48-yard line of Hamilton for Shea Patterson into the game in relief of Trevor Harris, who was shaken up late in the first half. Riders do have an 11-point lead as he'll fake the handoff to Ouellette. Scrambles to his right. Now he's got to pull it down and throw it away as he couldn't find anybody open on that near side, as right in his face coming up was Ray Wilborn.
This is a better job. First of all, Hamilton doesn't fall for the run fake here. Patterson is forced out of the pocket, and if there's anything positive about this, it looks like he's settled a little bit here. Doesn't force anything, throws it away, lives to fight another down because he understands too that with a good win situation, this sometimes would be a field goal attempt. At the very least, if they get out of here with nothing on 2nd and 10, you can lock Hamilton down in their end zone offensively with a good punt.
Ball right-hand hash for Shea Patterson. 5-receiver look Saskatchewan. 3 receivers to the near side of the football field. Here comes the blitz from Katsantonis, picked up by the Riders. Now throw it over the middle. Almost caught there by Kean Schaefer-Baker, pardon me, as he went up on the ladder and just couldn't pull it down.
Well, Schaefer-Baker wins on his route and finds himself in the middle of a bit of a zone, but he stops, and I think Patterson expected him to keep moving towards the opposite post. And it's thrown to where only KSB can get it, obviously, but it's just a little bit far for him. And again, you're going to get a punt with the opportunity to pin Hamilton deep.
So Corsac standing at his own 50-yard line to kick it away, with Lawrence Woods III set to receive on his goal line. 2:39 to go. The Riders taking their time to kick this 3 on the play clock, as Corsac now does. A side spiraling kick taken by Woods III down at his 1-yard line. He almost bobbled it for a moment. Now tries to find some room. Can't. Good downfield coverage by the Riders. And Hamilton will start inside their 10 with 2:18 to go here in the third quarter.
Well, this is a great job by Adam O'Clair, number 42. He understands that he's the guy that's got to push the returner back into the middle of the field where all his help is coming from. He makes sure that he stays outside, even though he's threatened with an inside sort of juke move with the returner. He stays where he's supposed to be, and with that, he allows all his teammates to come down and make the tackle. So that's a really good job with your discipline there, and the result is the Ticats having to start this drive on their 9.
Bo Levi Mitchell in the gun. He's 14 of 21 for 127 yards and a touchdown in the football game thus far. He's got 2 receivers far side and drops back to pass looking that way. Doesn't see anyone initially, now flings it out far side. We've got flags down at the end of it, but the ball is complete up near the 15-yard line. Pulling it in was James Tuck, the fullback.
And you're going to get a Ticat penalty, so it's coming back either way.
Looks like a hold to me.
Holding. Hamilton, number 64. It's half the distance to goal. Remains first down.
Yeah, Anthony Lanier and Coulter Woods-Manny, they're going at it here, and just Lanier is a little bit too much for Woods-Manny to handle at the moment.
Well, interesting that Trevor Harris has got a football in his hand, and he's really starting to warm up a little more vigorously. But in the meantime, it's 1st and 14 now for the Ticats on their 9. Bo Levi Mitchell. Full house front by Saskatchewan. He'll throw it far side. That ball is complete, but great coverage there by the Riders to limit the gain to maybe a yard for Stephen Dunbar Jr.
And fantastic discipline here from Marcus Sales. He knows that this ball needs to come out quick because we're blitzing. We're sending 2 more blockers or defenders than the Ticats can block. Bo Levi Mitchell doesn't throw it right away. He's going to get smacked. So Sales just stays true to what he knows is happening, makes a textbook tackle.
Give him 3 on the reception. It's 2nd down and 11. Rider Nation comes to life as Bo Levi's back to pass. Looking over the middle. It's intercepted. Jameer Thurman for the Riders to the 20 of Hamilton. Down to the 10. Has an escort. Has a pick six. Touchdown, Riders.
C.J. Avery. Again. C.J. Avery is playing fantastic football. Drops back into his zone. Gets his hand on the ball. And Jameer Thurman, I say this all the time, kids, if you want good things to happen, sprint to the football. Jameer Thurman in the right place at the right time after the tip, and then shows some fancy footworks, follows the blockers. Riders register a pick six.
Jameer Thurman, 28-yard interception return, an Olympic RTM's turnover, and the Riders capitalize again. That's now a potential of 14 points off turnovers with a point after attempt coming from Brett Lother with 1:08 to go here in the third quarter.
Momentum right back on the Saskatchewan side now.
And then some.
But C.J. Avery, I mean, I can't say enough about the way he's been playing.
He could have got an assist on that interception as Lother's point after sails through the uprights.
Well, he did.
And make it 25-7 Saskatchewan with 48 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Now, if you're the defense, here's what you're doing, especially if you're Micah Johnson. You're going over to the kickoff team, and you're saying, hey, take as long as possible to go out there and kick this ball. Because you just were out there, you got to pick. Everybody was running around trying to find a block. So you don't want to just run right back out there now, right? You want a little bit of time on the sideline. So they're telling, hey, the kick return guy, which, by the way, the kick team has a bunch of defenders on it. Let's just take our time here. Let's give everybody a break.
Well, say what you will about my high school football career.
All right.
But I was the designated goer-downer guy on the kick cover team.
Oh.
If we had a sudden
MVP
change
in one of these situations then.
This was my time to shine,
Oh,
buddy.
there you go. Your family was probably like, hey, this is what he's been talking about at dinner.
He's been studying film all week for it. That's right.
Totally. Then you went out and executed, man.
That's right. I was 1 for 1. So Lother getting set to kick it off into the wind. 48 seconds to go. Riders in front 25-7 here in the third quarter. Lawrence Woods, the third, waits the kick back at his 15-yard line. As Clint Ratkovich,
we've got all sorts of confusion. And that's, again, you know, you get that pick six, everything is good. But then you got to really lock in and remember that, hey, I got a special teams responsibility I'm probably up for here. So luckily it doesn't hurt the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
So here comes Lother to kick it off. Another quality tire kickoff. As it's end-over-ender for Lawrence Woods the third, back at his 11-yard line. He'll get up to the 25, near the 30, runs into the pile, no more. As Bo Levi Mitchell will come back onto the field, as will the Rider defense, as we'll go downstairs once again. Derek Bidwell. Derek?
Hey guys, yeah, Trevor Harris is right in front of me and has been warming up right in front of me. He's really trying to do a bunch of different movements where he can slide side to side or step forward or put a lot of weight or pressure on that left knee. He's talking with the training staff right now. Guys, by body language, he's trying to go back in. I think he wants to go back in, but they seem a little apprehensive at this point.
Well, after the pick six in the last play is, look at this, the Rider defensive huddle doesn't break as Bo Levi Mitchell going to try to go deep, looking downfield. And it's incomplete. He tried to catch the Riders asleep at the wheel and aired it out long, but they couldn't haul it in. Could the Ticats as Bo Levi took a shot?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the best thing about this play is that you've got Nelson Lacombo and Marcus Sales, the two guys that were busting assignments last week as the first-time starters. Now everybody's on the same page. They bracket that attempt perfectly. And they got nothing.
2nd and 10 Hamilton. Ball at their own 30. Left-hand hash for Bo Levi Mitchell. Back to pass again. Sees a little pressure now. Sprints out to his right. Going to throw it up. And it's batted down and intercepted again. The Riders have it. Once again coming up with a pick. It's Deontay Williams on the far side for Saskatchewan. Check that to Marcus Fields. But the Riders come up with another Olympic RTM's turnover.
Tips and overthrows, folks. Tips and overthrows. Marcus Sales drive back. He's watching Bo Levi Mitchell this entire time. Bo Levi Mitchell puts up a ball that Sales gets a hand on. And to Marcus Fields, again, one of those situations where it's right place, right time because guys are following the ball. Tips and overthrows. Turnovers, they're absolutely critical in big moments, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders come away with another one here.
1st and 10 for the green and white, ball on their own the Hamilton 53-yard line, likely to be the final play of the third quarter. Shea Patterson remains in the game at quarterback. 25-7, Saskatchewan in front.
You got a double tight end look too.
One back in the backfield. Hand it off. Room to run for A.J. Ouellette, who welcomes the contact and stumbles across the 50-yard line for a gain of about 4 on the final play of the third quarter. So, on the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 25, Hamilton 7. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
Welcome back to the Crop Field Games, where Group 11 insensitive pathogens have built a massive lead on Saskatchewan pulse growers. Anthracnose and Assacaita are having particularly strong games, and with their fungicide resistance, it's hard to see how that's gonna... What's this? Delero Complete is checking in for the pulse growers. Bad news for the pathogens. Delero Complete offers enhanced disease protection for chickpea, lentil, and field pea crops. This game is over. Pulse farmers win. Delero Complete, the best just got better. Ask your retail today.
A successful crop requires each plant to be seeded at the same depth, regardless of soil conditions and terrain. Vaterstad Seedhawk's independent opener design follows the ground independently. The consistent contour following allows each seed the best possible start, across the entire toolbar evenly. The result is quick, uniform crop emergence, better quality, and higher yields for a better return on investment on your farm. Precise, reliable. See Young's Equipment or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, brought to you by the Cooperators, McDougall Auctioneers, Capital Auto Group, Connexus Credit Union, Bayer Crop Science, SigaPlayNow.com, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the fourth quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Mosaic Stadium, the rain's coming down, and the Riders are feeling good all about it. Because rain in Saskatchewan in spring means crops emerging and good things. And right now, this offense has emerged. Need to find a way to wrap up the final 15 with Shea Patterson in at quarterback, starting 2nd and 7, at the Hamilton 50. Patterson back to pass, has time. Can't find a receiver. Now he's going to sprint out far side. There's nobody there to throw to except over his body to Jareth Stearns. I didn't think he had a target, but Stearns kept working his route and gets a big first down reception, Saskatchewan.
Really good job by Shea Patterson. He's calling receivers back, trying to get guys come back to the football. But Jareth Stearns this is a receiver that understands quarterbacks, right? He knows that if he just keeps running in the direction the quarterback's running, chances are he's going to get something thrown his way. He's been consistent, makes the catch. Riders advance the stick.
And Jareth Stearns is sensational on second down. Over half of his catches this year have come on second down conversions for the Riders. He gets another one there for Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. It's 1st and 10 Riders at the Hamilton 39.
He's been Weapon X for the Riders.
Ball on the right-hand hash. Patterson hands it off to Ouellette, who's got room to run to the 30, 25, puts his head down and gets down to the 20. Big first down for Thor and the Riders.
Yeah, this is big, Ryan Skeevier. We knew that Skeevier had to play big, and he's the lead blocker as a pulling left guard here to the right. This is the time you lean on a guy like A.J. Ouellette. This is why you get a guy like A.J. Ouellette, because in the fourth quarter in games like this, defenses wear down. And right now, the Riders have a chance to wear this Ticat front down. Run by run, hit by hit. Keep playing physical football.
Riders in the Windsor Plywood red zone, Saskatchewan Windsor Plywood locations. with the ball at the 20-yard line right in the middle of the field. For Shea Patterson, 1st and 10. 5 receivers set. Patterson, delayed handoff, and this one not going to go very far, if anything at all. As Hamilton all over that, doing a great job of collapsing on Clint Rakovic.
Well, we talked about Skeever, did a great job before, but here he's just not up to it physically, and he gets bull rushed by Trayvon Mason all the way back, and he basically, Mason runs him right in to Ratkovic, who's getting a draw. This was actually a good play call, but just, nowhere to go for Ratkovic with a defender in his face as soon as he touches the rock.
Loss of 3 on the carry for Ratkovic.
Again, you're in field goal range here.
Yeah.
If you don't see anything, don't force anything.
2nd and 13 for the Riders on the 23-yard line. As now we've got whistles coming from the sideline. A timeout called by the Riders. This will be their final timeout of the football game, as they lost one when Corey Mace challenged a play earlier. And alignment, assignment, execution. Sorry, taking words out of your mouth, my friend.
No, listen, that's what we all subscribe to here at Rider Nation, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they're doing a good job. Again, you just got to continue the physicality of the whole thing, right? And you got to be consistent. Skeever makes a fantastic block as a pulling guard in one instance, and then the very next play he gets bull rushed into the back of his quarterback, right? Consistency is going to go a long way here for the Riders because they're dialing up the right things.
See what Mark Mueller dials up on 2nd down. A.J. Ouellette, most productive day as a Rider thus far. 13 carries, 71 yards. He's also caught the ball out of the backfield 3 times for 33 yards there. So 2nd and 13, ball on the 23-yard line. There's 12:17 to go in the 4th quarter. Saskatchewan in front of Hamilton, 25-7. Ticats have coughed up the football with a fumble in the red zone. They've thrown a pick-6 interception, and they fumbled the opening kickoff as well.
Couldn't happen to a better guy. Comes in here trying to break Austin record. Jim Hopson, watching from the heavens, says, nah.
So Patterson on 2nd down. It's 2nd and 13. 3 receivers here to the near side of the field. Hamilton shows blitz, swing it out far side to A.J. Ouellette, complete to the 20. 15, dives ahead, and he'll be close to a 1st down as he goes airborne out of bounds at the Hamilton 9.
Another great play called by Mueller. Hey, listen, if Patterson's having trouble or he's not finding guys downfield, always provide him with an outlet. And here, A.J. Ouellette is his emergency outlet. He finds him in a bubble with nobody downfield, and then the big back gets rolling and dives for the 1st down. We're looking at 1st and goal here.
As A.J. Ouellette gets up, fist pumping and limping a little bit, but he wouldn't want it any other way. Trust me, folks. As the ball on the right-hand hash for Saskatchewan. 1st and goal from the Hamilton 9.
Well, you just got to look at body language if you're the Riders, and the Ticats guys they're starting to talk a little bit more, hands on hips.
1st down. Hamilton loads the line. Ouellette goes to the right, cuts back to the left. He's met there with a big hit after a gain of a couple. It'll be 2nd down and goal for the Riders.
Yeah, this is a good scrape over the top. Essentially, the Hamilton Tiger Cats defensive front is slanting a little bit to the right, and it's number 15, Kyle Wilson, comes over the top to his left, makes a big hit, but that's what I'm talking about, body language. Normally, if you're a linebacker, you make a big hit like that, you're celebrating, you're standing up, right? They just get up, and they're like, oh, man, we got to go back to it. They're tired.
Ball on the 7-yard line for Hamilton, for the Riders. 3 receivers to the near side as Clint Rakovic back in the backfield as A.J. Ouellette comes off on this 2nd down play. Hamilton loads up the line. Rakovic going to exit. Patterson pulls it down, tries to go straight ahead of the quarterback draw, but he runs into Casey Sales, and the big Hamilton defensive lineman says this ain't going anywhere.
Well, listen, this is another good call. I don't know whether it was prescribed early, but I mean, if Trevor Reed is able to block Casey Sales here, Patterson walks into the end zone. Unfortunately, it's another one of those deals where the physicality is not there on the Saskatchewan Roughrider side. Probably a ton of desperation if you're Casey Sales just trying to hold this team to a field goal. But again, if you get your blocks in that instance, Patterson might be walking into the end zone.
16-yard attempt coming up for Brett Lothar. 1 of 2 today, connected from 34 and then missed from 42 into the wind. This one with the wind at his back right in front of the uprights. It's a Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal attempt. Clean snap, good kick, and it's automatic as Brett Lothar will split the uprights from 16 yards out to extend the Riders' lead to 28-7 with 10:18 to go here in the 4th quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your cooperator's advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Rough Riders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Well, the rain continues to fall here at Mosaic Stadium as it's time to go down to the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers. They love the CFL. Enjoy the game. Call Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers for all your buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com. Bidsy, what do you have on the sideline, my friend?
Well, I got a little bit of rain coming down. It's picking up a little bit, Dave. Not too bad. I'm not complaining. They're playing Zach Brown Band and Chicken Fried, one of my jams, so I can't be complaining that much. However, up under the scoreboard, though, right where they have the concert series stage, a couple of tents did blow over onto the crowd, and they quickly scrambled to get out of the way and get them put away. So the wind is definitely picking up here at Mosaic Stadium.
And it'll be at the back of the Riders here in the fourth quarter. Thanks, Bidsy. 10-17 to go in the fourth. Riders up 28-7, but Bo Levi Mitchell's got the ball. Here comes the rush. He'll dump it underneath, but that'll fall incomplete, trying to hit the screen pass to James Butler. But we do have a flag down as in coverage was Micah Johnson.
Yeah,
Mike, you can see him smiling from here.
You saw this leak out. They're probably going to get him for interference. But hey, listen, if I'm number 4, I'm doing a good job identifying the play.
Pass interference, Saskatchewan number 4. It's a 10-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
I don't know. I mean, it's a screenplay, right?
Yeah.
As a defensive lineman, here's the thing: if you're taught, if you recognize the screen, go to it. So I mean, Micah Johnson's really just doing what he's told there. I mean, he's a little bit too physical, but I don't know why you got that call.
1st and 10 regardless for the Ticats. Ball at their own 50-yard line. Riders once again load up the line. 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Pitch it out far side. Oh, my.
Oh, no.
Oh, my. What a hit at the end of it, and we've got players injured. What a heck of a collision at the end of that play.
This was a fantastic hit, but unfortunately right now it looks like, I think it's Sales is knocked out. He took a heck of an impact here. It was a great hit. He did everything that you want a defensive back to do in terms of playing this quick pass to the wide receiver, but Sales definitely comes out on the worst end of it.
Yeah, wide receiver screen, and hush comes over the crowd as the injured Rough Rider being attended to on the field.
I mean, he played it exactly how you want to play these things, right? He sees it happen in developing. He gets around a block, right? Does a great job getting around a block, and just, unfortunately, he takes the brunt of the impact.
Yeah, Keandre Smith on the reception for the Tiger Cats as we're going to get a timeout. 9:55 to go in the fourth quarter as we have our thoughts with Marcus Sales as we'll take a break. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Rough Riders. When I'm on the field, I need a strong team to back me up. When I'm off the field, I need a reliable vehicle to get me around. That's why I trust the experts at Mercedes-Benz Regina. They have the best selection and the best service anywhere. For a luxury vehicle that any MVP would be proud to drive, make your way to Mercedes-Benz Regina and score a touchdown deal. Proud vehicle suppliers of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
Mercedes-Benz Regina. We drive Rider Nation. Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by SIGA, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, a bit of a cheer here from Rider Nation at Mosaic Stadium as Marcus Sayles has rolled over onto his side, still down, receiving attention just in front of the Hamilton bench at about the 47-yard line. Derek Bidwell on the sidelines. Do you have any updates as to what you saw?
I can just tell you the latest here from the bench, guys, as I stand right beside the Riders bench, and all the players have gone down to one knee. Most of them are lining up along the sideline. Guys have gotten off the bench, and they are taking a knee. Some saying a small prayer, just hoping that their teammate Marcus Sayles, of course, will be okay. Absolutely, as again, the utmost attention and caution as head coach Corey Mace is going to walk all the way across the field to talk to the 6-year pro out of West Georgia. Of course, just in his second game with the Saskatchewan Roughriders after being released by the BC Lions out of the preseason. Also on our injury report, brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Let's make Saskatchewan workplaces the safest in Canada. Can tell you that Trevor Harris is back on the Rider bench, but he is definitely sporting a knee brace on his left knee as Marcus Sayles gets up and is walking off under his own steam across the field.
And, you know, it's really been night and day in terms of his performance last week and their performance now as a unit. It's great to see this young man walking up. And again, he did everything right on that play. He walked right through a block like he was supposed to. He played the wide receiver physically. And, you know, you're seeing the downside of a football game here. It's just such a physical impact. These guys put themselves through 60 mini car accidents every single game. And that's not including the 60 or 70 car accidents during the practice week. So it's good to see him walking off the field.
Going to head straight to the Rider locker room is Marcus Sayles. And it'll be 2nd and 10, or 2nd and 15 at least for Hamilton as they drop back to pass. It's Bo Levi Mitchell finds James Butler, and then he'll be tackled, but we've got flags down in the Hamilton backfield as Bo Levi Mitchell was also down too.
So the other adjustment here is they've taken Nelson Lacombo, they've put him at the field side corner.
Passer, Saskatchewan number 91, 15 yards at the end of the play, and an automatic first down.
They've put Lacombo at the field side corner, and Jaden Dahlke's checked in at safety. So a reprieve for Jaden Dahlke as he gets to play and potentially earn his way back into the good graces of the defensive coaching staff. But here's the piece right here, Dave. You're up 21 points. This team needs to continue to focus. We haven't seen this team playing with the lead all year. But right now, this team needs to lock in and finish. It's got to be focused.
What would have been a third down becomes a first down for Hamilton up to the Rider 40-yard line. Bo Levi Mitchell to pass. Far side, that ball is complete. Shamar Bridges has it down to the Rider 33-yard line for a gain of close to 7.
They're going to send a blitz. He gets there late, though. And so, realistically, you always want your blitz to hurry the quarterback's clock up. Because it's so late, Bo Levi Mitchell treats it just like a regular down and distance with a regular defense. He's able to complete his throw. 2nd and 3.
28-7, the Riders lead. 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. It's 3rd and 3 for Bo Levi Mitchell and Hamilton in Rider territory. He pumps, pulls it down, now throws it up, and it's incomplete. He was looking for Tim White, and jumping the route in front of his eyes was DeMarcus Fields, and it falls incomplete.
Yeah, this is a good little exchange. Malik Carney and number 50, Brian Cox Jr. essentially run a little bit of stunt where Cox Jr. goes inside and Carney, acting as a linebacker, comes back out. Carney runs right past Bo Levi Mitchell when he breaks the pocket.
So 3rd and 3, Hamilton leaves the offense on the field. A Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble.
And you got to think, right now, if you're Corey Mace, do you throw pressure at it? Or do you back off and just take away the first 5 yards in man scheme?
Well,
personally, if you got a
Saskatchewan number 91, 15 yards, automatic first down.
So the command center calls a roughing the passer penalty on Anthony Lanier II at the conclusion of the play to hand Hamilton another penalty-aided first down, their second of this drive.
Well, that's the second late hit on the quarterback on number 91 as well.
So 8:54 to go in the fourth quarter, and 3rd down becomes first.
Well,
ball on the Rider 18 left-hand hash. 4 receivers to Bo Levi's right. Drops back to pass. Riders bring the pressure. Bo Levi dumps it off underneath. Has a man down to the Rider 15 to the 10 and spun around inside the 10-yard line is Keandre Smith.
Good job by Saskatchewan defensive front here. They stay aggressive. They get some pressure on Levi Mitchell. Lacombo just misses the initial tackle here on Keandre Smith. Keandre Smith breaks inside and is able to get a few more yards out of this. He should have been stopped early, but it's 2nd and 1.
Ball in the Rider 9 for Hamilton. They trail by 21. Bo Levi Mitchell in the gun. 3 receivers far side. He's back to pass. Looks near side to the goal line. It's caught. It'll be good for a first down, not a touchdown, but hauling it in was Bridges once again for the Ticats.
Well, this is a really quick throw here, and it's a good job by Shamar Bridges just to hold on. He caught this ball in the middle of a triangle of defenders, including C.J. Avery, and just to hold on to this football, he does a great job. Lanier checks back in. The Riders are going to go into goal line defense. Right now, all the emphasis is staying onside.
1st and goal on the 1 for Hamilton. Bo Levi Mitchell in under center on 1st down. Extra lineman along the line for Bo Levi. Back to hand it off, and what a stop! James Butler runs into a wall, also known as Miles Brown.
This is fantastic technique. Miles Brown, if you're a defensive lineman, this is a D-lineman dream. Miles Brown is over the top of the right guard, and all he does is follow where the right guard goes. Right guard blocks down, Miles Brown goes right off his tail and makes a humongous hit in the backfield.
Well, and unfortunately for Hamilton, Butler is still down on the turf after that heavy collision. James Butler, the CFL's leading rusher.
So sorry, not the right guard, right tackle. But Miles Brown is just outside, and this is being assignment sound. This is exactly what you wanted to see from the Riders. Alignment, assignment, execution. You see your man go down, making a downfield block, you come right off his hip. And what does it do? It leads him right to the football. Fantastic defense.
Miles Brown, a third-year pro at a Walford, is, like you say, he just went through like gangbusters on that line and stopped up. As I mentioned, James Butler came into the week leading the league in rushing with 146 yards. Great to see him hop up on his feet and walk off the field under his own steam for sure. So 2nd and goal for the Ticats on the Rider 4-yard line. Ball will be spotted on the right-hand hash for Bo Levi Mitchell. And the Ticats, again, they trail 28-7 with 7:16 to go here in the 4th quarter.
This is such tough real estate to play in because they've got a 20-yard end zone.
Yeah.
And only 4 yards to get there.
So Bo Levi is in shotgun. 6 receivers set, 4 far side of the field. Motion brings Litre in across the line for extra blocking. Bo Levi near side, almost intercepted in and out of the arms of Nelson Lacombo, who jumped the route and had the ball in his hands for a second.
Another +1 blitz. C.J. Avery doesn't go, though. He's got to go here. I understand that he thinks he might get blocked, so he stops and jumps up. But it doesn't help because Bo Levi Mitchell gets a 1 extra second of time, and good job by Nelson Lacombo getting up on his feet and knocking down the football.
So 3rd down, another Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble. 6 receivers set again for the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
I think you got to go with pressure. Send some linebackers here.
Stop motion for the Ticats. Litre in the block. Bo Levi to pass. Looks near side.
Great dude.
Flag comes down.
No way. No way.
Man-on-man coverage with Bridges and Lacombo, and the flag comes out.
Well, the Riders get the pressure they needed. Oh, this is such a close call. Realistically, it's thrown right at Lacombo. It's not as if he's interfering with them.
Well, 6:42 to go. Riders don't have any challenges to get another look at it. The command center would weigh in if there was something there. And right now, referee Tim Croker is hearing in his ear from the command center.
Well, and Corey Mace is down on the
Pass
field.
interference, Saskatchewan number 21. It's an automatic first down.
Corey Mace is trying to convince him. If I'm Mace right now, I send the house. Every play on this next couple plays, just send the house.
Well, now 1st and goal for Hamilton at the 1, and wow, the fans don't like it on the Maxtron as they show the replay here with Lacombo in coverage on Bridges. Again, James Butler not in the game as he was shaken up.
Got to be onside here. Stay onside.
Backfield empties. Litre is in under center. Goes to his left. Gets to the line. Flags are down everywhere as Litre didn't get in.
Are we offside or are they? I think we are. Yeah, we're offside.
Well, Malik Carney.
Offside, Saskatchewan number 1. Penalties declined. Scores a touchdown.
So they call a touchdown for Litre after the fact. So Hamilton able to get it into the end zone with 6.5 to go.
Yeah, hold on to your butts. This one's far from over. Hamilton's going to kick a field goal here to bring themselves within 2 touchdowns.
6:30 to go in the fourth quarter. I didn't think Litre got in. I thought Carney and Dalkey stopped him.
That's what I thought, but...
Well, we do know that the command center would look at that to see if he did cross the line, and right now we haven't got confirmation. Now we do from the command center that it was a good touchdown. So Mark Leggio, who's 5 of 5 on converts coming into the football game, will come out to try another. Good snap. He'll put it up into the breeze, but it'll sail through the uprights. And with 6:14 to go, it's 28-14. Saskatchewan leading Hamilton here at Mosaic Stadium. Again, penalty-aided drive. Not 1, not 2, but 3 different instances where Hamilton was able to get first downs thanks to Rough Rider penalties. So with 6:14 to go, we'll take a break. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
When you need precision agricultural equipment, you need Claws. Discover how a Claws combine can give you the superior harvesting efficiency you are looking for. Claws Lexion pre-owned combines are an engineered mix of efficiency and convenience. With low-rate finance options, there's never been a better time to buy. See your local dealer for details. Be the best in your field with Claws. Made for more.
We're days away from the party you've been waiting for. Country Thunder Saskatchewan. You can't miss Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. Plus Gary Allen, Josh Ross, Lone Star, and more. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your tickets and camping before they're gone at countrythunder.com.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
6:14 to go in the football game. The Riders lead by 2 scores, but Hamilton's cut into that lead with a 1-yard run by Ante Litre to make it 28-14 for the Rough Riders.
Oh, I got good news, Dave.
Okay.
I got great news. Sorry for disappearing on you there for a minute, but I managed to get my 50-50 tickets.
There you go. Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, I'm back. What do we got?
We're getting ready for a kickoff from the leg of Mark Leggio, who has got the ball teed up at his 30.
What gross officiating that last round.
Oh, and an onside kick.
No, it
doesn't go 10 yards, though, as Hamilton pounced on it. But they tried to catch the Riders snoozing and almost did, but the flags are down on the field. Let's go down to the field. Derek Bidwell, my friend.
Thanks, Dave, and thank you, Luke, for getting the tickets for all of us here. I assume you got the
Legal
$50.
kickoff, legal touching of the kickoff against Hamilton, number 29. It'll be first down, Saskatchewan.
Hey, Bidwell, quit saying that. If I win it, I'm not sharing any of it.
That's why I'm trying to say it, so that there's some proof. Anyways, back to the game, and yeah, the veterans on the O-line were here right beside me, guys. Jamarcus Hardrick, Logan Furlan, some of the guys saying, you know what, let's finish strong, but let's not get any more dang penalties, right? Let's get some more points on the board, and let's keep the flags away from the officials, chucking them in our direction anyway.
All right. Sounds like a plan to me. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders after the penalty at the Hamilton 35-yard line. Shea Patterson again in at quarterback in case you missed it. Trevor Harris took a hit late in the second half. He's on the sideline but has not come back since. As he'll hand the ball off, will Patterson to Ouellette on first down. He'll get inside the 35, down around the 31, 32-yard line for a couple on first down.
Well, that's a good job by Trevor Reed. He's the tackle. He's going to pull to his right side. He's the guy who gets the initial block on number 11, Brandon Barlow, and that's that's what creates the room. And now Hamilton's the one who's going to take a penalty. They're losing their composure. This is something that Rider Nation is really grateful to see, obviously, because it doesn't look like it's on the green and white.
Well, this was 30 seconds after the penalty. And look at the wind all of a sudden pick up out of the south as you can start to see the gusts come through, and you can hear them here at Mosaic Stadium. As we'll wait to get this sorted out, as both lines didn't move after the play was done, and we'll get Tim Croker's call.
And again, this is why you got
a 10-yard misconduct penalty against Hamilton, number 15. And saw first down Saskatchewan.
So Kyle Wilson gets the penalty, 4-year pro. Boy, he's had a great couple of ball games. Understated.
Yeah, he's all over the field. Yeah. You're right.
So move the ball up to the 21-yard line of Hamilton for the Riders. 1st and 10, 5:35 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front 28-14.
Well, more importantly, it's an opportunity for Saskatchewan to work situational football. Listen, we're up 2. We need to finish a team. Go out and do it.
So 1st and 10, Saskatchewan. Play is stopped before it even gets started.
My Lord.
There's still 4 seconds on the play
clock. The lightning delay happen.
Didn't like where the ball was spotted, so they respotted at the 21s. Now we're good, as the Riders are going to go ahead and just stay in the formation that they were in for first down, but they get a new 20-second clock with the game clock counting down. Hamilton puts 5 down linemen on the defensive line.
Hamilton's going to play the run this entire time for the rest of the game, right? They're just going to try to get across the line of scrimmage.
Patterson hands the ball to Ouellette, looks for a hole, gets down around the 16-yard line for a gain of almost 5 for A.J. Ouellette.
Yeah, this is a really good job here by Logan Furland. He's your right guard, and he's done a good job of this all game, getting the initial double team on a lineman and then getting to the second level and allowing A.J. Ouellette to gather that steam. Here they get 5 yards, and I tell you, as a former defensive lineman, this is the most debilitating part of a game, when you just feel helpless against an onslaught of offensive linemen and fullbacks and tight ends, and you know you're down by 2 and you're just trying to get something good to happen, and it just never seems like it's going to come.
2nd and 5 for the Riders in the Windsor Plywood red zone. 4:21 and counting to go in the fourth quarter. Riders lead by 14. Patterson hands off to Ouellette, to his right, to his left, and then gets tripped up as he gets down to the 11-yard line. But it's going to be another Bazandowski Agency's first down for the Riders, thanks to A.J. Ouellette.
That's another good job by the offensive line. This time it's Jamarcus Hardrick. He gets his cutoff block, but then he sees his cutoff block and feels it coming off the right of his shoulder. So what he does is he turns around and seals him off, and that's what gives the space to A.J. Ouellette to just continue rolling through. Once again, you're 1st and 10. I've been in these situations. You feel helpless.
So 3:56 to go, and we've got a bit of a delay on the field. I wonder if Hamilton's called a timeout, perhaps. I didn't see anything from referee Tim Croker to indicate otherwise.
Yeah, but I think what's happening here is that Hamilton thinks that if we get a rain delay and it lasts for more than an hour, they tie and they come out of here with it, but they're mistaken, so they just...
No, and it was a timeout. So timeout taken by Hamilton and Scott Milanovic. And again, you can't carry over more than one timeout inside 3 minutes anyway, so you might as well burn it now.
May as well blow it.
That's what he does with 4 minutes to go. So they reset the clock. And Saskatchewan again in the Windsor Plywood red zone will have another opportunity. 1st and 10 just inside the 10-yard line. So technically 1st and goal for the Riders.
24 personnel, 2 tight ends, Ratkovic. So this has been probably 90% run. I would say that you're going to see this the majority of the rest of the 4 minutes.
So Patterson in the gun. 1st and goal just inside the 10. Hamilton loads up the line, handed off to Ouellette. Goes to the left behind Sevier and Reed, and he'll get down to the 5-yard line to cut the distance in half to 2nd and goal.
Low pad level wins right now. Saskatchewan's offensive front doing a good job initially knocking guys off the line of scrimmage. At this point, Hamilton's defensive front's just trying to do anything they can to get in front of the football, and that works against them too, because if you're dodging guys trying to get to the football, you're actually creating space and you're moving backwards. So everything in the favor of the Saskatchewan Roughriders right now.
2nd and 5 for the Riders on the Hamilton 5-yard line. They need the goal to go. Patterson has got A.J. Ouellette in the backfield. Jareth Stearns moves in motion. Patterson hands off to Ouellette, goes to his left, back to his right, and he's going to get down to the 1-yard line before he's tripped up and brought down. And the Riders are going to have a decision to make on 3rd down as The clock is counting down to the 3-minute warning for Brett Young seeds. The seed selection you need from a brand you can trust. Visit brettyoung.ca to explore our wide selection of canola hybrids with Pod Defender, our shatter reduction trait.
All right, so you're seeing the big team cuts come in now. Zach Fry checks in as the offensive lineman. You've got Ratkovic, who's going to end up in the tight end or fullback position.
So 3 minutes to go in the football game. Saskatchewan in front of Hamilton 28-14. We'll be back with the conclusion. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. redheadpowersports.ca.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Riders look like they're going to leave the offense on for a Moose Creek Red Angus third down gamble. 3rd and goal from the Hamilton 1 with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan leading Hamilton 28-14 in their home opener.
This is one of those deals where you send a message. This is our identity. This is what you're going to get when you come to Mosaic Stadium. You better be ready for it, and we're not going to let up. We're going to finish everything.
Is this, do you ever overthink this? Because everybody in the ballpark is thinking.
Yeah, that's the best part about it.
Foulette's going to get the football.
When you know,
but now
what's
he's
coming.
not, because the backfield empties. Shea Patterson in under center. 3rd and goal from the 1. Patterson to his right, second chance, dives in, touchdown Riders.
Great second effort by Patterson. Hamilton knew that he was going to come to his right. They watched film too. You see Wilson try to get over the top, and Patterson just does a great job of churning his legs, watching a lot of A.J. Ouellette film, gets it across the goal line. This is going to be the first, hopefully, of many home victories for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Shea Patterson punches it in from a yard out with the point after attempt to come, and the Rider offensive line right with them celebrating along the way, and why not? Great run inside as head coach Corey Mace greets Patterson as he comes off the field for punching that ball through into the end zone and extending the lead for the Riders to 34-14.
And the Suns trying to make a comeback too.
That's incredible.
That one's a lot more likely than a Hamilton comeback.
As Lawther sets up the point after, steps into it, puts it through. Riders up 35-14, wrapping up another Nelson GM, of course, touchdown drive. Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. Nelson GM, and again, the Riders able to extend their lead to 35-14 here in the fourth quarter, albeit working with a short field after, of course, the kickoff failed attempt.
They don't control that, though, right? And it's good. I mean, when you get a situation that you can leverage, the good teams leverage the situation, and the bad teams find a way to screw it up. Right? And I think that we've seen a lot of that in the past. And that's the nice thing. There were a lot of questions answered today. The biggest one was, can this team stay out of their own way? Can they play a disciplined, physical brand of football? Can they score? Can they play with the lead? And today, momentum does what it always does in a football game. It was up and down, but at the end of the day, the Riders are going to come away with a win.
2:43 to go. Brett Lawther for another kickoff for Quality Tire, puts his foot to it. And this one's going to chase Lawrence Woods the third back to his goal line. And this one is going to go back into the end zone. And Woods the third is going to have to give up the single, as Lother just hammered that.
Yeah. Does he have the wind to his back there?
Yes, he does.
That's like, you know, one of those short par fours with the wind to your back. You know, you take out your 3-wood, land it on the green.
Oh, man, I don't know anything about that. I usually play frolf.
Yeah, if you're me, you 3-putt right after that.
2:41 to go in the fourth quarter. Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton offense get the football back. Have some work to do. Going to throw it near side. That ball is complete. Wide open is Patman on the near side. Gets it into Rider territory before being gang tackled at the 50-yard line.
Yeah, and this one's on Nelson Lacombo. Again, he gets his eyes caught in the backfield, and he sees things low. So he goes with the low route underneath him, and his assignment actually states that he needs to drop back and take the route going over the top. He doesn't do that, and that's where Bo Levi Mitchell finds his open receiver.
1st and 10 for Hamilton, now at the Saskatchewan 48-yard line. Right-hand hash, 5 receiver look for the Ticats. Riders drop back into coverage. Bo Levi going to throw it far side. That ball is complete. Dancing into the sideline and out of bounds.
Yeah.
Once again was Patman, who's coming up with a good fourth quarter here.
And it's the same problem. This time it's Deontay Williams' turn to get his eyes caught in the backfield. He follows the low slant, and Bo Levi Mitchell does the same thing, but just on the other side in front of the safety.
2:19 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 22 points, 36-14. But giving up some yardage to Bo Levi Mitchell in the Hamilton offense. Bo Levi Mitchell back to pass. Here comes some pressure. Hold, but not called, and then he'll swing it out near side. That ball complete to Keandre Smith. Steps out of bounds at the 30-29 of Saskatchewan, and Lake Corte Moore is some kind of hot as he was held as he had a direct line to the quarterback.
Yeah, Lake Corte Moore does a really good job with his bull rush. Actually gets Levi Mitchell to break the pocket to the outside, and then he gets held. Also a good job by Nelson Lacombo. I mean, he's playing deep now that he's learned his lesson, but when he sees the ball finally caught in front of him, he waits till his help gets there, but makes a good, solid open field tackle.
3 yards on the reception for Smith. It's 2nd and 7 Hamilton. Bo Levi Mitchell, the pass over the middle. Looked like the ball was deflected as Lake Corte Moore got near the backfield as well. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd down. Tim White in the vicinity of the ball. Pardon me, Luke.
Oh, you're okay. I mean, you got a Hall of Fame quarterback. You can't rush high if you're a defensive lineman, right? Because all Bo Levi Mitchell's going to do is step up one step and let the ball fly. Fortunately, he didn't find an open receiver, and this is 3rd down here, and the last gasp for the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
3 receivers far side of the set for Bo Levi Mitchell. 3rd and 7 on the Riders' 28-yard line. Smith drops back into a pass set from the line of scrimmage as Bo Levi Mitchell over the middle, and it's caught down inside the 5-yard line. Reaching out is Smith. Touchdown. Keandre Smith was able to find a hole deep in the Rider defense and then spins his way into the end zone.
So Jaden Dahlke is actually responsible for coverage on Smith, as he's the second guy running right between the numbers and the seam, and he runs right at him. And I think Dahlke just gets out leveraged. I mean, he gets too much of his momentum going towards the receiver and not enough momentum just sort of stagnating so he can plant his feet and get in on his football. Because of that, despite Smith going down, he's still able to get up and get into the end zone.
Ticats offense stays out. They're going to go for 2, trailing by 16 right now. It's 36-20 as Bo Levi is in the gun. Pass. Rolling near side, still looking, can't find anyone to the corner. It's knocked down, incomplete. Good coverage there by C.J. Rivas to come up, knock the football away, and the 2-point goes for naught. Riders still lead by 16.
Well, the Sun did make a comeback.
There's got to be a rainbow somewhere, doesn't there? With everything and all the emotion that's gone on in this home opener, the Riders wearing the JH decals on the back of their helmets here today, there's got to be a rainbow.
Yeah.
With the touchdown pass, Bo Levi Mitchell passes Kent Austin on the all-time touchdown list, as he now has 199 in his career.
Do you really get credit for it if you've thrown 2 interceptions, though? Wasn't he like -1 to start now, and now he's just breaking even?
Well, you're
Isn't
talking
that how it
about
works?
the Jameer Thurman pick 6. I understand that.
Yeah.
This isn't golf, Luke.
Yeah, no,
you can't gain
I
and
got to
lose.
stop forcing it. Yeah.
So the Riders are going to send out their kick team, I think, a little more aware that the short kick likely going to come from Hamilton with 1:59 to go. Hey, let's go down to the sideline quickly. Bidsy, what do you have?
I was just going to tell you guys that the fellas, of course, they were hoping that that touchdown didn't take place and they could escape with a bigger margin of victory. But the fellas here very happy on the sidelines. There was a lot of pressure going into this one. You could tell, you could sense it here on the sidelines for the home opener. The Riders hoping to improve to 3-0, and it looks like they will. Luke, you mentioned that the sun is back. Well, hopefully the sun is setting on the Hamilton Tiger Cats in this one, as the Riders will hopefully finish this one 3-0.
So Mark Leggio going to put the ball, thank you very much, Bidsy, on the near hash as the recover team goes to the far side and held up, and it's going to bounce once, still in the air on the turf. Who's going to find it? Hamilton say they do. The officials are going to wait and confer, but the Ticats believe that they've recovered the onside kick.
Well, right before the play started, I was going to say this is a great opportunity to work your onside kick cover. Schaefer Baker does what he's supposed to do here. He gets up and high points the football. Unfortunately, he can't manage to get it.
And I think
Hamilton looks like it comes away with the football.
Absolutely, as Bo Levi Mitchell on the offense come out, looking to spoil the party with 1:55 to go, albeit trailing by 16.
I'm gonna be honest with you, though, guys. I think that this is exactly what the Riders need. No comfort. You got to finish every play. It's a 60-minute game.
Bo Levi Mitchell's got Ante Litre in the backfield as Butler hasn't returned since being shaken up earlier. Pumps once, looks far side. That ball is incomplete. A couple of Riders were trolling the football. Deontay Williams, one of which in coverage. Second down.
Man, oh man, Deontay Williams knows he has the safety over the top. They're in cover 2. So Williams, he can, if he wants to, let the sideline be an extra defender and use his back, but he just goes and runs the route for the wide receiver, and he almost comes up with it in 2nd and 10.
Ball at the Hamilton 47-yard line, far hash. 5 receivers set for Bo Levi Mitchell in the Hamilton offense. 3 receivers far side, they move in motion. And now the snap, thrown out far side. That ball complete to Bridges. He'll get into Saskatchewan territory, into first down territory, up to the 51 of the Riders.
Yeah, and obviously this is a tough situation that Saskatchewan, for Saskatchewan to play defense in it. And the reason being is the team's going to take all 3 downs anyways. So it makes the 2nd and 10 really a 2nd and 5 because the team's going for it on 3rd.
Ball at the Saskatchewan 51 for Hamilton now. With 1:37 to go in the 4th quarter, Saskatchewan in front by 16. Bo Levi Mitchell looks to air it out near side, looking for Dunbar Jr. And a nice job in coverage by Nelson Lacombo to get inside leverage and then knock it down.
Really good job, and you've got help from DeMarcus Fields over the top. Essentially what the Riders finish off this coverage with his 3 safeties. And Lacombo plays this right. He's got his back to the sideline. That's an additional defender. He high points the ball because he knows he's got Fields in behind him.
2nd down and 10 for Bo Levi Mitchell in the Hamilton offense at the Saskatchewan 51-yard line. 3 receivers go to the near side this time with Litre in motion in the backfield. Riders show blitz, going to bring it a little bit as Mitchell drops it off near side. That's complete to the Riders' 40-yard line as Patman brings it in, and he should have enough to move the sticks and another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Yeah, and obviously Hamilton will take this, but now the problem for the Ticats is they got to show some sense of urgency. There's only 1:23 on the clock, and it's going to roll.
1st and 10, ball at the Saskatchewan 40. 5 receivers stay in the game for Hamilton. Riders have 4 down linemen. Bo Levi Mitchell back to pass. Has to roll to his right. Looking, gonna sling it across his body, and it's intercepted. Roland Milligan Jr. has the pick and has the football up to the Saskatchewan 19-yard line with 1:06 to go. The 3rd interception of the afternoon for Bo Levi Mitchell.
Bo Levi Mitchell has an incredible future on the TSN panel. And this throw, it seems like he's trying to get there quicker than everybody thinks. This is a terrible throw into triple coverage. The game's over. Riders come away with a win.
1:06 to go. The Rider offense trots back out onto the field after the Olympic RTM's turnover.
And you see, that's the thing, right? We said that, hey, this is good for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. There shouldn't be just an easy, coast to the finish line here. We got to finish this game, and it's good to see the Saskatchewan Roughriders do that.
So 1st and 10 Riders, ball on their 19-yard line. Shea Patterson in the gun. Hands it off to A.J. Ouellette. Thunders through the line across the 20 up to the 21-yard line for a gain of a couple. It'll be 2nd and long.
Timeout, Hamilton.
And that's what we were talking about, right? Like, they had to show a sense of urgency, but again, Bo Levi Mitchell doesn't necessarily have to force this in. He can look low and try to keep the sticks moving. But yeah, here he just throws it into essentially triple coverage. And Roland Milligan, man, telling you, I've been saying since camp started, he's going to be an all-star this year if he stays healthy, and that campaign is well underway.
1:02 to go. Timeout taken by Hamilton. Ball on the Saskatchewan 21-yard line. They lead 36-20 to the Riders. 2nd down and 8. Looking to improve to 3-0. And win their home opener for the 4th time in 5 years. 5 receivers set, delayed handoff to Ouellette. Tries to deke a man, can't. And a nice job there in coverage to come up and make the tackle by Brandon Barlow.
Well, Hamilton's in man, so essentially what we've got is Barlow versus A.J. Ouellette, because anywhere A.J. Ouellette went, Barlow was going to follow. So it turns into an Oklahoma drill where you've got just sort of a tunnel and a one-on-one with a linebacker and a running back, and Barlow finally gets the advantage here and takes Ouellette down. But again, this clock is not on the side of the Hamilton Tiger Cats anymore.
So on to kick is Adam Korsak, standing back at his 7-yard line to receive this snap from Jorgen Hughes. Got the wind at his back, and Lawrence Woods III is standing back inside his 30-yard line to receive this. As Korsak will allow the 20-second clock to count all the way down, takes the snap. And Hamilton brought the pressure, but Korsak gets it away. A high spiraling kick taken by Woods at his 31-yard line. Steps across the 40 to the 42, runs into a couple of downfield coverage defenders for the Riders, and not much left for Bo Levi Mitchell to come out onto the field with 27 seconds to go.
Really good job by Godfrey Onyeka there. Essentially what happens is again, it's one of those deals where you've got to push the ball carrier back into all the defenders that are going to help you, and he does that exactly.
So a 57-yard punt from Adam Korsak, 17 on the return for Woods, and it's 1st down and 10 for Bo Levi Mitchell. Back to pass, looks to the far side. That's complete by Bridges. He'll dive down to the Rider 46-yard line with 22 seconds to go in the football game. Move the chains as Hamilton will get reset. .22 to go. Back in the gun is Bo Levi Mitchell. Drops back to pass. Has time. Going to swing it underneath. That ball is complete for Woods, who will get down to the Saskatchewan 36-yard lines. Takes a big hit from Corte Moore at the end, but he should have a 1st down with 8 seconds to go.
Here's what you call inbounds clock running defense. A lot of the times you'll see defensive coordinators throwing their hands on an angle down, and what they're saying is just make sure everybody stays in bounds. Make sure nobody gets out of bounds and gets the clock to stop.
4 seconds to go for Bo Levi Mitchell, likely the last play of the football game. He'll call his receivers to the line, drops back to pass, looks to the far side. That's complete to Smith. He'll break a tackle, still on his feet, down at the 21-yard line. And that should do it as Keandre Smith gets dropped at the Rider 21, but it won't matter as the Riders give their head coach the Gatorade shower for his first home win. As Corey Mason, the Riders improve to 3-0 with a 36-20 victory over the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Again, the scoreboard is brought to you by our friends at Quality Tire. Of course, Quality Tire with 9 great locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Coming up, the 5th quarter post-game show. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year?
Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig, and when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Rooted in tradition, leading in innovation, McDougall Auctioneers is your first choice for farm auctions. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. At McDougall Auctioneers, we understand that selling your farm equipment is more than just business. It's about peace of mind. That's why we offer a unique guarantee, a minimum value for your auction, ensuring you sell with confidence and comfort. Our promise is your security. Choose McDougall Auctioneers, where your satisfaction is not just expected, it's guaranteed. McDougallAuction.com.
The game is over. Time to break it down. This is the fifth quarter post-game show, brought to you by KFC, Western Ag, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, SaskTel, Johnston's Grain, Sask Lotteries, Ag Co, Quality Tire, Capital Auto Group, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Dave Thomas and Luke Mullender on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Lowther's arm is in the air. The roof is open for today's game at Mosaic Stadium. The house that Hoppy built is open so Mr. Hopson can watch his team play. And with a JH patch on his helmet, Lowther kicks it off. It's taken by Lawrence Woods down at his 14-yard line. He'll cut back near the middle, wrapped up, and the ball comes loose. And the Riders do have the football.
Well, how you like that, Hoppy?
Harris in the gun, 5-receiver look. Stearns in motion pre-snap. Harris back to pass, looks over the middle, has to pump once into the end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown! Riders! Second down and 8, ball just on Saskatchewan's side of center. Hamilton brings some pressure. Harris throws it up. It's deep and it's intercepted. Picked off by the Tiger Cats down around the 10-yard line. Is going back was Jamal Peterson in coverage, and Harris just slightly overthrew his intended target, and the Tiger Cats are able to haul it in for a turnover of their own. 1st and 10 at the Hamilton 40. Here comes the blitz from the Tiger Cats through the middle. Harris reads it, throws it up near side. Touchdown! A Joe finds the corner of the end zone and gets his first touchdown to the Canadian Football League. Hughes on the snap, Corsack on the hold. Ball back, down, up, and through. Brett Lowther splits the uprights from 34 yards out to remain perfect on the season. 1st and 10, Bo Levi forced out of the backfield, and he gets wrapped up. The Riders get home. 1st and 10 for Hamilton, now at the Saskatchewan 41-yard line. Bo Levi Mitchell back to pass, has time, moves to his right, now is a man open in the end zone. Shamar Bridges all alone. Touchdown Hamilton from 41 yards out. 2nd down and 5. His defense needs a stop. Bo Levi in the gun. Motion comes to the right. Fake the handoff. Now it's on the carpet. Riders have it. Let's go. Oh. Rider Nation comes to life as Bo Levi's back to pass. Looking over the middle. It's intercepted. Janeer Thurman for the Riders to the 20 of Hamilton. Down to the 10. Has an escort. Has a pick six. Touchdown Riders. 2nd and 10 Hamilton. Ball at their own 30. Left-hand hash for Bo Levi Mitchell. Back to pass again. Sees a little pressure now. Sprints out to his right. Going to throw it up. And it's batted down and intercepted again. The Riders have it. Once again coming up with a pick. It's Deontay Williams on the far side for Saskatchewan. Check that to Marcus Fields. But the Riders come up with another turnover.
Tips and overthrows, folks.
Clean snap, good kick, and it's automatic because Brett Lother will split the uprights from 16 yards out. Backfield empties. Litre is in under center. Goes to his left, gets to the line. Flags are down everywhere as Litre didn't get in.
Offside, Saskatchewan number 1. Penalties declined. Scores a touchdown.
So they call a touchdown for Litre because everybody in the ballpark is thinking,
yeah, that's the best part about it.
Ouellette's going to get the football.
When you know,
but now he's
coming.
not because the backfield empties. Shea Patterson in under center. 3rd and goal from the 1. Patterson to his right, second chance, dives in, touchdown Riders.
Great second effort by Patterson.
Bo Levi Mitchell, 3rd and 7 on the Riders' 28-yard line. Smith drops back into a pass set from the line of scrimmage as Bo Levi Mitchell over the middle, and it's caught down inside the 5-yard line. Reaching out is Smith, touchdown. Keandre Smith. 1st and 10, ball at the Saskatchewan 40. 5 receivers stay in the game for Hamilton. Riders have 4 down linemen. Bo Levi Mitchell back to pass. Has to roll to his right. Looking, gonna sling it across his body, and it's intercepted. Roland Milligan Jr. has the pick and has the football up to the Saskatchewan 19-yard line. And that should do it as Keandre Smith gets dropped at the Rider 21, but it won't matter as the Riders give their head coach the Gatorade shower for his first home win. As Corey Mason, the Riders improve to 3-0 with a 36-20 victory over the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
That was your post-game rewind brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca. Dave and Luke, you hustled down to the Harvard Studio 620 booth. We're live on the radio and on the web stream as well. The Riders 3-0. How did it look from the broadcast booth? I'll start with you, Dave.
Well, that guy on the radio was quite excitable, wasn't he? Jeez. You know what? We talked about it pregame, and Luke, I thought, gave us the best perspective, saying that the Riders had to come out and establish themselves early and play like they have in the fourth quarters for fourth quarter. And it started with the opening kickoff. They jumped on it right away, and then they jumped on the Ticats and they never lit up. Again, it was kind of garbage time in the end where Hamilton scored some points, but all in all, full marks, 3-0. You go into bye week feeling real good, just hoping like heck your quarterback's okay.
I think that the biggest thing here is that the Saskatchewan Roughriders got out of their own way. You looked at the last 2 weeks and you said, gosh, if this team could just stop getting the stupid penalties, if this team can just start getting their alignments and their assignments right, they're going to be so dangerous. It's a good thing that we're 2-0. However, there's a lot to clean up. Today they cleaned it up, and you saw the potential there as a football team. Even when you're put your back to your wall, you get your backup quarterback in the game, they said, okay, fine, now this is why we got A.J. Ouellette. Let's run the ball down their throats. And that's exactly what they did. That's exactly why you brought that man in here. But I think that the biggest thing is just this team managed to stay out of their own way today. It was a good win.
You mentioned A.J. Ouellette, Luke. Wes Cates obviously being a former star running back. What did you think of his performance today?
I thought it was tough sledding. I thought they were hard yards, but they kept feeding him. They gave him the ball. He got close to the century mark, I think, if he not got right to it. So I think they should be happy about the way they kind of established the run, and clearly it helped them chew up some clock, keep the ball away from Bo Levi Mitchell, and just keep their offense on the field and keep that positive game plan going. So I think it was a successful day. It was a hard day. AJ definitely got beat up, but he got his yards, and I think he's happy. And he had about 5 or 6 catches. So yeah.
Indeed, Ouellette 20 carries for 98 yards, and then led the team in receiving. 4 receptions for 47 yards.
Yeah, and if you had told me that coming in, I would have been shocked with him leading the team in receptions. But again, that shows his versatility and his compete and his want to. Of course, you get that great souvlaki going from Opa, and they bring you the statistics. So, yeah, great look at there.
Well, the other thing, too, is you've got to give a lot of credit to Mark Mueller. He has called 3 outstanding football games now as the offensive coordinator of this team. He came out today and continued to attack. I think it's been really refreshing to see his approach, and I think that he's answered a lot of questions that came along with his ascension from Calgary here to Riderville.
The Riders 98 points in 3 games, averaging well over 30 points per game, so definitely that shout out to Mark Mueller warranted. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
The best things in life happen when you're living in the moment. Like creating memories and sharing them with the ones you love. Stay connected. With $0 phones and plus pricing, you can upgrade your phone and stay in the moment. Save $120 on Canada and US plans when purchasing a new phone on a 2-year voice and data term. Only from SaskTel.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 16th to 18th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Hey Rider fans, AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
At Redhead Equipment, we want to help you find the perfect trailer to get the job done regardless of the application. That's why we offer a hand-picked selection of new and used trailers from some of the most trusted brands in the industry, including BWS, Trail King, New Star, Decap, Gincor, and Sidumper. From equipment to grain trailers, belly and end dumps to lightweight aluminum options, we'll help you haul more faster. Visit redheadequipment.ca or one of our 10 locations. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Rough Riders improved to 3-0 at home against the Hamilton Tiger Cats, winning 36-20. Coming up, the Rough Rider Radio Roundtable with myself and Wes Cates to my left here. You can tune in and watch us on the live stream if you want. If you're on the radio as well, do that if you like it. If you want to text in to us, the home game text line is brought to you by Souris Valley Industries in Weyburn, supplying Saskatchewan with precast concrete products for over 40 years. See sviprecast.com. All right, from a player perspective, we'll go to Luke first. You're 3-0. You got the bye week. How you feeling going into that, and how do you treat it?
Well, first of all, you get healthy, right? You got a lot of guys banged up. This comes at a really good time because you got training camp from the middle of May. Right now, I mean, those guys are flying around, man, so there's a lot of aches and pains. I thought it was great that despite Trevor Harris coming out and trying to go in the second half, they continued to let him sit. They've got 2 weeks now to get him healthy. They've got guys that they're going to be able to get a little bit closer to 100%. So that's what you focus on, getting healthy, and more importantly, you got to watch the film, stay in tune with things, right? It's always nice to get together with the guys and watch all the games on the bye week. I know Wes, is a guy that loves to do that. So again, you just got to get healthy and get ready.
How do you treat the bye week, Wes, if you're the Riders right now?
I mean, for sure, we're laughing right now. You look at some of the way the games ended, you could be 1-2 or something like that, but no, we're 3-0. We've seen some things we need to clean up, but the record shows that we're finding ways to win. We can talk about the things we need to clean up, get better at them. And then injury-wise, you've had some scares. We still got to find out about Trevor, but really only Philip Blake is the only real big injury that we've had so far. So I think they're excited going into this bye week, like Luke said, get healthy and, just build on the W's.
Head coach Corey Mace is with us, and the post-game comments brought to you by KFC. $5 sandwich of the day is back at select KFC restaurants. Check out what sandwich is on special in your area at KFC.ca. Coach Mace, are you a little wet down there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even understand anymore. I didn't even know why they got me. You know, I slipped, fell. I think my hammies through. I don't know. We got to buy, so I got to be on the training table. This is crazy.
You're healthy, though, or you will be healthy after the bye?
I hope so, man. This is nuts. I told these guys the last time, I said, hey, I don't want that no more. And again, I got to find Shafe. I couldn't see who the other one was, but I got to get him somehow.
How do you feel about your team being 3-0?
Yeah, we feel really good about it. I think more importantly, a lot of the things that we wanted to establish today, that we were. Obviously there's always going to be things to clean up and still address. But we're headed into the bye week with 3 wins under our belt. And I mean, that's all it comes down to at the end of the day, right?
Hey, Coach, Luke here. One of the things that was really evident is this secondary specifically, it felt like you guys were on the same page the entire way through. Guys understood alignment, assignment, and then executed today. Talk about the turnaround from last week to this week in the secondary.
Yeah, Luke, just more reps, man. A couple of busts we had last week was just, we had guys going in different spots, hadn't been here very long, and you guys know, right? It's repetitions. So we got more reps on our belt. We learned from the film. Really proud of the way those guys responded. We challenged the back end to go get the ball. They did that, and we certainly also found a way to score on defense, which is a challenge that I put out there for them this week as well. So extremely pleased how these guys bounced back and responded.
Coach Mace, Dave Thomas with you, and I know that you preach start fast, play fast, be greedy for the football. Check, 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 I think, in the start of this football game.
Yeah, no, and that was the thing too. And we were looking at the potential of weather delay, and there's all the implications that come with that. So we kind of want to jump on them very fast, just in case we got stalled out there to meet the requirements to still walk away with a dub if they had to stall the game out. So, it was good to see us execute like that, and offensively we were able to consistently move the ball, through on the ground and through the air. Shout out to the O-line. I thought they played really well today. And AJ starting to looking like the Thor everybody knew he was going to be.
Coach Mace, can you take us through what's gone down with Trevor Harris from the time that he was hit there from Nick Usher all the way up to what you know now? Yeah, I didn't have a chance to see the hit. I just kind of saw the aftermath. Met with Trevor at halftime. Like anything, the guy attacks it like a pro, and he was coming up to me in the game like, "Look, I'm good." But I felt we were in a position that we were going to be able to close out the game and just not take that risk. So I'm not expecting it to be anything crazy, but I don't want to talk out of my face just because I haven't had the conversation with the medical department yet. But I think you'll be okay. Good timing for bye coming up.
Well, you kind of took my thunder there, Coach, talking about the bye week, but how about the family aspect? Because Marcus Sales takes a heck of a shot when he made a great play, and Jamarcus Hardwick comes over and pats him on the shoulders and says, hey, let's go, and helps him off the field. I thought that was sensational, and now the players get an opportunity during the bye week to be with their families who they may have been away with for a couple of months already. What's the message to the team as they go into the bye week? Yeah, exactly that. Spend it wisely, and in our opinion, spending it wisely is being around the people that you love, that sacrifice their time so that we can do what we can do as well. But there's going to be a handful of guys who are going to stay here in town, and we got family here in this building, so they'll be spending it together. But you encourage these guys to keep football still in the forethought. Stay active during the bye week. We don't have to knock off too much rust when we come back, because it's a long season ahead.
Coach, talk about Shea Patterson. When you guys knew that he was going to be the quarterback going for the second half, did the game plan change? What was the messaging to him, to a guy that was going to carry this team all the way through the fourth?
No, you know, I don't know that the game plans changed tremendously. You know, obviously we were able to move the ball on the ground, which was a luxury for us. Specifically, too, if you look at the time that we started out the half going into the win. But you know, Shea has a skill set. You know, he can create and extend plays with his legs. You saw that a couple times. But again, you know, as a backup quarterback, you know, you're not getting the bulk of the reps throughout the week. You know, you always got to be prepared, which I know Shea is the first guy in the freaking building pretty much every day. So he puts in the time, man. We got ultimate confidence in him. And, you know, I know the offensive coaches would do as well. So the guys rallied. Shea found a way to help us win the game.
One last one for you, Coach Mace. Who stood out from your perspective on defense? Guys were flying around out there. Yeah, you know, I think same guys. You know, C.J. Avery, you know, he tipped a couple balls that turned into turnovers. You know, Thurm scored on defense. Rowe has been an animal. Milligan this entire season, got him one. I think, man, everybody kind of took turns. You know, what I did do was I challenged the defensive line to get pressure just with 4. And I thought that they did a pretty dang good job of that, getting the quarterback off the spot, like we talked about disruption. So I was proud of those guys, not letting the quarterback just be completely comfortable sitting in there, throwing up some air passes that turned out to be in our favor. Thanks for the time, Coach Mace. Go get dry and enjoy the bye week at 3-0.
Much love, guys. Appreciate you.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
What's Gleaner's secret to harvesting? Actually harvesting. Because if you're in need of maintenance, you're not harvesting. And if you're not harvesting, you're losing time and money. That's why Gleaner makes the industry's most reliable combine. Year after year, it gets the job done no matter what. Be ready to actually harvest. See the Gleaner S9 combine at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United Members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
It's time to field your best. Introducing the newest gridiron giant from Salford, Halo High Speed Tillage. Halo is engineered for consistent depth at high speeds, getting your seeder closer to the goal and leaving rivals in the dust. Add the new Halo VRT to your special teams with hydraulically adjustable blade angles. Salford Halo, a game changer that dominates. Field your best with Salford.
See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Here comes the stretcher. Looks like the medic's saying he needs to put something cool on his knee. Here they come with the York air conditioner and a generator to plug it in. Okay, folks, a York air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating is the best on the market, but it's not meant for, well, our man is back up, helmet on, and he's back in. Look at that.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs. ReginaPlumbing.net.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's time for our offensive game stars selection, brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, QualityTire.ca. It's AJ Ouellette, who had 145 total offensive yards on 24 touches. AJ's with us now. How are you feeling after that one?
Hey, man, I'm feeling good. Anytime you get a win, you feel good.
How was the running game able to get going and be so successful tonight, AJ?
We just got into the film, communication, and Coach Mueller set us up in a great scheme today.
AJ, you talk a lot about communication, and we've had conversations about this. It's Dave Thomas, and just want you to explain to Rider Nation how communication works between you and the other pieces of the offense in game and even leading up to the game.
Yeah, leading up to the game, you got to get a feel for what the defense is going to give you. You got to kind of go in thinking you're going to get man, going to get zone. We're going to get that 5 down, some eagle fronts, and knowing where the stress point is. So who's going to have the hard double team and who's going to be battling one-on-one up front. So you kind of get a pre-game adjustment to that, and then mid-game, you either stay true to your game plan or you have to go to the sideline and adjust. Talk about where the pressure's coming from, who's two-gapping, who's slanting, all that stuff. So you get a feel for it, and coaches did an amazing job getting us in the right run game today.
AJ, Luke here, man. One of the things I want to ask you, I remember watching you as a young running back with Andrew Harris and the relationship that you were developing with him. Talk about the relationship that you have now with Clint Ratkovic. He's a guy that's used to running the football. He's been doing a great job as a tight end and H-back for you. What's that relationship been like?
Since day one, me and him have been brothers. I think I went to his Instagram or his Twitter, whatever it is, and it says super back. It doesn't even say running back, full back. It says super back. So since then, like we've been hitting it off. Like I told him I got to get some T-shirts made for him. And he's a football guy. He's going to come in. He's going to do his job. He's not going to talk too much. We're just ready to put the plan together and win with him.
AJ Ouellette, it seems like forever since we had an opportunity to bring him out for you here in a regular season home opener for the Riders. What was it like being in that tunnel and coming out at the start of the ball game?
Oh man, the energy's crazy. I love it. I was told when I entered this league, if I want to get the feel of true pro football, I need to come play in Saskatchewan, and that was an Argos player that told me that. So I'm glad I followed the lead, listened to him, because this place is amazing.
You mentioned the Argos there, AJ, and I'm curious, your former teammate Andrew Harris, the story behind how he ended up in Hamilton in Rider Green wearing your jersey, because for a lot of people in Rider Nation, that was quite a sight to see.
Yeah, I mean, we're brothers. We're brothers to the day we die. It's some effort that you put in together. It's the blood, it's the tears, it's all that. And I know he would do anything for me, and I did that for the Rider Nation right there. I had to compromise with him and go with the alternative color, not the true green. But he wore that with pride, and I appreciate him and love him.
Did he not want to wear the true green?
He didn't even say anything. I made the decision for him.
Hey, AJ, Wes here. I was wondering, you led the team in receiving yards and receptions, 4 for 47. Do you care whether you get it on the ground and in the air? It seems like it's been a little tough for you on the ground to start off the season. How do you have a preference?
It doesn't matter as long as we win, right? We get in the locker room and celebrate. You hate running for 200 yards and come in with an L.
Right.
AJ, it's very evident the deep connection that you've got with your teammates, one of which, of course, is Trevor Harris. You saw him go down. What was the discussion about when you're talking about rallying around your offensive leader?
Yeah, I mean, we saw him go down. I didn't know how bad it was, but bright side is he looked pretty good on the sideline in the second half. So I don't think it's too bad. We'll see what the images show. But at that point, you kind of tell yourself, we're going to lean on the run game here. But that's just what you tell yourself, because it doesn't matter. Shea went in there and he balled out. We got total confidence in him.
So what do you do for the bye week?
I got family in town, so I'm gonna hang out with the family.
Beautiful, staying local.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, AJ, congratulations on a heck of an effort. Our offensive game star for quality time.
Yep, appreciate you guys.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The best things in life happen when you're living in the moment. Like creating memories and sharing them with the ones you love. Stay connected. With $0 phones and plus pricing, you can upgrade your phone and stay in the moment. Save $120 on Canada and US plans when purchasing a new phone on a 2-year voice and data term. Only from SaskTel.
The Fendt 500 Vario is the right fit for your farm. Whether you have a large cattle or dairy operation, mid-sized grain farm, or hay production that defines your operation, the Fendt 500 has the ability to adapt to meet the needs of your farm to increase the bottom line. And that means more money in your pocket. See the Fendt 500 Vario at Ag World Equipment in Canistano.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
It's time to field your best. Salford's Valmar Air Boom Applicators. These beasts come in a variety of sizes and models tailored to suit your farm's needs. With high-capacity options, Valmar Air Booms power through acres with no timeouts, covering up to 100 acres per hour. It's a game changer. Step up your farming game with Salford. Field your best with Salford.
See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
We're days away from the party you've been waiting for. Country Thunder, Saskatchewan. You can't miss Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. Plus Gary Allen, Josh Ross, Lone Star, and more. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your tickets and camping before they're gone at countrythunder.com.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Rough Riders victorious 36-20 in their home opener in 2024. Guys, and we just talked about it with AJ Ouellette. Let's see this. Andrew Harris wearing Rider green. It's a sight that I don't think a lot of Winnipeg or Rider fans thought they would ever see, but that was after the game last week in Hamilton. Harris in the building, I should say, in that Obsidian green. It looks
he looks
pretty good on him.
He looks real uncomfortable in that thing.
Yeah, he looks like he didn't want to take that picture at all.
That's okay.
But he did it for his brother, man. I guess that's what brothers do, is stick together. It's just a weird sight to see, right? Because he was with the arch rival for so long.
You know what I find is that just speaks to the character that's in the Rider locker room, right? How big of a family atmosphere is it that these guys, they've done it in other places, right? Like you guys have been in there before. You know how big that is.
No, for sure. It's definitely a situation where the more you can kind of just get together, have fun with each other, understand each other's differences, and put them aside and just grow in the brotherhood and the family nature. You're just going to go out there and work that much harder to help your brother succeed. So, you know, when you have these type of bonds, obviously they played on the team together in the same backfield, but when you go through those things and have that success and go through those struggles, then you make that bond that makes you do things like put on a jersey you can't stand, right?
And you know what? It carries over, right? Andrew Harris took this young man under his wing when he was in Argo, and now he's doing the same thing with Clint Ratkovic, right? Like you learn from your vets, and you get your winning characteristics from the guys that have been in those locker rooms. So, you know, it carries over. He may be brothers with Andrew Harris, but you heard him talk so glowingly about the superback Clint Ratkovic. Right, and I think that's the culture, right? You want guys looking out for each other. You want guys staying in. You know, that's the other thing too, man. The last 2 years, when you got a bye week, it would be like, oh yeah, everybody's taking off, they're going home, blah, blah, blah. Even if it was like the last game of the year, guys were like going home. This year, guys you're hearing it. Oh yeah, we're sticking around town, right? We got family in the locker room. That's a shift in culture, and I think that's going to go a long way as the season goes on.
We have our defensive game star standing by, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. It's CJ Avery, who, according to Luke Mullender, was all over the field, 5 tackles, had a tip that led to Jameer Thurman's pick 6. CJ Avery, how did you feel about your performance today and the overall defensive unit as well?
Felt great, man. Out there competing with my brothers. Love playing with those guys, man. We played cleaner today. Last week we had a couple busts in the back end, but this week we did really good. Just excited to continue to have success with those guys.
You were the player of the game today, but you've had a fantastic start to this season, man. You've been really productive. Talk about how you're starting to adjust to this will linebacker spot, how you made it through training camp, just what's leading to the success that you're having on the field production-wise?
Yeah, it just comes from the preparation through the week. Coach JC, he makes sure, we're ready. He makes sure we have the right tips and reminders, everything as far as drops, run fits. So, you're prepared. And it's like you got the answers to the test, and you just go out there and, make plays.
CJ, how was the week of preparation for you? Because you really, as a secondary, I thought were dialed in and on the same page.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I said, man, all the guys were doing their job today, and that's the biggest thing. That's what we emphasized the whole week. We didn't want anything over our heads. We gave up a couple, but that's all right. We'll continue to get better, and after the bye week, we'll clean that up.
Hey, CJ, West Case here. I've been calling you CJ Big Play Avery now because you seem to be one of those guys who's very opportunistic, always. You've had a couple of picks bounce off a receiver's hands. You come in, you get some tip balls, you get the tip drill going for some picks for your buddies. Have you always been that way? Have you always been turnover prone? Have you been a guy that gets a lot of picks and fumble recoveries, that sort of thing?
Yeah, man, through my career, man, I'm a team guy, man. I just want to obviously do well for my team, make sure I'm doing my job and making those plays when they come. I've always believed in if you do your job and you're in the right spot, the ball will find you and you just got to make the plays.
CJ, tell me a little bit about the momentum swings in this ball game. You come out, you scoop up, your team scoops up the opening kickoff and a fumble recovery. You get out to a big lead. Your quarterback goes down. Then you have to go ahead and stop Hamilton. Then Marcus Sales takes a heck of a shot. Then you come and you just ride the waves of emotion up and down. How was it for you on the sideline?
Yeah, just staying calm through it all. At the end of the day, we were up. So it's like, you continue to stay calm, stay poised, and then just go out there and do our job and compete at a high level, and that's what we did.
CJ, can you take me through the tip that you had that led to Jameer Thurman's interception touchdown from start to finish to celebration and how you guys broke it down on the sideline after?
Yeah, no, man, just went into my drop, opened up. I felt that he was about to go to the receiver. It was told by his eyes, and he threw that pass, and then I just knew it from there. We had to make a play. We worked that in practice, knowing in that coverage right there, Jameer would be in that spot. So I just tipped the ball. I knew he would be there, and then we just went from there. And he had a heck of a celebration. We talked about it.
CJ, the CFL season is a marathon and not a sprint. You're 3-0 headed into a bye week. How do you approach it?
Obviously go get healthy, all the guys, make sure the body's all right. Kind of get away from football a little bit, clear your mind, and then come back ready to work next week and then come out with a win. We got to keep it going.
Enjoy it, CJ, sorry.
Yes,
Get
sir.
healthy.
Thank you so much.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Morris knows the pressure farmers face when up against a narrow planting window. We built the 10 Series air cart to relieve this pressure with the seeding experience you need. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. The high-quality 10 Series air carts looks the part with powder coat paint and stainless steel in all the right places, with overbuilt, maintenance-free, electric-driven metering. The 10 Series air cart is designed to run for years. For more information, see morrisequipment.ca.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasslotteries.ca.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
At McDougall Auctioneers, we're not just selling heavy equipment, we're powering progress. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our online auctions bring together the best machinery and the biggest network of buyers. Whether it's construction marvels or industrial giants, we sell with expertise and a commitment to value. Choose McDougall Auctioneers for auctions that move as fast as your business does. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Harvard Studio 620. It's the 5th quarter post-game show. The Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat the Hamilton Tiger-Cats 36-20 here at Mosaic Stadium this afternoon. Let's get to the statistical breakdown brought to you by Opa Souvlaki. The Riders out first down Hamilton 22-21 in the rushing department. Saskatchewan 100 yards to Hamilton's 29. Net offense this afternoon for the Saskatchewan Roughriders 313 yards to 314 for the Hamilton Tiger-Cats. When it comes to turnovers, that was the big one this afternoon. Hamilton turns the ball over 5 times, 2 fumbles, 3 interceptions. Saskatchewan 1 interception thrown this afternoon by Trevor Harris, and that was back in the first half. As we take a look at some of the individual offensive numbers, Trevor Harris, 16 of 21 for 177 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception. Shea Patterson, 4 of 10 for 41 yards. Running the ball, A.J. Ouellette, 20 carries for 98 yards. Shea Patterson, 2 carries for 3 yards and a touchdown. Receiving, A.J. Ouellette, the top receiver, with 4 catches for 47. Sean Bain Jr., 7 targets, only 4 receptions for 36 yards. Jareth Stearns, 4 catches for 23. Samuel Emlis, 3 receptions for 39 yards, including a touchdown for Samuel. Kean Schaefer-Baker, 2 catches for 6. Joe, 1 catch for 40 yards, but what a big touchdown reception that was for him. Clint Rakovich, 1 for 15 yards, and Mitchell Picton, 1 for 12 yards. So, Luke, what have we learned about the Saskatchewan Roughriders through 3 weeks of play?
Well, we've learned that when they're not their own worst enemy, they're a pretty good football team. I think that we've also learned that these guys very early on, I mean, it's only week 3. Wes, I'm sure that you've heard this. These guys love each other already, man, and it's really great that they feel each other out like that very early on. But here's the deal. So their next break isn't till week 14. They need to get healthy, all right, because they walk into the teeth of their schedule pretty quickly. They've got a great Toronto Argonauts team that can score points. They've got BC that's probably going to be the cream of the crop in terms of the West Division right now. You've got a Winnipeg team that just can't possibly suck forever, and then you've got Montreal, right? So you're walking into a pretty important schedule. You're going to have to get a lot of wins there. But again, you're also set up for success if you have success through that stretch. So get healthy, continue to capitalize on the things that you do well, and continue to be your own worst critic when it comes to the things that you see on film that could get better.
All right, Justin Dunk and the crew are coming up with your calls next on the Radio Roundtable. Maybe the question for you, Rider Nation, they put it, can the Winnipeg Blue Bombers suck forever? We'll find out. The final score from the McDougall Auctioneers broadcast booth this afternoon: Saskatchewan improves to 3-0 with a 36-20 victory over the Hamilton Ticats. On behalf of color analyst Luke Mullender, sideline reporter Derek Bidwell, our technical producers Craig Hemingway and Colson Schultz, statistician extraordinaire John Hoffman, and all of the technical producers in control rooms across the province, I'm Dave Thomas saying so long from Mosaic Stadium, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, it's the Radio Roundtable with Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, Barney Shankara, Chris Mazurek, all live from right here in Studio 620, and all here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
What do you think of when you think of Burgo air seeders? Do you think of the heavy-duty steel construction, or possibly the flexibility to efficiently combine products with the next integral tank system? Or maybe the PDM Pro metering system that allows you to meter a multitude of products with bang-on accuracy? Whatever innovation first comes to mind, we know that it translates into added value to your seeding operation. Burgo Innovation, pursuing perfection with Young's Equipment Incorporated.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig, and when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you gotta find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today, or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 16th to 18th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. Brought to you by Western Ag Professional Agronomy, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, McDougall Auctioneers, Salford Equipment, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union, Redhead Equipment. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. The Roundtable is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dunk and Wes Cates on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious in their 2024 home opener, 36-20 over the Hamilton Tiger Cats. The Echo Sound hotline already heating up. You can call us 306-936-6262. And right now we have joining us a couple of dudes, one from the Sports Cage, Barney Shankara, and Chris Mazurek. Chris, you're here to talk about the Dinner with Doubles event that's going on, and it's going to be a hot ticket around Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, back in April, we announced one of the big free agent off-season signings, I think it was, back on April 10th, and one of those was Darian Durant. So he comes on every Monday and does double talk with us. He gives us his thoughts on the CFL. And then we're bringing him into town Labor Day weekend. He hasn't been back for Labor Day in a long time, and he said he wants to get back into Rider Nation. And so we're bringing him into town. So Saturday night, before the Labor Day Classic, before the Riders Bombers, we're going to do dinner with doubles at Casino Regina. And this is a fan event. So if you're part of the Westcates, Darian Durant, Luke Mullender area, you got your jerseys from that time, bring them. This is for you. This is going to be a night where not only you get a chance to meet Darian and all the other players that are going to be there, prime rib buffet dinner, who doesn't love a good prime rib buffet, and then afterwards we're going to do a special live Rider Radio Roundtable at Casino Regina with Darian and friends, hosted by Barney, hosted by Dave, and just a chance to talk football. It's the biggest weekend for football in Saskatchewan, so tickets are on sale at Casino Regina. Thank you to everybody that has already bought their tickets, and they've been tweeting and been going on Instagram, so that's great. We thought, what better way to reintroduce doubles back into Rider Nation, because he said, as a player, you don't get a chance to be part. You know this, Wes. Mm-hmm. There's a party going on around you.
Yeah.
But you got work to do.
You're prepping, right?
Yeah. You can't be out till. Well, maybe you are out till.
We might sneak out a little bit.
Yeah.
Keep that between us.
So, yeah, we're excited, and tickets are on sale now at Casino Regina, and just a chance to talk Rider football, have some fun.
So the thing we talked with Darian on Friday on the Sports Cage. And last year there was a smaller event in Regina hosted by the Royal Regina Golf Course, Ryan Pollock. Darian came to town not sure how he was going to be received right off the get-go, standing ovation. It was a smaller venue, right? So it was 100 people, under 100. He signed so many autographs. He talked so many stories with people, and that's what he loved. He just walked around and talked to people. I remember this. I remember this. Darian would remember this. So he is so looking forward to that. And he said, I will sign things until I basically have carpal tunnel. Like, just bring whatever you want. I'm expecting jerseys, pictures, Darian O's, the cereal boxes. I'm expecting a few of those. And that's just the kind of guy he is. And he's bringing his friends, right? So he wants people to kind of get a look behind the curtain on some of those stories that people remember, like 2013 and different things like that.
Well, and Luke told me this story. Everybody thinks about the 2009 team that didn't win the Grey Cup, but he said there's a story about 2009, but the 2010 team, he said Luke was special in a lot of ways. I would save that story for them. And he kind of told me the Darian and friends and the friends he's working on for everyone that's going to show up that night, could be pretty impressive. There's going to be some Rider royalty probably walking around the casino. That Wes, if you're at the casino, what game are you playing? Let's say it all goes down well, everybody has a drink or two.
High-gal poker.
I just go to the slots, but I like blackjack, and then I do kind of like craps too. Like,
nice.
I feel like I've had success at craps the couple of times I've played, so but I don't want to get into all that. You know what I mean? I don't want to be too much of a gambler. I might like it too much. But if I could pick a game that I wanted to learn and get good at, it'd be craps.
All right.
Justin, what's your game of chance?
Man, I'm not there that often, but it'd be Texas Hold'em. I feel like I want to put more of those odds in my favor, you know?
Yeah, you got to invest time, but I like that.
Yeah.
I like the poker. No, and it's like to Maz's point too, right? Like every Monday we get a chance to talk to Darian on the Sports Cage, and I think there's a lot of people out there that maybe don't know that, but it's from 3 to 6 every day on 620 CKRM. Mondays, Darian's on just after 5 o'clock. It's a perfect chance to talk to him about, like, tomorrow we'll talk about the game tonight. And then just, getting his insight on the league, and then it usually leads into other stories, and Darian's been great. And this event, people are really going to get a chance to meet him and kind of have that personal touch.
Yeah, I think the coolest thing about Darian being on the Sports Cage so far has been the stories behind the scenes that he's opened up on now. Because I was aware of some of them. You know, he talked about his contract and what went down here with Chris Jones, and I wasn't sure how open he was going to be, but it seems like he's re-embraced Rider Nation, if we can say that. He's comfortable being here, and he's sharing those behind-the-scenes stories that's going to endear himself even more.
Well, I thought the very first time he came on, he talked about how he admittedly wasn't a great teammate. And that takes a lot to come out to be. He's like I could have been nicer to some of the backup quarterbacks, and he openly admitted that. So it's been great, the honesty, and getting a chance to kind of talk to him when we're off the radio and get to know him a little bit. Like Wes, you know him. Like we're just kind of scratching that surface, and he's just like the other day we talked to him. He just got the kids out of the pool. He was barbecuing supper and stuff like that. Making time to come on the radio and chat. So we're super excited that he's part of the team, and we couldn't be more excited about it.
Found out how he likes to cook bacon when he makes breakfast for the family. He's a skillet guy. And he cooks his bacon.
Okay.
So just some interesting things, and it's nice to chat with them. And then as we get going here, his brother has the tie to the Dallas Cowboys in the NFL, right? So he's got so much knowledge, and then obviously his network to just get those stories, like you said, Justin, that you don't really get in other places.
But it's funny, tonight I was taking some notes watching the game. Like the $1 million question, how is Trevor Harris's leg? That's on everybody's mind. So you would know this, Wes. There's one guy in this whole province or everywhere in Rider Nation, if something happens, and it happened to Darian more than once when he got injured. How is your quarterback? Like everybody's pins and needles now.
Yeah.
Everybody's pins and needles.
Well, Corey Mace kind of alleviated some of that. He said he thinks he's going to be okay. And I trust Corey Mace because everything Corey Mace has said so far, you can believe it.
Yeah.
Some of the coaches in the past year, not so much.
Yeah.
I've been hurt enough to say once he walked off the field himself, obviously he was limping. But when you're putting pressure on it and then moving around a little bit better, and then we saw him on the sidelines throwing the ball and bouncing around, although he had a knee brace on.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the doctors and trainers wouldn't have let him do that if something was structurally wrong. So I think everything's good that way, just maybe some pain tolerance, and just he's got a week to heal up. He'll be fine.
And those little tweaks at 38 are a lot different than those tweaks at 22, 23, 24, right? So it's like you got a bye week. Looked like Patterson had things somewhat in control, and it was a test, right? It's week 3 here. Put it on the line. Let's see what we're made of.
Right.
I like the move that they made there, and I was joking with Derek Bidwell. I was like, if this was October and we needed the game, do you think he would have went in? And Bidsy was like, I think so. And it's like, well, yeah. And you guys, I'm sure, are going to take a lot of calls here coming up momentarily from people around wanting to know and their insight and stuff too. And then just if they don't get a chance to call in today, tomorrow 3 to 6, right? We want Rider Nation, and we want the listeners calling in on that program too. Like last Monday, we had a plethora of calls and people wanting to have their say on the 2-0 team. Now we're 3-0. It's like.
Well, because it's one thing, like, and you know this, because you guys both played football at a high level, so you can see what's going on. But from a fan's perspective, that's where, like, the Luke and the Darian, and where you guys can offer to when they can say, here's what's in. That's the neat part about having Darian on, when he's like, I knew that because of this and this, that they were able to do this. And you're like, all right, I love it because it's an education. You go from being a fan to knowing just a little bit more about the game. I was just impressed. Didn't this feel like a team win all the way around? From like from the bombing of the punts, the special teams. What was the penalty total at the end? I didn't catch what did we end up for penalties at the end?
I think it was better than
it was respectable, right?
Was it? I don't know. There was a couple of back-to-back roughing the passer.
The second roughing the passer. My daughter's sitting over there. I even think she thought it was soft.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure on that one.
Yeah.
but it didn't seem like they were coming at the horrible times like the last couple weeks where it was really pinning them down and really.
I don't think it was any of those BS penalties that Corey Mace was talking about. It was nothing stupid after the play, well after the whistle had blown. So I think you could probably live with some of these.
Selfish.
Yeah, exactly. He said that in his pregame presser yesterday. It was the selfish ones they needed to eliminate. You could even see him get a little more animated when he was giving that answer. Mm-hmm. That was the message to the team. To be animated.
Yeah, I got a question here before I think we're leaving right away. I got a question for you, Justin. How has it been? Every game that goes by here,
Dude, it's awesome.
Saski's really embracing you, right? I see things on socials. I get the messages when I'm doing the sports cage. It's like, Justin's doing such a great job. This is Beth and Elvina. And I'm like, awesome, yeah.
Shout out Elvina. Yeah, man, it's been great. I mean, I've been out here before doing Huskies and Rams games and had an idea of what the province was like from the nice perspective, I guess I'll say, but Rider Nation's been amazing. Harvard Media have obviously been amazing. Chris bringing me in, George Leith, Matt Hill, the whole Hill family, Tina Shvedal, like it's been unbelievable. So can't thank everybody enough for the warm welcome and trying to take this to the next level, you know?
Yeah, no, it's been great. You guys,
sounds
awesome.
And the one thing we shouldn't forget, so one of the things we started doing today, and we just kind of easing into it, this is kind of the start of the new era for Harvard Media, and that's kind of my role in the sports world. So not only can you listen now, but for the home games, what we're doing, you can actually watch us. We're streaming this on YouTube. So if you go to sportstage.com, top right-hand corner, just click the link, and all of this is live. And you can watch when there's cameras here in Studio 620. We did the pregame show, we did the halftime show, and we'll do the postgame show. And that's our plan, is we're going to deliver Rider football in another way.
It looks great. We're going to invest in some lights.
Yeah, we're going to get some lights.
Maybe those Costco lights that everyone has in their backyard now.
Lights, there's a lot of things I'd like to work on for myself, but that's a different issue. Lighting is not going to solve that. I don't know if we can. There's filters like on Instagram.
You need a lot of makeup.
There's a lot of glare here. I dressed wrong for the game. I'm dressed like for fall. I am this Obsidian green 3/4 zip. It is holding.
You can tell your wife didn't dress you.
It is holding heat. I am glistening.
When you went, I said, "What are you wearing today?" Jeans and a
3/4
zip, and
with
I
a
said,
furry inside.
It says 28.
I know.
Barney, you should have told him and set him straight, man.
Yeah. It's like, and then the only other time I met Justin, he was cold in Saskatoon. It's like, remember that? You landed.
I thought there was supposed to be some nice weather.
Oh, he shows the West. He shows that he's Darian Durant. He shows up in training camp with no jacket.
Oh, okay.
And we're out one night, and he's got a golf shirt on and shorts, and we're someplace that's air conditioned. He's freezing.
Yeah, you gotta dress for everything in Saskatchewan, because even on a warm day, the wind starts
so
kicking up.
If the storm would have started tonight, if it would have blown in,
you were good.
I'm dressed perfectly.
Seasons change fast here.
But now it didn't roll in, and you got to go shower because you got back sweat for the last 3 hours.
So all sportscage.com, all new sports is the YouTube. If you subscribe this, whenever we go live, you'll get this, or just go to sportscage.com, the website, and Dinner with Doubles, Casino Regina. There's only a limited amount of tickets, and we hope to have this thing sold out.
You want them to read it off the paper? Is that why you're holding it up?
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're on TV now, not just on radio. So go to Casino Regina.
Sit up here.
August 31st, the night before the Labor Day Classic.
Prime rib
Get
buffet.
out to the Dinner with Doubles. Make sure you listen to the Sports Cage 3 to 6.
Yeah, and Justin
Monday to Friday.
The whole crew will be there.
Oh, we'll all be there.
They will all be there the day before the Labor Day Classic.
Thanks for coming on, Barney and Chris, the Director of Sports and Rider Football for Harvard Media. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider Football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's time to field your best. Salford's Valmar Air Boom Applicators. These beasts come in a variety of sizes and models tailored to suit your farm's needs. With high-capacity options, Valmar Air Booms power through acres with no timeouts, covering up to 100 acres per hour. It's a game changer. Step up your farming game with Salford. Field your best with Salford.
See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious 36-20 over the Hamilton Tiger Cats in the Riders 2024 home opener to move to 3-0, not 2-0, 3-0. Wes, what am I saying over here? Jeez, man.
Just been too good to you.
Yeah, golly, 3-0. We got some callers on the line. We'll get to them real quick, but did you envision this team being able to go 3-0 with a new head coach, Trevor Harris coming back from the tibial plateau fracture, some new additions as well?
I felt the buzz, and we got a caller, I'm pretty sure, that asked if we thought they could be 3-0 at this point, and I said, well, they go into Hamilton, figure out a way to win that one. They should be able to beat them when they come back here at home, and that's kind of exactly how it played out, right? I mean, I don't know if they were necessarily supposed to win that one in Hamilton, but they pulled it out. Resilient bunch. They've showed some resiliency, if nothing else, to start off the season. And then you come in and obviously with the turnovers from Hamilton, I wouldn't say gave it to them because the Riders pretty much took it. But, I think I did kind of feel like this was possible, May seem like he, everybody's talking about he came in talking right, doing the right things, and I think he's just the staff and the team as a whole. There's just a lot of talent from top to bottom, and when you're surrounded by talent, when you're a talented guy, it excites you and gets you going. So I think they're kind of just riding off each other's high and putting some good games together and finding ways to win. So I'm excited about what the Riders can do. Hopefully they can. Well, we'll see. I'm not going to put any predictions on it, but 3-0 is a great start. I mean, when 08, we were 6-0 at one point, so they got a little ways to go. And I think I had about 700-800 yards of offense and 9 touchdowns.
Oh my God.
I got up, but we had a quarterback like carousel going on. We got rid of Kerry Joseph. Marcus Crandall started the season, had a bum hammy. Durant, Stephen Giles, and who was and we brought in Bishop later, but I think he might have been after the 6-game stretch. But Durant and Stephen Giles was number 2 at that point. He beat out, I don't know what happened there, but Durant kind of showed himself to be the guy, but then he hurt his ribs, and then we were back into the carousel again. So not to steal the thunder, but we've been here before. No.
You got to keep it going is what you're saying.
Yeah.
The Rider Radio Roundtable brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Let's go to our first caller, Jeffrey from Regina. What are your thoughts on the 3-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Great win today, and I'm happy that we're top of the West right now.
What did you think of the performance for the Riders in their home opener?
Great start by the special teams, honestly. I love that. You get the fumble and then you get on the board right away. It just brings the joy to the team and the fans.
Did you feel the atmosphere in and around Regina about this team 2-0 going into the game and the buzz now after that they're 3-0?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Everyone was smiling, high fives. They're just happy of joy. They can't believe it, but it's good to see it.
Indeed. Do you have any other final thoughts on the game?
Good. by the defense for sure. Thurman played really good, I thought, and good stop in the third quarter. The defensive bats and the D-line were getting all those tip balls. I love that.
Thanks for the call, Jeffrey. We'll keep it moving. You know,
Yep,
he
bye-bye.
mentioned Jameer Thurman, and I thought he had a solid argument to be the defensive game star.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Talk about pick six, making a bunch of tackles, a fumble recovery as well.
Yeah.
C.J. Avery was great. I'm not taking anything away from him, but there was a lot of guys that jumped out on defense.
Yeah, I think CJ's just been playing well for the whole season thus far. So he was a guy that probably people had their eye on before, and then he comes out and has another great performance. Like you said, tip ball that turns into a pick. But yeah, for sure, Jameer Thurman was playing great, and then gets the pick, navigates his way to get the pick six. He's a big guy moving well out there, and looking good and anchoring the middle of that defense. So hats off to him. I'm sure he'll get his chance to be the game star soon enough.
With Barney and Mazza, we were talking about being at the casino, and our next caller is in a city that's full of them. Jerry from Las Vegas. How you doing down there?
Hey, well, I'm actually up here for the game. So first thing I want to give a shout out to my brother sitting beside me for supplying the tickets for today. That kind of thing.
Good job, bro.
And I just wanted to go, and I told my brother before the game that I wanted to see three things. I wanted to see discipline, I wanted to see a strong run game, and a sack or two. And I think I've come away from the game with a strong understanding that the team looks strong today.
Check,
That's exactly what I needed. And some chintzy calls on roughing the passer, and I don't hold that against the team. That happens, right? But our discipline has been really lacking over the last few years, and first two games didn't impress me. We won, obviously you're happy about that, but when you take calls after the play, we can't see that. So I'm really happy about seeing none of that today. The run game was awesome. Not top of the league yet, but very good, very good. And we had a sack in the first quarter, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm out of here. But we won the game, so that's awesome. Beautiful game today.
Did you come all the way up from Vegas just for the home opener?
Well, I can't say I came up just for the home opener. I should say that, shouldn't I? But no, I've been here
Yeah,
for a
you
bit.
should.
I came up to see my family, and obviously, been hanging out. I love the Riders. I'm from here, right? So I love the Riders, and my brother said, hey, you coming to the game? And I said, well, I'm still here, so let's go.
Is the family in
So,
town? Are you guys in Regina, or where you at?
Oh, we're coming through. Let's see. We're at Chamberlain right now. We're going home back to Saskatoon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Saskatoon made the trip down. Nice.
Jerry, I'm curious,
Yeah,
do you
no.
host any Rider watch parties in Vegas? Is there a small collection of Rider fans down there?
Well, lo and behold, help me out, Rich. Who's in Vegas? Is Elgard. Ray Elgard hangs out in Vegas. That's where he lives now. Never met the man. Wish I did. I've been there for years. But that's where he hangs out. But no Rider parties. But I did run into a couple of guys that tried out a couple of times for the Riders here and there, that kind of thing.
Right on. Any final thoughts on the game?
I'm thinking of opening a Tim Hortons in Vegas. Would you guys come and join me?
Yeah,
Ooh.
Tim Hortons is in the U.S. all over. There's a bunch in Ohio, but
No,
none in
there's
Vegas.
not a lot of Tim Hortons in Vegas. In the United States. I think I should open a Tim Hortons in
There's some in
Vegas.
Buffalo,
that
Ohio.
would be
I
like,
think you're right.
because a lot of Canadians come to Vegas, right? So I think I could make some good money running a
for
Tim
sure.
Hortons in
Vegas, Arizona, probably Southern Cal.
You prove the concept, and then we'll think about it. How about that?
Oh, yeah. See, yeah. Then you'll invest.
Yeah,
Thanks, guys.
Any final thoughts on the game before we let you go?
I just think it was really good. I'm a little worried that, Harris is looking good, but I think we need a backup quarterback because I'm not trying to slag on a guy, but that's 2 years in a row he's been hurt. I think we have to put Patterson out there and let him learn pretty quickly here because it's not that I don't think Harris is the man that I want there, but can you really count on him to be there for the Grey Cup? We need a backup quarterback. We need somebody we can count on if Harris gets hurt. So that's my only worry right now.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, Jerry. We appreciate it.
Yeesh, the provocative statement.
Yeah, already.
Sit Harris
Jake
down.
Patterson.
Yeah.
Goodness. All right, the hotline, the Ecclestown hotline, excuse me, is hot. So let's keep it going. Sean in Regina, what do you think of the 3-0 Rough Riders, Sean?
Harris, he isn't out long term, is he?
No, Corey Mace was on postgame. He hadn't met with the doctors yet, so he didn't want to say too much and be very specific, but he said essentially that he wasn't worried about Trevor Harris, and it seemed like holding him out of the game was more precautionary.
Yeah. So we'll start by Hamilton again.
Indeed. Do you have any other thoughts on the game?
No, I mean, great football game.
And how about the Riders being 3-0 under Corey Mace?
Yeah, that's great.
Awesome, Sean. Quick and dirty, man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Let's go to Lauren in Saskatoon. How do you feel about the 3-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Hey, pretty good. I was roundly criticized before the game by my buds here because I said, they probably cleaned up their act with the penalties, and Sales has probably recovered from the windburn on his face. The guy's blowing by him. And they're probably going to win. And they're probably going to win by something around 20 points. And, of course, there was guffaws all around. And I said, well, we put together a 60-minute game and don't shoot ourselves in the foot. And I think Mace probably took away all their bullets. So, the D played great. And that was a testament to Shea Patterson coming in for half a game. He didn't have to do anything except hand off the ball and manage a few out passes and such. But the D, wow! I mean, some of those swings and bubble screens and everything. These guys were getting destroyed as soon as they caught the ball. So they played great. I think the game ball should go to the whole defense. There is one other thing that really caught my crop. Belton would know. If you've got a 300-plus pound guy chasing down and getting a beat on the quarterback, and he's a step and a half away, he can't fall into a hole in the middle of the field. Maybe some of these lighter guys, DBs, could do that, but Lennon can't. And he tried to hold up Bo, and that was a bad one. I could not believe that that was a roughing the passer. I mean, you just can't stop cold when you got all that momentum and all that size and weight hurtling towards a quarterback. I don't know what Belton thinks about it, but this was bad.
I mean, it's definitely hard, but the league is trying to err on the side of player safety. I understand that it might be ticky-tack, but they want to really put it in defensive players' minds that you can't even fall around the quarterback's leg. Because if you fall there, we saw with Trevor Harris, it can cause a major long-term injury. I understand what you're saying in sort of old-school football mentality, that wouldn't be a penalty. But I think for the betterment of the game and the CFL overall, that you got to call those.
Yeah, West Case here. Belton's a different show. But at the end of the day, as a defensive player, when you're around the quarterback like that, you got to at least pretend that you're trying not to hit him, right? Throw your hands up. Maybe do a little side roll into him or something. But if you just kind of stumble into him, you're going to get the call because they're trying to keep guys off of the QB because they're standing there defenseless. And it's just natural that if you're the one with momentum falling into a guy that's stagnant, standing still, his feet will get caught in the turf. Anything could happen. You could easily roll up a guy's ankle or do something that could cause a devastating injury.
Sorry. Yeah, okay. No, I get that. And sorry, I mixed up the shows here. But I guess the whole thing is that there's got to be some point like he didn't try to bring him down. He actually held him up. And so Bo is backpedaling. There was a very, very little contact there even. So it wasn't malicious, and it certainly wasn't, it didn't hurt anybody. There's got to be some discretion there. Because you absolutely cannot stop on a dime when you've got a big guy like that.
That's a valid point. I think that's the valid point out of all this.
Factor.
That's a valid point. You got a big fella who can't stop, but also you can't say that you can't call the penalty just because nobody was hurt. Right, those are the types of plays. Wes, you know this well as a running back, right? When you get rolled up on, that could be a major injury. Somebody's coming from behind or the side. I'm sure you've taken a bunch of shots like that.
Yeah, every time I got hurt, there was no penalty called. But, I mean, I guess a lot of times that was within the play. But, yeah, it just happens. So you just try to cut it out because you want to see the best players out there on the field. So anything you can do to limit injuries, I think is a good thing to implement into the game.
Thanks for calling, Lauren. We appreciate it.
All right.
If you want to get in contact with us, dial up the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Seed better with a Morris 10 Series air cart from RJ Sales in Wadena. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. Take performance and functionality to the next level with next generation sectional control and a heavy-duty machine that's designed to run for years and look great at trade-in. Step up to the premium performance of a Morris. Visit RJ Sales and Service in Wadena and check out the Morris 10 Series air cart for yourself.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Two-Way Service in Southie has a big selection of SUVs on the lot right now. Choose from Ford Escapes, Edges, Explorers, Broncos, and Bronco Sports. And get financing as low as 0.99% OAC on select new SUVs. Purchase a new vehicle and receive a trip for two to Vegas. See store for details. Two-Way Service, your local Ford dealer in Southie. Drive a little, save a lot at Two-Way Service in Southie. The small-town family-run store just 30 minutes from Regina. TwoWayService.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go along with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
We're days away from the party you've been waiting for. Country Thunder, Saskatchewan. You can't miss Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. Driving in your car. Plus Gary Allen, Josh Ross, Lone Star, and more. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your tickets and camping before they're gone at countrythunder.com.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Back on the Rider Radio Roundtable, your Saskatchewan Roughriders win 36-20 in their 2024 home opener, improved to 3-0 on the season. The Echo Sound hotline is red hot. Let's go to Jerry from Saskatoon. What's going on, Jerry? Jerry, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What do you think about your 3-0 Roughriders?
It was wonderful. I saw the first win in Edmonton. I'm on holidays. I turned 50 years old, and I listen to your podcast all the time. We're living in good times.
Congratulations on turning 50.
Yeah, but I want to bring something up here. It's very important that these people out here understand rider history. We've got a Plaza of Honor. We're missing people in there. Tonight is a result of Phil Kershaw, who should be in that Plaza of Honor as a builder. He was around in the early 90s when he hired Don Matthews. He was the guy that dreamt about winning Grey Cups, but he never carried it over the bridge. That went to other people who got a lot of credit, and there was a lot of road paved. So when I listen to your podcast and you guys do those heritage moments, go find an old head out there so that you guys can understand what this league has been about. This is a great league. We've got a great team this season. That Corey Mace, these guys are going to follow. It's really good. Take care, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate you calling. Happy birthday as well. 50, man. That's a big one. All right, let's keep it going. Dwayne in Weedo Beach. What do you think about your 3-0 Rough Riders?
I wanted to call in. I'm really happy with him, but I was kind of wanting to talk about Jamarcus. I knew we were getting a really good old lineman with him, but I didn't realize all the intangibles he was going to bring. Like the leadership and the energy he's bringing is just unbelievable. I just wasn't expecting him to have that big of an effect on the culture, I guess.
His energy is unbelievable for a big fella. He's bouncing around the field, looks like, spry little sprinter or something. He still carries that weight around. Did you have any other thoughts on the game?
Yeah, we knew there'd be a learning curve coming in with all the changes and the staff and the coordinators, but to come out of that with 3-0 and going through some growing pains those first two games, maybe a little fortunate to win them, but I think we're poised pretty good to have a good season by the sounds of it. So,
sure seems that way. Any final thoughts before we let you go, Dwayne?
No, I'm enjoying the show. It's nice to have something to listen to on the way back to the beach. So, good job, guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you calling.
Yeah, talk to you again. Bye.
That's Dwayne on the Echo Sound hotline, brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Qu'Appelle. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. You can dial us up 306-936-6262. And the Echo Sound hotline, bro, it is hot with the Riders 3-0. Steve in Sherbrooke, Nova Scotia. Hopefully I got that right, Steve. Did I say it properly?
Yeah, it's actually Sherbrooke.
Sherbrooke. Okay, we got a typo here. But anyway, Sherbrooke, Nova Scotia. Thanks for calling all the way from the East Coast.
Yeah, right. The Rider fans are all over the world. Actually, if I was in Saskatchewan, I'd have a season ticket to go to the Rider games. A great game. Happy about the win, of course, 3-0, and a bit worried about Travis because this guy's almost retired, and he's banged up a bit now, and we've got no real backup. We never have really any backup in Saskatchewan. That's really the what's amazing. Just I don't know where that's going to go. But actually,
Trevor,
I was wondering where the hell was Rider Nation tonight? I was watching the game on television, and the stadium was half empty. If I was there in Saskatchewan, I have a season ticket. Where was Rider Nation tonight? That's my real question here.
I don't think it was half empty.
Nah,
you kind of estimated it. People who are pretty good at this.
It looked really bad on TV. Seriously,
but it depends
guys.
on the side
Look it up on TV. It really looked bad.
That's fair, but it depends on the way they're shooting it on TV.
They're shooting from the home side. They were showing the away side and kind of catching a little more of the empty area of the stadium, but they were loud and definitely was a good atmosphere. Regardless of how many people showed up, but I definitely think it was, in the 20,000 plus.
Yeah, some people up in the press box who were pretty good at spotting it would set around, maybe 24,000, 25,000. I think part of it too that we got to understand with these summer games is Thursday and Sunday night football, like this game was, are really scheduled for TV. Mm-hmm. Right? The CFL is trying to have this schedule that is consistent in terms of the days and the times, especially in the summer, and it's worked really well. But you imagine driving in from the people that do around Saskatchewan to do that on a Sunday night and head back home. You're getting home super late, the work day on Monday and all that stuff. So I thought all in all, the crowd was pretty good.
All right. Well, I guess that's your thoughts on that. I was actually looking for a plane ticket to go watch the game, to be on a homecoming. And I don't want to emphasize just on that, but I found it disappointing to see that the stadium was like 2/3 empty. I mean, you got the best team right now, and you're home. I mean, you got to play. Anyway, that being said,
look for some tickets and fly
about,
out here for the next one, man.
Yeah, a bit worried about the fact that we've only got Harris there as a quarterback, and I don't know. What do we have as backup? That doesn't look too good.
Shea Patterson, I thought, looked okay overall. To me, he needs to get more comfortable in the pocket. That's very clear. You look at Trevor Harris, and I think he's a different type of 38 with the way that he takes care of his body, and he was trying to get back in the football game. Corey Mace, told us post-game that he feels like Harris is going to be okay after the bye week, so it's a nicely timed bye from that perspective. But I feel like there's something there with Patterson if he gets more comfortable in the pocket. You can't just escape out the gate, outside, left and right all the time, right? Defenses start flushing you out that way because they know that you're going to do that, and they scheme it up, and it becomes easy to defend. So he's got to get comfortable in the pocket, set his feet, be comfortable, and be okay with moving around in the pocket, stepping up in the pocket. I oftentimes think as a quarterback is the most dangerous thing. So let's give Shea Patterson a little bit more time, right? This is really his first chance
guys,
as the number two.
I just want to add. I mean, that's great. Of course, we got to give chance to the newcomers and that kind of thing. But I mean, just look at Toronto. Kelly's out, and Dukes is like, he's amazing. I mean, I watched that game last night. He's amazing. And somehow in Regina, in Saskatchewan, we've never had like a really amazing backup.
Well, I mean, before you get too down on Shea, he's you can always say I'm preparing to play, but when you go into the game as the backup and then all of a sudden something happens and they throw you in there, it's a little jarring. Plus they're up, so he's probably just worried more about not giving the game away as opposed to going out there. And, he didn't have to do much because they had a good lead. He was just coming in there handing off to A.J. A couple times I think he just scrambled just to make sure he didn't get sacked or throw some errant throw. He looked a little shaky at times, but if he had a week to prep
don't let me be hard
game
on
as
Peterson.
the starter,
don't let me be hard on Peterson. Tell me then, whoever in the last few years has ever been an amazing or a good backup.
With all due respect, I don't think you can talk about the last few years because you got to look at the coaching staff now. Okay, you want to talk about Toronto? Let's give the context here. Ryan Dinwiddie has been there since 2020. He has been the head coach, the offensive coordinator, and the quarterback coach there. Yes, they have Mike Miller, but it's been Ryan Dinwiddie consistently. So he has a scheme, and he knows what he's looking for in a quarterback. This coaching staff with Corey Mace and Mark Mueller calling the offensive plays has only been coaching in Saskatchewan for a couple months now. Talking about training camp and the start of the regular season. So let's let this staff have some time to develop the offensive system and go after the kinds of quarterbacks that they feel like fit it, but also have those players allowed to have some time to adjust to the system, right? This is a new system for Trevor Harris, for Shea Patterson, for all of the quarterbacks that are in it. So I don't think you can say, Toronto finds quarterbacks all the time because it's not the same. Ryan Dinwiddie has been there. He's proven to be a quarterback whisperer. Go back to his days with the Calgary Stampeders. That's what Mark Mueller is trying to develop here. And, by the way, Trevor Harris entering week 2 led the CFL in passing yards. And as Wes said, when you get in there and it's live bullets, as much as you can prepare for it, the number 2 doesn't get a lot of reps during the week. So ideally for the Riders, Trevor Harris comes out of the bye healthy. But if for some unforeseen reason he wasn't healthy, Shea Patterson's going to get the bulk of the reps in practice to be ready. It's much different when that happens, right, Wes?
Correct, yes.
Any other points out there from the East Coast?
I just feel as if my personal feeling, I don't know for Rider Nation there, I just have my personal feeling that every time we go for our backup quarterback, now this has nothing to do with Peterson. I mean, he's probably a great guy.
Yeah, but it's a different regime.
Every time we go for the backup,
Steve, it's a different regime.
Quarterback, we always have a quarterback
it's a different regime.
Not sort of ready.
Steve, it's a new regime.
I know, but I know it's a new regime.
Coach,
but every regime has been like that for the last 10 years.
Yeah, but with all due respect, my man, it's a new regime. I think you got to like what you've seen out of Mark Mueller, what he's done with Trevor Harris, and give him some time.
I totally understand what you're saying. But for the past many years, any regime has never had a good backup quarterback.
I mean, it's more of an opinion. I mean, we get your point, but
I don't think you can say that, though, okay, because now I'm racking my brain. What happened when Zach Collaros was with the Rough Riders and he took a shot?
And got traded.
Steve, what came of that?
Yeah, we got rid of him. What happened to?
No, you got rid of
We got rid of
Collaros,
him too.
but who was behind him?
We got rid of all the good backups.
No, who was
behind him?
Who stepped in?
It was Cody Fajardo who stepped in, who, moved on and didn't have some great years at the end here in Saskatchewan and was probably better for both sides. But he was the backup quarterback. So you can't throw out these blanket statements, man. I'm happy to have a respectful conversation, which I think this has been so far. But when you say that, in the last 10 years, they haven't had a backup quarterback, and Zach Collaros, who was your franchise guy, gets knocked out, Cody Fajardo steps in, and they win the West Division. Cody Fajardo is a backup quarterback, and now he's gone on to have one of the most iconic moments in Grey Cup history. So I would argue that this
in the
regime,
last decade,
there has
been a good backup.
Yes, at least
Riders.
one. And we could go back even farther to find one. So, I understand your point that you want to have a backup quarterback here, but let's just agree to let this regime have the time to develop one. Can we agree?
Well, I respect your comment. I respect. It's just been so long, guys.
Well, what makes a good backup? I don't get it. I'm not even a Cody Fajardo fan, but they went 13-5 one year with him. They had a couple of bad years. He's a Grey Cup champ.
They were in the West Final 2 seasons in a row.
Now, so he was a backup, and by the measurables, he's a good quarterback. So you're losing me on this. What else? What good did you see in the game, or what?
We actually lost Steve. He dropped out.
Oh, okay.
Steve, thanks for calling. We appreciate the
sure.
enthusiasm. I'm just trying to provide some context to the situation. And really, this is why Rider Nation is so great. They're passionate, right?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
But
you got to love it.
When you make a blanket statement, I think we at least got to correct it with what's gone on in the past. So let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. Taylor in Disley, what do you think of your 3-0 Rough Riders?
Well, I just want to reference that last conversation before I get to my comments and back you guys up. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and I very well could be, but wasn't Darian Durant a backup?
Yeah, he was.
Well, there you go. So the Rough Riders have had good backups, and I want to reference to stick up for Shea Patterson. If you watch the preseason, which I did because I'm a diehard and I watch every single game, Shea Patterson looks like a stud. And I'm going to step up and protect the guy here because it's just like you guys said, what are you going to do when you're prepping for Trevor Harris all week, not thinking obviously that Trevor Harris is going to go down, and now you got to do a brand new system and bring another guy in. I'm sorry, that's going to happen. You're going to have flaws. You got to work them out. You got to work out the kinks. It would happen the same thing with Trevor Harris backing up for Shea Patterson. It's not everyone's Tom Brady here.
I'm with you. Real quick, can I just jump in? Because I want to say this. Because Shea Patterson is technically in a new job, okay? He's a number 2, right? Yeah. If any one of us out there in Rider Nation was in a new job and the very first time that we started that job, we made a couple of mistakes, would you want your manager or your boss or whoever it is to turn around and fire you? No. You need a little bit of time 100%. To work into this. Shea Patterson, I'm not necessarily debating you here, Taylor, but just to provide some context here, this is the first time that he's played in a regular season game in this offense under Mark Mueller and the regime with Corey Mace and Jeremy O'Day that's brought him along and developed him. 4 for 10 for 41 yards. Is it the greatest? No, but are there some things there to like? Yeah, the dude comes into the game and almost hits Jarrett Stearns for a touchdown down the field. This guy's not afraid to pull a trigger down the field. I think that is great, and Rider Nation can't go from talking about Mason Fine, maybe checking it down and not pushing it down the field enough to be so critical of Shea Patterson. Give the guy a little bit of time. Sorry, Taylor, continue.
No, you said it, man. It's very true. I mean, and just to reference that guy, Darian Durant, and look at him. He's a stud. So, I'm just going to leave it at that. So the guy didn't know what he was talking about. Second of all, I want to give a shout-out to Mark Mueller and for playing A.J. Ouellette more because I commented that last week. And, man, look at this. That's just amazing. And I also want to reference, too, before there is any more negative callers, don't forget we're 3-0. The Bombers are 0-3. Come on. Anybody really expect this year? Get with the program here. We're doing good. The fourth thing I want to say is I do want to ask you guys a question that had me confused. in the game because obviously I was there, and I can't remember if it was the early fourth quarter or late third quarter, but anyway, we were backed up into our end, and they went for it on third down, and they called a pass interference, but I did not see, like, what are we playing, flag football here? Like, are we not allowed to interfere with the hands? Like, it looked like there was no pass interference there, and I wanted you guys to give me some context on that.
Are you talking about when the Ticats were close to going into the end zone?
Yeah, that was Lacombo, I think, that got called.
But I'm pretty sure the ball was tipped.
We stopped him on third down.
I know.
Yeah.
They missed the tip, but if you're not even talking about the tip makes it a moot point, right? Once the ball's tipped, you can basically body slam the receiver, and it's not a pass interference. But, like, what he came up behind him, and he kind of, like, the receiver kind of slowed down, so Lacombo kind of just maybe bumped into him a little bit, and his right arm kind of got around his waist, but he didn't grab or nothing like that. And it was a bad ball, too, because the receiver kind of tried to stop and jump back, and it was just it was all types of bad. It was just bad call, bad pass, bad. And the tip ball, I thought Lacombo played it the best way he could. He was moving aggressively to the play, and then the receiver kind of slowed up, but then he let off and tried not to really body him up. So I think it should have been a no call, but if you're nitpicking, I think they're really just trying to keep the fans in the stands a little longer, maybe keep the viewers watching and give Hamilton that score, really. That's all I think it was.
Taylor, do you have a final thought before we let you go?
No, thanks for that. I definitely thought the same thing. But the only reason I wanted to know is because I feel like I know my football pretty well, and I had a couple of really nice older guys down there, and they were trying to tell me that it was a pass interference call, and I'm like, well, I mean, what are we just supposed to, just like, the last week, not that we want to get back into that, but what are we supposed to do? Just hand the ball to the other team? Like, this is football. But anyway, thanks, guys. Go Riders. We're 3-0. No one call and complain anymore because this is getting silly. Let's talk about positives here.
Thanks for calling, Taylor. We appreciate it. If you want to talk to us on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 or toll-free 1-866-767-0620. Let's get to another caller. Cole in North Dakota. How do you feel about the 3-0 Rough Riders?
I feel pretty good, actually. One thing I can say about the team this year, it seems like that whenever we have any struggling moments, we still find ways to win. So last year, it seemed like we always seemed to, or years past, sometimes we seem to, one unit is playing well, but somehow we mess it up on another end. Well, this time, like, Patterson didn't have the best game after Harris got hurt, but the team picked things up. So very pleased with that.
Definitely. The defense
we've
did
been
well.
always finding ways
5
to win.
turnovers.
Exactly. Very pleased, and like you mentioned about Patterson, I mean, this is his, for Riders, and I guess I've seen him play a little bit in the USFL, I believe. He struggled a little bit, but different ball game, and this is only his first game.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Cole. You're breaking up a little bit. Do you want to make one last quick point before we let you go?
Also, I thought Ouellette had a good game with the ground game. I thought we got much better at that, so I was very happy at that as well.
You're right. 20 carries for 98 yards. Cole, thanks for calling from North Dakota. We appreciate it.
Yeah, they got to get him one more carry so he can get that 100, man. What the heck? I used to hate that.
Yeah, as a running back, did you know that you were close? Like, do you think A.J. Ouellette knew? He was on
Probably
98
not.
or
Probably
97?
not. A lot of times I didn't know exactly, you know what I mean, like exactly where I was at. But I'm hoping like they'd be like, oh, he needs like a couple more carries to get 100. Like, especially if we got the, if we got the game in hand, it's like just get the guy, because that type of stuff. People look at that stuff. Even it doesn't matter at the end of the day, but people look at it and you're like, oh, he didn't have any 100-yard games this season, but he had like 8 95-yard games. You know what I mean?
And total yards too, man. I mean, total yards. I think we should be talking about if you get a 100-yard game, but usually people just focus on the rushing or receiving.
Yeah.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Rooted in tradition, leading in innovation, McDougall Auctioneers is your first choice for farm auctions. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. At McDougall Auctioneers, we understand that selling your farm equipment is more than just business. It's about peace of mind. That's why we offer a unique guarantee, a minimum value for your auction, ensuring you sell with confidence and comfort. Our promise is your security. Choose McDougall Auctioneers, where your satisfaction is not just expected, it's guaranteed. McDougallAuction.com.
Visit your local Integra Tire dealer for all of your car's mechanical service needs. One of the most important safety aspects for your vehicle are tires. Get new tires for your vehicle to keep you and your family safe on the road. Their team is also there for all of your mechanical services and will keep your vehicle running in top condition. They can even tow you and get you fixed up if your vehicle is stopped somewhere. Your locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell. At the intersections of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
Welcome back to the Crop Field Games, where Group 11 insensitive pathogens have built a massive lead on Saskatchewan pulse growers. Anthracnose and Assacaida are having particularly strong games, and with their fungicide resistance, it's hard to see how that's gonna... What's this? Delero Complete is checking in for the pulse growers. Bad news for the pathogens. Delero Complete offers enhanced disease protection for chickpea, lentil, and field pea crops. This game is over. Pulse farmers win. Delero Complete, the best just got better. Ask your retail today.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious in their 2024 home opener, 36-20 over the Hamilton Tiger Cats. The Riders moved to 3-0. The Ticats dropped to 0-3. The defense was flying around, making a bunch of plays on the night. 5 turnovers, and one of them is our moment of the game, brought to you by the Keg. Locations in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Rider Nation comes to life as Bo Levi's back to pass. Looking over the middle. It's intercepted. Jameer Thurman for the Riders to the 20 of Hamilton. Down to the 10. Has an escort. Has a pick 6. Touchdown, Riders!
That's Dave Thomas on the call. Fired up 28-yard pick 6 for Jameer Thurman, who scores a touchdown in his Riders home debut, in the regular season at least. Man, the defense was awesome tonight, Wes. Flying around. The Echo Sound hotline is lighting up, so let's keep it rolling there. Ryan, who I believe is just outside of Davidson, how did you feel about your Rough Riders going 3-0?
Oh, it was a great game. It was a bit of a relief to see the defense really were on top of the game, and it was a lot of fun. I'd like to put a shout-out to my dad. He's 82, and he's in his 55th season as a season ticket holder, drives up from Saskatoon for all the games. So with him tonight, it was just a great day. Really good fun.
That sounds fantastic.
Man, 55 years of partying. Well, maybe not every year was a party, but yeah, that's some good memories for sure.
Well, I'll tell you, Wes, one memory I have, I was at the 2007 Grey Cup, and I remember you're pretty injured, and you were running on one leg, and you got the job done. That was a hell of a game, and that pick in the final minutes of the game, I tell you, I really, really appreciated you as a player as well. So,
You got to tell them that story because I think you were shut up multiple times that game?
3 times.
Frozen?
3 times a game. Yeah, they had this localized freezing agent, so I'd have to pregame. They'd poke a needle around until they got it in between the broken bone.
Make me faint, man.
Squirt a little, squirt a little something in there, make me test it out, show I could run. I'm like, why are y'all making me do this? Like, y'all know I'm a play. Then they did it before the game and then again at halftime. So it sounds worse than it was, I guess. I couldn't walk. Like, I shuffled around, like, all week, and then it was like all of a sudden I got my spinach, right? I got my shot. I was good to go for about 45 minutes to an hour, but it was great, man. I mean, it was a blessing to be able to go out there and help contribute to the win and to be out there with my teammates because I was devastated when I thought my season was done. Got a couple of second opinions, I guess a second and a third opinion. And basically, just luckily, with all the ligaments in your hands and feet, they said there's no way for me to really displace the bone. So they said, as long as you can tolerate the pain, have at it. And I was like, sounds good to me. Let's go. Let's go get this cup.
Yeah, well, we never forget these things. Man, that was an unbelievable victory. 3 interceptions by Johnson. You remember that? It was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy day.
James Johnson, I used to call him the GC MVP. That was my, man, he did it. He had a great game. Ryan Dinwiddie threw those picks to him. It was the same. They were running the same like dig route to Milt Stiegel, and he just kept coming from the corner spot and kind of cutting it off. It was like deja vu. But the first one was the one that went for a touchdown. But then he picked him off 2 more times after that. I'm like, why does he keep throwing this? But hey, Ryan got his championship another way. Dinwiddie got his
as a coach.
Right?
They used to say as a player you can't win pretty with Ryan Dinwiddie, but as a head coach, I think you can win pretty with Ryan Dinwiddie. Ryan and Davidson, do you have any other thoughts on the game before we let you go?
I just have one quick question. There was a strange call for me. It's probably easily explained, but there was a first down, and then there was a hold. And they moved the ball back 15 yards from where the guy got to, and I just couldn't figure it out. So
it was likely a spot foul.
Yeah,
would be my guess.
Oh, okay. It was miraculously 15 yards from the spot that he made it to, and I was racking my brain trying to figure that out. So spot of the foul happened 5 yards back. Okay, that makes sense. Good. Yeah.
All right, Ryan. Well, enjoy the night, man. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
If you want to get in on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262. Let's go out to Surrey, BC. Our man Robin out there. How you feeling? The Riders 3-0.
Awesome. I mean, I got to hand it to the Riders. They cleaned up their act. They played really good football. They got a little sloppy in the last 4 quarters, but like in that fourth quarter, a couple of bit rough in the passer, but they played football, and I love the defense. They kept Mitchell off of guard all game, and it showed. It's when you can take a quarterback and get him nervous, he's going to make mistakes, and that's what Mitchell was doing all game. And, I got to hand it to him. And the one guy I really liked seeing out there, and I wonder if he'll ever go over to offense, is McCaw Johnson and his blocking.
Who was that, did you say?
McCaw Johnson. He was blocking for Thurman on the way down when Thurman intercepted the football. He had 2 blocks.
You're talking Micah Johnson.
Micah Johnson, I should say.
Micah Johnson, that's it, okay. I was thinking, are we talking about McLeod Bethel Johnson, a guy I don't know?
For sure.
But Robin, man, we love your energy. We've had some critical calls tonight, I guess, let's say, about Shea Patterson. They need to find a backup quarterback, but the Riders are 3-0, man. Like, can't we just be excited that this has happened?
Yeah, on that Shea Patterson, he's coming in fresh off, I think this is his first regular season game. give him a kid the break, right? And, one thing he did, too, that a lot of people don't realize is when he was at the goal line, he got stopped the first going in for that last touchdown. He got stopped, but he kept pushing, and he got that touchdown that he was after. I mean, there's a guy that, I'm going to get in there, and I'm going to get those points. And, he might be throwing underthrowing and stuff, but he hasn't got his range down yet. And it's going to take a couple of games for him to really get it. And leaving him in for half the game, that really showed, Corey Mason's got some trust in that guy.
Yeah,
I like Corey's attitude, too, so.
Yeah, Shea's a heck of an athlete, and you got to think if he were to get a whole week of prep, there'd be a completely different game plan in there. You're looking at Trevor Harris, who is a traditional pocket passer. Shea can do a lot, so I think they do a lot more play action and boots and sprint out and just kind of get him comfortable and then do a little bit of drop back. You'd probably see half of the drop back if Shea was to be at the helm. But, no, yeah, for sure. Great call.
Anything else you want to get in, Robin, before we let you go?
No, that's about it. I really like Saskatchewan Rough Riders this year, and the fact that they cleaned up. And one thing I really don't like is some of the commentary from the CFL, like the guys doing the picking and stuff. They said, all those problems with the penalties and stuff are going to manifest into the Saskatchewan home opener. And nope. Corey cleaned that up right away and said, we're playing football. And, I knew if they had a clean game, they'd be tough to beat. And they showed it. And what would have happened if Harris would have played the second half? It would have been a big blowout. So you don't know until the cards are dealt, right? So
that's right, Robin. Thanks for calling. We appreciate it.
All right. You have a great day. Bye.
You too. I think it was Steve from out in Nova Scotia, too. He was talking about the attendance, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Thought the place was half full?
Yeah.
Or less than half?
You found the attendance numbers?
24,875.
Yeah,
you were bang on that, bro. The estimators from the press box nailed that.
Yeah, that's impressive. And that's way more than half. What's that? That's about 80%. No, that's like 85%. Whatever.
Yeah.
Because it holds about not even 30.
I think it's 33.
Okay. Yeah.
Around there.
But anyway.
But that thing about the TV cameras is real, and I'll say this from the perspective of Argonauts, because you watch Argonauts game, and they shoot the opposite side. Neither team is on that side. It's a little different here where you got one team on each side of the field. But it looks like nobody's there. But all of the Hardy season ticket holders, there's not as many in Toronto, admittedly, are on the side where the Argos bench is because they want to be there. Same with the Rough Riders.
Mm-hmm.
All the Rider fans are behind the Rider bench. So I thought that estimation was spot on, and indeed it's just under 25,000, I think, considering the timing of the game on a Sunday night. That's a solid crowd, and the hype is only going to build. And there was only 10,000 in Toronto last night. So when you look at that difference of what the stands look like here compared to Toronto, it's still a very stark difference. A lot of excitement.
Sounded full.
Rider Nation.
Sounded full out here. I know that much.
That's really all that matters. All right, let's keep it going. Back out to BC. George in Peachland. Man, I think you've called in every single game as well. You and Robin got to keep this going, and maybe the win streak won't ever stop.
Hi, Duncan West. I would love to think I had that kind of power, but
maybe you do. Who knows?
I enjoy it.
What did you think about the game, George?
My confidence is building. All in all, I thought it was a very well played game by the Riders. There were still some mistakes out there, but they're looking good. But I'm afraid I've got to be a little negative too, but not on the Riders, on the officials. It was terrible, and not just for one team or the other. There was stuff going on that I couldn't figure out. That when the Tiger Cats had it down on the one and we stuffed Butler for a 4-yard loss, we had two people.
Miles Brown lit up Butler. Sorry, George, I just had to say that. Oh, my gosh, what a hit.
Yeah, that was beautiful. But they should have been back on the 1-yard line. I don't know how you miss an offside on. We always say, how does the defensive player get past that white? You got it to mark. How did the officials miss that? We had an outside, a backer on the outside with a foot over the line, and one of our linemen in the middle was across. And then
I was thinking about that, but I was wondering, but it got down to the one. It wasn't like It wasn't like a situation where they got inside the one and they placed it back at the one, was it? I think the ball might have been a little bit off of the 1 yard line, so there was a little bit of playroom on that one.
Okay, if there was, then I'm wrong on that. Maybe you can help me with the other one that I couldn't figure out. Do you remember the series where Micah took that interference penalty for it and gave them a first down, and then Sales came in and got injured tackling behind the line?
Yeah. I wasn't.
Yeah, so that to me was first down, and we should be on second down. And they came out of that with 1st and 10. So I don't know what they were doing. And the command center didn't seem to be helping at all. And then what the command center was doing was taking 5 minutes to make a decision and just screwing up the whole flow of the game. So.
Yeah, I thought the refs did a better job of just trying to get everybody out of there. I'm like, this game's over. Why are we seeing so many flags? Right, there
lightning,
was,
thunder. I'm just like, can you run the clock?
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing. It was like all of a sudden they were seeing everything when it didn't matter. Like, come on.
George, you got any final thoughts before we let you go?
Well, I got just two, if I can say them. One was this reminded me what it's like to be a Rider fan for a long time. We're traumatized. So I can honestly tell you, I was much more comfortable in our first 2 games of the season when we were down and had to come back. Once we got up 2 touchdowns in the first quarter, I was holding my breath all game. So it's impressive that it didn't blow up, but we've all seen that happen too many times.
That's the CFL for you.
Yeah, and Riders particularly. But the other thing that I'm just going to mention is that I'm glad that it didn't happen, but we had that short kickoff that they recovered right at the end. And through all the replays, Roland Milligan was curled up just on his side there, I guess protecting himself, but I thought he was hurt, and I figured, oh God, no. So when he suddenly appeared to pick off that interception, I felt much, much better.
Thanks for calling, George. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Have a good show.
This segment brought to you by Arcola Co-op. You're at home here on Highway 13 in Arcola. If you want to talk to us on the Echo Sound hotline, dial us up, 306-936-6262. Let's go back out to BC again. Stay hot. Wayne in beautiful Victoria. How do you feel about the 3-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Oh, I'm happy about it. Just wanted to say to Justin, I enjoy you on the show, and also I watch your 3 Down Nation. I really enjoy your CFL stuff. Anyway,
thanks, man.
I just wanted to say that. Oh, no problem. I'm a big fan of the Riders, obviously, and I moved out here a number of years ago, but I follow it on the internet, of course, and on TSN. That's the one thing I wanted to just mention is TSN 3 screwed up. Like I recorded it on TSN 3. I don't know. I always thought that's the one for the Riders stuff. It's usually on TSN 3. Well, they cut it off. I was watching it after, like I watch. And I take a break to go to the bathroom or whatever, you know what I mean? And so they ended up stopping. So I missed a little bit of the third quarter where we intercepted the ball. I missed half the game, and they're not replaying it. Usually they have the game on later on in the evening, and they don't have it on. So now I don't. I can watch what I saw, but I missed. I went right away. I went to TSN 1 and started recording, but I missed the third quarter, part of where they got the interception by. Our middle linebacker, I forget his name.
Yeah, I'd watch for it this week. Sometimes TSN replays games during the week, like later at night or in the afternoons.
Well, I checked on my PVR. I went I fast-forwarded through. But I'll keep an eye out just in case. But I really appreciate you guys. And Wes, you do a great job, too. So I just
Thank you.
I look forward to listening. And I see now you're on YouTube, so that's great. I'm watching you right now. So.
Thanks for watching. We appreciate it, man.
We'll
be doing this for the home games all season long, so get used to our ugly mugs here.
Yeah, well, get used to me calling in, too. So
we love it, man. Thanks for calling, Wayne.
Okay, bye-bye.
Have a good night. Let's go to the Echo Sound text line now. We got a bunch rolling in. From Curtis and Regina. So nice to see entertaining football again. You know, that makes me think of Corey Mace talking about, before the game, wanting to be must-see in this province and bring the fans back out. A performance like this tonight, I think, is going to boost that next attendance number. Would you agree?
Yeah, for sure. For Rider fans, definitely. CFL fans, I think there's been great games across the league to start off these first few weeks. I mean, we've seen games in the high 20s, 30-point games, back and forth, lead changes. I think it's been really good. I feel like there's a bit of a revival going on in the CFL. Just the way this season has started, I mean, I know some, Winnipeg and Edmonton have been on the wrong side of things, and the Riders have been on the right side of things, which is great for us. But for sure, like this season has started off great. The best start to a CFL season that I can remember in the last 10 years. But for sure, Rider fans need to be ready and tuning in because they're putting on a show for sure.
Indeed, man, in all kinds of ways. Another text from the Echo Sound hotline. TC in Medicine Hat says the league's most hated team is 3-0. I assume he's talking about the Riders, not the Montreal Alouettes.
I guess the most hated team, really? We're the most loved. What are you talking? See, I'm even saying we already, right? I'm right in there. No, he's a hater. Get him out of here.
Okay, on to the next. Joey in Regina texts in and says, we can all collectively chill now after a big AJ Ouellette performance. He'll be fine. Definitely a new culture brewing with this team. AJ Ouellette on the ground, 20 carries for 98 yards. Also had 4 catches for 47 yards. He had a 100-yard game. Let's just call it what it is. 145 yards in total offense. Brady from Regina. I think people aren't giving our secondary enough credit. I'd argue it's less of Bo Levi Mitchell playing bad, but our defensive backs is giving them nothing. Someone of those sacks belong to them. I think he's trying to say some of those sacks belong to the secondary.
I would say, I mean, Bo had a great game last week, but the Marcuses got back at him this week.
And they combined for a pick. Marcus Sales tipped it up to Marcus Fields,
exactly.
made the pick on the strong side of the field.
I'm glad they brought that up because I wanted to talk about that. They had a great bounce-back game, didn't have any busts. Really made it hard on Bo Levi and got a pick out. And it's crazy enough, Roland Milligan is the one who gave up the deep touchdown, but he totally redeemed himself. He came back and got a pick late in the game, right? So kind of even squared it up with Bo on that one. So this secondary's been playing lights out. They've been coming up. They've been hitting, tackling, and then you got Thurman getting his pick 6 in there, and obviously the D-line getting some sacks. And, what was it? DeBeer that got the first one early.
Yeah, DeBeer,
struggling to get sacks, but he got off the schneid quick in this one. So, yeah, the defense is definitely leading the charge this week for sure.
All right, let's roll through a couple more texts here. What a great game. All 3 phases played well enough. Kudos to Coach Corey Mace and the team. Now a well-deserved rest for the bye week. That was Herb in Regina. There was somebody who texted in and asked about the attendance. We gave that number out, 24,875, just under 25,000. Pretty good crowd for a Sunday night game. Lori Wyatt says, listening to the game on the way home to Carlisle, Saskatchewan, from visiting in Elk Point, Alberta. Go Riders. Hi, Justin and Wes. I'm Wayne from Victoria, BC, a Sasky transplant. I'm happy with the total effort of the offense and defense. Congrats to Coach Mace and coaching staff for a well-prepared team. Cole Frank from Parshall, North Dakota says, for some reason it doesn't let me call in, but I thought it was a good performance overall. Run game started to get going, and we looked very efficient to start the game. Defense was great, and I am glad Trevor Harris was on the sideline and Shea Patterson was able to get his feet wet. We did have a caller from North Dakota, so we'll have to figure that out on our end. And we have another no-name text, P.S. Trevor Harris injury, not his repaired leg, according to very reliable sources. And yes, that's right. The tibial plateau fracture happened to his right knee. This injury tonight, he came back out on the sideline with a brace on his left knee. Text coming in from Lynette says, I thought Shea Patterson was playing excellent tonight. The whole team played really good. The fourth quarter was not as good, but hey, that's okay. The first 3 quarters, really solid football from the Riders. James K. texts in, another Saskatchewan Roughriders game and win, skillfully and thoughtfully called by Dave Thomas. Thank you. I would totally agree. Wes, I think you would too.
For sure.
Dave Thomas crushing it on the play-by-play. Dustin in Regina texts in and says, great start to the show, guys. Heard the chatter on roughing the passer. Have you touched on the 3rd down goal line PI call? Tip ball, hardly any contact. That was the call that frustrated me the most. Yeah, we talked about that. Should have been wiped away. Lawrence in Winnipeg. As a resident of Winnipeg but a true Rider fan, it's great to see the Riders 3-0 start and the Bombers 0-3. The culture has definitely changed from the last 2 years. Their run game will be better as the season unfolds. Joe is their raw talent, best overall receiver. Keep feeding him the ball. One catch for 40 yards, and all of a sudden you're the best overall receiver. He's still got some work to go, but he does look pretty good. QB Shea Patterson and Jack Cohn, need to be ready to carry the team. I don't think so. I think Trevor Harris is going to be fine. According to Corey Macy, should be back after the bye week. This team is now fun to watch again. Awesome. Another text coming in. I can't understand why fans are already bashing Shea Patterson. Yes, he needs to get experience, but today he got some valuable reps. He plays with an edge and can only get better. Would you rather have Mason Fine still here and carrying the load? Good point on Cody Fajardo, he said. I like this texter, but they didn't leave a name on the text. Marcus Crandall once went down, and guess who stepped in to take over? Darian Durant. In 2008. I got faith in Shea Patterson and Jack Cohn. Go Riders. Jaden from Regina says another Rider backup QB from 2017 or 2018 is Vernon Adams Jr. That's right. He did the short yardage here. So he's even adding to this point overall, Wes.
Yeah, for sure. I like the Joe comment, honestly. Like, I look at this kid, and he did great in the preseason. Then he stepped up last week, had a big third quarter when maybe people were a little scared because Bain Jr. went down, right? At the end of the day, he's got a huge catch radius, and what I mean by that is, like, you can throw a ball and it not be perfect, and he can jump, reach, get down. He's got long arms. He's athletic. He maybe isn't the fastest guy, but he seems to be getting open and getting behind people. He's a big body, seems durable. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the best on the team, but I would say upside. He's like a Schaefer Baker with the athleticism and the build and what we've seen from him. So definitely the potential is there to be the best receiver on the team.
Let's keep firing through some of these texts on the Echo Sound hotline. Darcy from Swift Current. It's the Saskatchewan Roughriders, not the Regina Roughriders. Many fans drive a long way and have to be ready to work and get the kids to school early tomorrow. It's not easy to get to the games. Fair point. That's what I'm saying. The Sunday night game, not necessarily ideal to get fans here, but it's made for TV so the CFL can have a consistent schedule. So I thought all things considered, 24,875 was a pretty good crowd. Rupan from Saskatoon says, hi, Justin and Wes. Riders need to put a trade package together to get Trey Ford from Edmonton if Trevor Harris is out long term, just for some insurance in case Shea Patterson doesn't show anything. You know what? I'm not actually against trying to get better.
Yeah.
Chris Jones has gone on the record and said he's not going to trade Trey Ford because then if McLeod Bethel-Thompson went down, they'd be going with a younger quarterback. But I like the creativity.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Shea Patterson can't be a guy and a solid backup quarterback, but at least we're thinking.
I feel like people are putting a little too much thought into this, though. I'm like, man, we have gotten a lot of suggestions on how to get Trevor out of it. I'm like, dang. This guy just put together the best offseason probably in the history of the CFL based on the way he came out this year, right? And an injury that people were worried he might not ever come back from. He comes out slinging it, leading the league for 2 weeks. Then he gets a little dinged up, which happens to the best of them. I mean, you can't really control injuries a lot of the time, and he was ready to go back out there. Now, I wonder if people would be talking this way had he gotten his way, Trevor Harris, that is, and talk Corey Mason to letting him go back in the game and finish it off, because he had like 170-something at half, right?
177, I think,
Yeah. So, I mean, this dude was on his way to another 400-yard game, and here we go talking about he's not – it's like the dude was like he got rolled up on. Like
16 to 21, 177, 2 touchdowns and a pick.
Yeah.
In less than a full half.
Yeah, that pick was kind of whatever. We won't talk about it, but it wasn't the best ball. But he's kind of just going for the deep ball, seeing it out. Yeah, it's kind of trying to make it a 50-50 ball, but didn't really get enough air under it. Kind of was an easier catch for the DB, and the DB kind of came up with a good one after he bobbled it twice.
We've got some callers lined up on the Echo Sound hotline, but if you want to get in, 306-936-6262. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Seed better with a Morris 10 Series air cart from RJ Sales in Wadena. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. Take performance and functionality to the next level with next generation sectional control and a heavy-duty machine that's designed to run for years and look great at trade-in. Step up to the premium performance of a Morris. Visit RJ Sales and Service in Wadena and check out the Morris 10 Series air cart for yourself.
The red zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the red zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
At Country Thunder Saskatchewan, you get superstars like Luke Combs, Dallas Smith, and Nickelback. And you also get a spot closer to the stage with a Gold Zone standing room ticket. Guarantee yourself a spot with amazing views so you can get up close to all your favorite artists. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is July 11th through 14th in Craven. Get your Gold Zone tickets at countrythunder.com.
This year, the all-new Sports Cage and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network bring you the Labor Day weekend like never before. We're going to double the excitement. Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Dinner with doubles. Brought to you by the Cooperators. An exclusive VIP dinner for Rider fans. With two-time Grey Cup champion and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee, Darian Durant. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event go to the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation in honor of Jim Hopson. Tickets at CasinoRegina.com. Dinner with doubles. Brought to you by the Cooperators. Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire, Engelheim Tours, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Yeah, you just got to be faster than the man next to you.
All right, let's go. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders 3-0 after beating the Hamilton Tiger Cats 36-20 in their 2024 home opener. Let's go to the Echo Sound hotline. Terry in Waldheim. How do you feel about the Riders 3-0?
Hey, good evening. Terry in Waldheim. Way back from the game. An exciting evening of football. Great to see the Riders play the way they did. They still have a bit more cleaning up to do on the penalties, but getting much better than the first 2 weeks. So good on them for the good game tonight. And I just want to touch base a bit about the attendance thing you had already mentioned. Stephen in Nova Scotia is asking, why aren't people out there? Unless you live here, you really don't understand. I mean, I'm traveling 3 hours to go to the game and 3 hours back. So it's a long way to travel, and especially on a Sunday night, as you mentioned already too, it's really tough for people to do who live in Saskatchewan, who have young kids and trying to get back home. Like, I won't get home till after midnight here. And, there's a good string of lights on the highway. I'm about just past Kenniston, so there's still lots of traffic on the road. Nice to see. But, I think the attendance thing on Sunday nights, never going to win other than television, which I think is good revenue for them anyways.
Indeed, and that's why it's designed that way, because the ratings have shown, especially last year, and we track this stuff at 3downnation.com, that the Sunday night primetime games at 7 p.m. Eastern time, 5 o'clock in Saskatchewan for this one, do rate really well on television. A consistent schedule, but you might take a little bit of a hit in terms of the attendance. Terry, anything else that you liked about the Riders?
Yeah, no, I think they're showing positive signs all the way around. I mean, Shea Patterson, I really think he's going to be a great guy. I watched him in training camp. I think he has some very good potential, and like you say, I think he needs a few more reps just to get his confidence there. I think we're going to have a solid backup. I think we don't have to worry about that at all. So no, I'm very happy with the team.
All right, thanks for calling, Terry. We appreciate it. Safe travels the rest of the way home, and enjoy the Riders being 3-0 through the bye week.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, we'll keep it moving on the Echo Sound hotline. Eric in Manitou Beach, how are you feeling about the 3-0 Rough Riders?
Hi, how's it going tonight, guys?
Doing well. What about yourself?
Good. I'm at work. So I thought the Riders played a great game tonight. They're vastly improving, I think, week to week. I do have one question / concern that maybe Wes can speak about. So I've noticed in the last several years that more and more guys are losing their helmets all the time. We had it happen last week with Revitz, and I think it happened again tonight on a play right along the goal line when he was knocking a guy out of bounds. Why are these guys losing their helmets? Andrew Harris used to do it all the time. Do they not do up their chin straps, or what's happening?
Yeah, it's one of those things where sometimes the helmet can get a little uncomfortable, and usually most guys they hook it up so that it'll survive one hit. But once that second hit comes, it usually pops off, because to really button it up and tighten it up, it just kind of sometimes can be a little distracting. I don't know. I used to be able to hook mine up. Like the front hooks that used to be a little tighter, and then the ones that kind of reach back behind your ear, I used to have them a little looser, but they never were so bad that my helmet would pop off. Although I did get my helmet pulled off one time in a game.
Yeah.
And they didn't have the automatic stop rule back then, so I actually dipped in behind the line, and I ended up diving and getting down, because I had two guys kind of converging on me. I was like, if I don't make it, it might be trouble. But no, yeah, it's just one of those things where guys you're just trying to wear the equipment the best way you can to feel comfortable. And guys, especially if you have a lot of hair, that'll cause it to kind of be a little loose on your head too. And guys, it really should be a situation where, well, I don't want to make it like a rule where guys have to get pulled, but I hate it that's an instance where you don't even get a turnover because your helmet's coming off. It's like you need to strap it up tight enough that it'll survive that type of stuff. But what were you going to say?
I'm just more concerned about somebody getting hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just, as a parent now, and as a fan, I'm like, why would the teams not, and the league not say, do those things up as tight as they can be, comfort or not? We don't want to pay you to sit on the IL and not play.
Yeah, for sure. I think, but you can figure out a way to get it tight enough, but that it's not bothering you. But I think some guys just don't. I used to take my time, make sure each side was even and it was just tight, but not too tight. But the other guys, they just throw their stuff. I don't get it, man. I'm like, you out here trying to put your best foot forward. Everything's got to feel perfect. They used to take me forever to get ready, because I'm like, my socks I got to have the right amount of white, showing. The pads got to be in the right spot. Everything's got to be nice, clean. Boom, let's go, make it happen.
Yeah. But I'm just scared somebody's going to get seriously hurt one of these times. Not all of a sudden that thing, just
It
pops off.
If your helmet pops off and somebody headbutts you with their helmet on, I bet it'll never happen again. I know that much. But I guess maybe it's something that the league needs to look at, making some sort of rule or some situation where if your helmet pops off twice and you got to come out for 3 plays or something, you know what I mean? Something to
wasn't it Andrew Harris that used to lose his all the time?
Yeah, Harris was, he was Harris and Cornish. I remember those 2 backs that didn't wear a belt and their pants were always falling down. That used to bug me too. Man, get your uni right.
And the other part I don't understand is why so many DBs and receivers don't wear their pads in their pants. Is it the same thing, just a comfort thing?
Oh yeah, I don't think defensive guys need to wear pads in their pants, because it's just something to slow you down, a comfort thing. And if you're playing the game right, you'll never get hit in your legs. You might get cut, but it's like getting cut is not like from a it's not going to bruise you up. Like backs, backs, and I think backs, receivers, and maybe quarterbacks kind of need pads, but everybody else really doesn't need pads in their pants, to be honest. Yeah.
But, like I say, to me, it's like I watched the young kids play around, and they're all wearing them, and yet the guys that are quote unquote setting the example never do. You know what I mean? That's my only concern, is that, and it's a safety thing.
Good points for sure.
Let them know, Eric. Do you have any other thoughts on the game?
No, I thought, like I said, the Riders played great. We need to quit with the 15-yard roughing the passer things. I was just listening to it on the radio, so I didn't actually physically see what happened on either one of them. But I'm like, when it's the same player twice, I think Coach Mace maybe needs to have some stern words with the guy, just to make sure he's not, don't give the referees a reason to throw a flag. Like, don't touch the guy if you don't have to.
Well said. Thanks for calling.
You bet. Have a good night, guys. Take care.
Be sure to get in on the Pick the Score contest with CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel, stay connected. There's a winner every Friday, and it's sponsored by SaskTel. So a chance to get free tickets to that next home game after the bye week, July 4th, against the Toronto Argonauts, who are also undefeated. That's going to be a tasty matchup. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. Rick, driving to Saskatoon, how do you feel about the 3-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Well, it's good. They got a little work to do. But I've been a season ticket holder for 31 years. I've never called in, but I had to call in for a couple things. One.
Thanks for calling.
Wait to hear what he says.
Hello?
Go ahead. What you got? Couple things.
Hello?
You hear us?
We got you. Do you got us?
I got you.
All right. What are your couple things that you wanted to get to?
Oh, okay. I'm kind of...
You said you never called in before, but those two things that made you have to call.
I think we might have lost Rick.
Develop their own quarterbacks from inside.
Oh, you're back. What was that start of that first point, Rick? I think he's going in and out. We'll try to get him back if he's in a better reception area. Let's go to Smokey in Sherwood Park. How do you feel about your 3-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders, Smokey?
Gotta love them.
Smoke show. What else you got? What did you like about the game?
I thought our running game improved. I thought Oled had a better game than he had in the last two games, for sure. I don't know how much money they're paying him. What's wrong with Frankie Hickson?
Oled's getting about $160,000. Frankie Hickson's on the practice roster right now. I've been hearing still on his rookie contract.
Yeah, I've been hearing that from a lot of folks. They would like to see
Jeff Fairholm really wants Frankie.
Yeah, Frankie. I mean, the games that he's played, we saw it last season. Like he's a tough runner for I guess a smaller guy, and he's shown that he can catch out of the backfield, but he's shown he can get some tough yards, and he's definitely got some burst and some explosion. And I think it would be a great lightning to AJ Olet's thunder. But right now, just the way I think the roster, and a lot of it comes down to special teams, what you can do on the cover teams and blocking, that sort of thing. So maybe that's where Frankie's not beating out maybe a guy like Rakovic or Bertrand Hudon, right, to get that chance on the roster. But maybe we'll see him later in the season.
I'd like to see Keyshawn play too.
Man, they got a lot of receivers, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options to throw the football here, too. You just look at the Canadians and Sam Emilus, Keen Schaefer-Baker, Mitch Picton. Joe pops out tonight as well. And then Sean Bain Jr., didn't have a huge game tonight, but we saw what he could do in week one. So I think it's hard to crack this receiving core. And you got Dante Myers on the practice roster. Like, there is a lot of weaponry in the receiving group. Anything else, Smoke Show?
What did you think of our backup quarterback? I thought he played okay for coming in for Harris.
I thought he was all right, too. I mean, not everybody in the Nation feels the same way.
I was not impressed with that overthrow to Schaefer-Baker over the middle. He was like it looked like the pocket was collapsing on him, but he had the room to step into the throw and make a good throw. he kind of fluttered that over the middle. So let's not see any more of that, Shay. Other than that, I thought he played well. He, he used his legs to get away from the rush. He didn't force anything, and he completed some passes and got another QB sneak, got in the end zone. So he finished the game for us. So we didn't lose any of the lead we had once he got in there. So I think he did all right.
You got any final?
I'd like to get our
thoughts,
front
Smokey?
four to get their court. I'd like to get our front four more involved in our defense to get more sacks on the quarterback.
Yeah, they're working on it. They got a couple today. What was it, two sacks
Charbel
today?
DeBeer had both of them. And I think, Corey Mace talked about this leading into the game that, yes, sacks are the stat that everybody looks at.
Yeah.
But tonight there was a lot of pressure on Bo Levi Mitchell.
Oh, yeah,
he was
for
moving
sure.
around, and even arguably the week before, Corey Mace wasn't necessarily too upset about the pass rush because I think Bo Levi Mitchell had to move around a little bit. But he did challenge those guys to get home with 4, and they did that on a more consistent basis tonight in the home opener. Yes, there's only 2 sacks on the board, but Bo Levi Mitchell was on the run for, I would say, a good chunk of the evening.
Yeah, and Bo's a smart quarterback. He's not just going to take sacks. So he was getting rid of it, throwing it away, escaping to give himself a little more time to check it down. He's not the type of quarterback you're going to see 5-6 sacks from. Maybe a Cody Fajardo.
Let's not go there. I mean, that's sad what they did with Cody. I wish they would have signed him.
We can't mess with him too bad. He's the defending Grey Cup champ, but
and he might be the leading candidate for MLP right now, but that's a whole other conversation.
That's
Thanks
a fact,
for calling in,
yeah.
Smokey. We appreciate it.
Okay, take care, guys.
All right, let's roll through a couple text messages here on the Echo Sound hotline. That's a win. Win in all caps from TC and Medicine Hat. Well worth the long drive, fuel, and hotel. 3-0. Thanks, Dunk and Kate's. Great team win tonight. Very happy that we are 3-0. Always thinking about ways that they can improve, and my one concern is getting to the quarterback. Sean Oakman is available. When do we start looking at potentially bringing in guys like him or other potential free agents to compete in that area? The issue with Sean Oakman is he plays defensive tackle, and Corey Mace is very high on Micah Johnson, is potentially even higher on Anthony Lanier, and those guys are playing at a great level. I think they've pushed the inside of that pocket, so I think they're going to stick with what they have.
And DeBeer's in the middle
exactly,
as well.
a Canadian
he's the
guy
one that got 2 sacks. I think really, if anything, you're looking for maybe some edge rusher, somebody that maybe will take a decent salary, right? Because you don't want to have to pay a guy too much when you definitely feel like you got some couple of young Canadians, Deli and what's my man's name, Corte.
Yep.
Corte that they're grooming that have shown some potential. So I think the Riders are happy with what they have right now and just working with these guys and getting them better.
That was from Tyson in Medicine Hat, who also said, "Go Riders." The CFL is a passing league, hands down, but today shows us that you need to run the ball. This is the only thing I see our team missing until today. We all forget how important the run game is until the backup is in the game. Did we do enough to show our running game? Riley in Regina asks.
I mean, you've heard what I've had to say about the run game. I feel like the O-line just needs to kind of gel a little better and just work on getting that push up front on those interior D linemen, and then once they get some movement there, getting off to the backers. I mean, I was watching the game today. AJ really had some tight holes, and then he was getting through to the linebackers that were kind of getting to him unblocked. So they've got to clean some stuff up. But, hey, you get 100 yards, tough sledding. AJ was running and you know what I mean, carrying some guys and pushing the pile and doing what he needed to do. I think the run game as it stands will get the job done, especially as long as Trevor's healthy and we can complement that with a good passing game. But if it improves from here, I think we'll be all right. But it definitely needs to improve.
Morley from Bruno texts in and says, couldn't ask for a better game. From the opening kickoff fumble to the final gun. Complete solid effort all around. Let's hope the bye week helps Trevor Harris heal. 3-0, baby. Let's go Riders. Dave from Regina says, wow, I'm amazed that the backup QB conversation never lets up in Saskatchewan. Whether it's J.J. Barnacle, Drew Willie, Brandon Bridge, or Shea Patterson. He's got a good point, though.
Yeah.
And he said, you guys nailed it. So we know what we're talking about a little bit, I guess, hey?
I
Give these
think
guys
so.
a freaking chance and reserve your comment. Great teams find ways to win. When he struggled, I guess he's trying to say, when Shea Patterson struggled, the D stepped up, and we also got a great return when it was needed. That's right. Go Riders. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. You know what's dumb? Not knowing if eggs are fruits or vegetables. And you know what's smart? Regal aluminum railings on your deck from Wood Country. These babies come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button. And there's no smarter choice. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
You don't win championships by accident. The team that wins it all in November will be the team that develops the best game plan. That game plan will be built on solid fundamentals and proven protection techniques that work. Good habits are an absolute must. Any mistakes will be quickly corrected and overcome. And showing up unprepared will not be tolerated. Don't leave your retirement plan to chance. Call Brian Golly at Smart Investing Solutions and build an investment plan you can rely on. 546-2533.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands.
And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners.
Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders are 3-0 after beating the Hamilton Tiger Cats 36-20 at Mosaic Stadium on Sunday night. The Echo Sound hotline continues to tick along. Let's go to Carlene in Moose Jaw. How do you feel about the 3-0 Riders?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. I think it's great. Yeah. I feel yeah.
What do you
I
feel?
feel Rider Nation is back. Haven't felt that in, a few years.
Why is that?
Anyways, I don't know. It was just a lull. I wasn't going to renew my season tickets this year, and like I said last week. But with Corey Mace, I thought, yep, I'll renew my season tickets.
Do you have any other
So I
thoughts
did.
on the game today?
Awesome. But, okay, so I haven't bought a jersey in a couple of years, and I usually buy one every year. I was going to buy Trevor Harris last year, but he got hurt. And then I was going to get Schaefer Baker, but he wasn't playing. So I've decided I'm going to buy Aju, or how do you say his name?
Joe, yeah.
Joe. I'm getting his jersey this year.
Ooh.
And my second thing is I don't like the schedule. Sure, it's for TV, but it used to be about the fans, for the fans, because in Saskatchewan, we travel 6, 8, 4, whatever hours to a game. And now I can't take my 2-year-old grandson to a game until August 2nd or something.
Oh, well, at least you get to get him out to that game.
He has
take
been
a
waiting.
Monday off or take a Friday off. Come down. He'll be all right. He'll get over it.
Yeah, the next game's a Thursday night at what, 7:30?
Just make him take a nap all day and then get him up. Give him some,
No,
sugar and candy.
Well, I would do that, but his parents won't allow that.
Yeah, but you don't need to worry about it. You can just drop him off and go to sleep.
Yeah.
No, he for the past 2 weeks he's been saying, Grandma, when are we going to the Rider game? When are we going to the Rider game? Like,
scheduling, buddy.
Yeah,
we'll
like,
get you there. No, no, that's
he is. He's a Rider fan, round and round. At 2.5 years old, he's just
these kids don't have any.
But anyways,
in this province, man. It's like,
enjoy
like
you
they're
guys.
Swaddled in Kelly Green.
Yeah.
No, we appreciate the call.
Thanks, Carlene. We appreciate it.
Go ahead. What?
Okay, goodbye.
All right. Take it easy.
Have a good night. All right, Eric in Saskatoon. How do you feel about your 3-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Well, I think they did pretty good. I was watching the augmented feed on TSN there, and Patterson came in. It looked like he had time in the pocket, but, first kind of get thrown into the game late, do jitters. So I think everybody kind of being down on him right now. It's, if he had time for preparation, once he has a few more reps, settled down, defense stood up. And that's exactly what they needed to do when your main guy goes down. And Brown shutting the door, just slammed it shut almost like an
blowing
angry
up
girlfriend.
Butler, man. Mm-hmm.
Right. But my biggest thing, TSN, is, instead of playing a replay of, the Germany soccer game before the game, highlight some of our players. Ajo, great story. And, bring some engagement into the fans.
Eric, man, I got a tip for you.
5 stations.
Listen to 620 CKRM. We got 2 hours of pregame show leading into the Rider Nation Hour. And now for the home games, you can watch us for 3 hours before the game and for probably almost 3 hours after the game, man. So tune in to us.
Oh, yeah, no, I do. But, you're trying to grow the game across the country, right? And you get engaged. I'm sure there's Hamilton fans sitting around that would tune in, and maybe that story, inspires a young kid in Hamilton or in Toronto or somewhere else to get engaged into the game and watch. You don't have to have, a replay of the golf game that ended just before there. So, but no, Riders did great. So,
right on, Eric. Thanks for calling. We appreciate it.
Yeah, Brown's another D lineman that's doing great things. And I wanted to clean up that I said Corte. I meant Lake Corte Moore. Last year's number one, the Riders' number 1 draft pick.
I think it was 3rd overall last year.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it in Saskatoon. Steve in Saskatoon, how do you feel about your 3-0 Riders?
I missed some of the call, so I hope I'm not repeating what other people have said, but I certainly agree with what the last caller said in terms of, they could make the game experience better on TSN and actually at the Rider game. But I'll tell you why, because I went to a Dallas Cowboys game, and they engaged the fan way better. But anyway, that's, I guess, a side note. The other
How do you
thing
think
was,
they do it better?
What's that?
How do you think the Cowboys do it better? I'm curious.
Well, I mean, they have, obviously, they got dollars, right? They got rock bands before the game, before you go into the stadium, and they kind of get you pumped up. And my wife, obviously, we weren't Dallas Cowboy fans. We just wanted to go for the experience, right? So my wife even said before we went in the stadium, she said, I'm excited, and I'm not even a Dallas fan. And then on the screen, they do different things on the screen to kind of engage the fan. I think what the Riders do now, it's just getting too old. The kiss cam, the dance cam, the throwing the footballs. They got to come up with new shit, right?
Well,
new
that screen in Dallas is what is that like? Isn't that like an 80-foot? Yeah,
It's massive.
That's like state of the art. There's nothing better than you're
mean,
kind of
what are
comparing it to the probably the most expensive arena in
Jerry
football.
Dome. Yeah, Jerry World.
Yeah, it's a.
But what do you want the Riders to do if the Cowboys are getting the fans involved so much?
Yeah,
how can the
and I mean,
Riders train?
I felt they keep their concession prices reasonable, which I don't find that in Regina. And, obviously they got an advantage with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, right? I mean, it was just a very good experience for me.
I think the concession prices at Mosaic Stadium are pretty reasonable.
Do you?
Compared to some other markets. You're talking about in
But
Toronto,
I mean,
you go to a Maple Leafs or a Raptors game, even the Argos, man, it's like $20 for a beer.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Regina, $9 for a beer. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, today's prices with inflation and stuff, I don't think that's terrible.
Still got room. You got still got room to tip $1. Look at it that way.
Yeah.
But and the other thing about the travel, like, I mean, I'm getting older, and I don't want to go down to a game that starts at 8 o'clock on a Friday night. Not going to happen, right? I live in Saskatoon. Not going to happen. Because, not too long ago, I was driving home after a Rider game, and I dozed off, just for a second, and it scared the shit out of me, right?
Yeah, we can't be swearing on the air, though, Jason.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, back to the game. I thought Ouellette, I kind of thought they used him too much at the end of the game because obviously he was hurting. But I guess I know why they did, because they kind of wanted to kill the clock and they didn't have Harris and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think he probably wanted to get those touches too, maybe get to that century mark, get 100 yards. But yeah.
But I mean, what's more important? Keeping him healthy, that's like in hockey, Matthews getting his 60 goals, right? Like, I mean, did that help the Leafs? I don't think so,
No, I hear you, for sure.
Yeah. And I phoned in last week in terms of Harris. I mean, obviously, he's playing lights out this year. I don't question that. But, I mean, he's coming off serious knee injury. And last week I said he's a 38-year-old in a 70-year-old body, and you guys took exception to that. I guess what I should have said, a 70-year-old knee. And, I mean, we saw that today, right?
Well, it was the other knee. The tibial plateau fracture was his right knee last year.
Oh,
this
okay.
was different. I think this was...
Sorry, I thought it was the same knee.
Aren't we in the Tom Brady
fluky
area? We just everybody just rooted for a dude that was in his mid-40s and thought nothing of it. Now all of a sudden the guy's playing at 38 and he's over the hill. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thanks for calling,
But
Jason.
I mean, I think that's the game. Like, I mean, you don't see too many 38-year-old receivers or running backs, right?
Yeah, it's definitely rare.
Yeah, ain't nobody getting out there and running. Maybe Terrell Owens, he keeps trying to play.
Yeah.
He's almost 50, but it takes a special breed to get out there. I could name a couple. Joey Galloway, he was another guy that probably could have played when he was 40. Yeah. Anyway, Jerry Rice, he was 40 playing. Like, you gotta have exceptional skills and a work ethic that's out of this world.
Like, I mean, obviously,
quarterbacks, that's a different monster. I mean, all you gotta do is keep your arms strong. What are you talking about?
Who was that defensive end we had?
Work on your two-step. Get your shuffle game right. You're good.
All right, Jason, thanks for calling. We appreciate it.
Charlton Hughes kept himself in great shape, but I mean, there comes an end, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we got to keep moving on the
Father
Echo Staff
Time,
hotline. We got some callers
undefeated.
to get to. Thanks, Jason.
Okay, guys.
Take it easy.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Spring is here. It's time to tackle all your outdoor landscaping projects with KCE and Redhead Equipment. Now through June 30th, KCE is offering 0% financing for 48 months on compact track and skid steer loaders. Get to work building the project of your dreams with Case Construction. Spring is here. It's time to tackle all your outdoor landscaping projects with KCE and Redhead Equipment. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at two of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Two-Way Service in Southie has a big selection of SUVs on the lot right now. Choose from Ford Escapes, Edges, Explorers, Broncos, and Bronco Sports. And get financing as low as 0.99% OAC on select new SUVs. Purchase a new vehicle and receive a trip for two to Vegas. See store for details. Two-Way Service, your local Ford dealer in Southie. Drive a little, save a lot at Two-Way Service in Southie. The small-town family-run store just 30 minutes from Regina. TwoWayService.com.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. UncommonDevelopments.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Harvard Media really appreciates local businesses. We know that you do too, and that's why we're giving away a $50 gift card every Friday to a local restaurant right here in Regina. We have a great lineup of local restaurants lined up, like Tommy's Speak Eatery, Houston Pizza, Bar Willow Eatery, The Lakeshore, and Schmitty's Smoke Meats and Catering. These restaurants are great for business lunches, casual get-togethers, or just to go out. All have dine-in or pick-up options. Visit their websites for their latest menus and hours, and tune into our radio stations to find out how to win.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Let's go to the Echo Sound hotline. A couple more quick calls. Jason, driving from Saskatoon. How do you feel about the 3-0 Riders?
Hey, guys. How's it going tonight?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good. Actually, just about back to Saskatoon. I just asked the Dundurn CFP to attachment. I just want to say tonight, awesome game. Guys are like, oh yeah, let. But he was doing well. Patterson, I'm so proud of him. Like he came in the second half, played well, played very good.
That's right, man. Well, we hope you get home safe. We got to get to wrapping here, so thanks for the call, Jason.
Yeah, it was awesome. Great game, guys.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to D from Regina. How do you feel about the 3-0 Riders?
I'm pretty pleased. I just had to call in. I think Wes earlier called what Saskatchewan wears as Kelly Green. And for somebody who's cheered for the Riders since the 70s, that's what Edmonton wears. We wear Rider Green. Kelly Green is that dark, ugly green that Edmonton wears. So just to clear that up. And I was quite pleased with the game. Pleased that Willett is actually being a little more useful. To see him break open a couple of times, I was getting worried there that we'd shot our budget on somebody who wasn't going to play well for us, but he seems to be picking up there. I was a little concerned about what's going on at the stadium in terms of here's our home opener. And I didn't really see anything special going on like they had in Edmonton with the older players coming back, and then in Hamilton with older players coming back. There didn't seem to be
there was no older
much
players coming
to
back, but
celebrate
there was
the opening.
an honoring for Jim Hopson's passing and also for Darren Detition. So I think that was the focus for them.
Okay.
You sure about that Kelly green? I'm pretty sure Edmonton wears like a forest green, and the Riders are Kelly green. But what Rider green would suffice for sure. But go ahead with your thoughts.
But anyway, and the other thing is, something's got to happen with Gaynor. He's just not. Since he got that new costume, he's just not himself. He's no fun anymore. So if anybody has any influence over Gaynor, let's make him fun again. Get him on the field. Get him doing some fun stuff. Anyway, great show tonight, guys. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dee. Have a good night. And that does it for us on the Rider Radio Roundtable for my colleague, Wes Cates. We'll catch up with you after the bye week. Thursday, July 4th, your Rough Riders are home to the Toronto Argonauts, 7 p.m. Saskatchewan time, kickoff for a matchup of the undefeateds. The Riders 3-0, the Argos 2-0. Thanks for joining. Appreciate all the people who helped get this to air, and we'll catch you next time.
Thank you for listening to Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network. Our network includes 900 CKPI Prince Albert, 750 Beach Radio Melfort, 1050 CJNB North Battleford, 102.3 CJNS Meadow Lake, GX 94 Yorkton, 96.3 Cruise FM Saskatoon, and the flagship radio station of Rider football for over 4 decades.